and welcome back to the RES LATAM series. We have taken away our entirety of our groups. We have seen half the teams walk out the door, and so we have 8 more South American teams ready to compete for a line share of $50,000. My name's Fi. I'm joined by Cole X McHenry. What's good?
Man, it's so exciting here to see some of the rosters that have made it through into the playoffs here, and it's so exciting to kick things off today. A lot on the line, like you said, and a lot of incredible teams, some of which are going to be attending the RMR. So, really looking forward to seeing this sort of form out of these rosters.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple of surprises in the mix for sure. A couple of newer teams. The biggest team that is missing in this bracket is 9Z, who fell to La Ruganeta. It is an absolutely insane upset that went down, and new teams are cropping up in this region every single day, it feels like. So we have new players to look at in this squad, and I mean, just take a wider look at the bracket here. I mean, what jumps out to you?
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, man. The fact that 9Z did not make it here is just a complete shock. In the game that we got the cast right there from La Ruganeta, the absolute grit out of these younger players, man, it's incredible to watch. And so so excited to see this team here make it to this point. Like you said, new rosters just kind of forming together, not for this event specifically, but weeks before this event, and showing up and making the playoffs and taking down established teams like 9Z really just goes to show you how deep those talent pools really lean into. And I mean, again, they might have a tough path here. They're playing, I would say, that one of the top dogs left here in Imperial, but it's still very exciting.
Yeah, believe it or not, that is our very first game today. It is Imperial taking on La Ruganeta. We are trying to move through all those quarterfinals as well, but Fluxo and Solid and W7M Bestia, and lastly, Sharks versus Case. We're going to be taking away these first two BO3s, these first two quarterfinals to see who will keep moving on. But, La Ruganeta take down one team, make it through, beat out 9Z. Unfortunately, they have to play against an Imperial that is, in realistic terms here, Cole, they're looking lights out.
Yeah, I mean, right now I've got them as one of the 5 teams that's going to make it to the major. I think that they're playing in that current form here. I feel like they're working hard enough to get to that point. I think Vinny's calling has just gotten drastically better over the last 3 months since they've brought in Decenty and No Way. Their trading has been a lot more efficient here on this roster, and so it just looked better over the grand scheme of things here. And I think, while we're also seeing Vinny get more comfortable in like the calling role, I think also Zach is influencing some of these younger players and kind of building them up, because honestly that's what he has done best. If you think about his time with 9Z, making multiple big majors with that squad, and then now coming into this roster and really building upon the foundation that was set. I absolutely love to see the work that he's putting together.
Yeah, Zach, the coach of Imperial. Obviously, we always talk about him formerly of 9Z and brought that team up to relevancy. So, always a team that is looking to develop. But on the other side, it is the organizationless superstars here, Cole. They formed, like, realistically only for this tournament. And they they made it, Cole. They made it not just into this event, but they made it into the playoffs. They beat these are a group of Argentinians. They took down the biggest org in CS in all of Argentina. Like, it is absolutely incredible how this group of players have even made it. I mean, who's even to talk about here?
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about just about every one of them. When we were looking at that 9Z victory and watching that take place there, I mean, it really was a full team effort there with impressive work from just about everyone. BK1 had a big bit of impact, but we've seen also rounds from Naz that have come through that just look absolutely incredible. It just feels like there's nobody that was willing to take a day off there in that last matchup, and it did lead to a lot of success. It led to that victory. It was a really hard fought victory as well. Double overtime in the third map, and you're thinking, 9Z is still a young team on the other end of things, but they've just got a wealth of experience playing in these long, drawn out series. They're no stranger to it, but in double overtime on overpass, it was La Ruganeta, who I doubt had a lot of time to nail down a deciding map for themselves and really get comfortable. And they were able to beat 9Z. And that's a statement to this roster here that, you know, we said, yeah, you're going to run into another wall here in Imperial. But, I mean, if you're able to show that depth versus 9Z, I think you can still put some pressure on this established team as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all just the goal. Just put on some pressure. Like, just put up a good game. I don't even think internally they feel like maybe we don't need to win this as much. You know, maybe the pressure is off for this team. So as we jump into the veto, I mean, it can really land anywhere.
Yeah, I do really appreciate the ancient ban out of the gates right there. I think that's a smart move for Imperial to route into here. The depth that we've seen from La Ruganeta on Ancient already in this event is just a clear advantage for them once they get that ban out of the gates. They're going to be happy that they don't have to play that out versus this squad. But Vertigo is going to be the map that they lean into here, which is going to be interesting because in their successful series, we didn't really get to see this map work out for them really. They lost to Flamengo on this, but feeling confident versus Imperial that they can get the job done. And then, of course, Nuke picked out by Imperial there. No big surprises. This has been a map that they've been able to establish like regional dominance on, just constantly winning, and only taking a loss to 9Z recently. And then, of course, Mirage is our decider.
Yeah, I mean, and those two maps, Nuke and Mirage, are just ace maps right now for Imperial. Like, this is legendary difficulty. Looking at this map pool for La Ruganeta to try and steal this upset. But look, they did it once versus 9Z. Maybe they could do it again. It's all possible here for this team.
Yeah, I have faith. I think this veto here again is going to really test how deep their map pool goes, because these are maps that we haven't seen work out super well. Like when you ban Ancient out of the gates, Imperial immediately start this off with an inherent advantage, I think. I mean, La Ruganeta have probably put some of the more work into this map. They've fielded some of the most success in these series on this map. And then you got to go up against Nuke. And that's going to be a challenging little 1-2 punch here for the underdogs that it just makes this one a little bit easier for Imperial than compared to like 9Z where Ancient's something that you're willing to leave into the vetoes, and that kind of left them vulnerable to La Ruganeta.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it is very fortunate that it is the permaban though for Imperial over there, that map of Ancient in particular. But all things said, it's a very uphill battle. But all I want to see out of this game for this team, for La Ruganeta, is just to impress a little bit. I think this team all of a sudden has kind of garnered eyes on them. You could maybe say that this team could get poached in the near future if they keep up this kind of performance. I don't really want to see that. I hope these group of guys can stick together and post up some results. Welcome to our first quarterfinal here in the RES LATAM series. It's Imperial taking on La Ruganeta. Let's see if the underdogs can keep surprising here.
They have in store for us here out of the gates. Fast A play here, walking things up. No, they actually slowed things down right now. You're going to have no way jump spotting here, and then an elevated boost as well. So this is a pretty exciting setup. But it requires you to land your shots there. No way jump spotted, he got the information, and then he's going to fall.
Phelps, can he be clean on these shots? He's going to take his sweet time about this, though. Then drops down, and maybe things get awkward now on the site. Phelps and Henny inside of the smoke, just barely hoping and praying these shots whiz by. Henny needs to be good for at least one USP shot. He does. And then Descenti and No Way make up the backlines, and the crunch is in on that attack.
Just one side hall smoke really disrupts the game plan for La Ruganeta. You can understand why. There's two players sitting behind it, and you know there's two players sitting behind it. So I imagine the amount of hesitation that was felt from La Ruganeta trying to push onto that site, having to deal with smoke spam there initially, having to deal with the elevated angle of headshot right there as well. So even though they get a good execute on towards the site, look what they're running into here. It's just the full squad. Everyone's ready. You can see the way that they're able to push and pull this contact between side hall and the site. And that is a great way to handle that A-side pressure. Oh, Phelps. He's going down ladder right there. Takes about 20 damage for his struggles, but he gets the sweet eco. Oh, but they are going to route out towards middle. They're loud about this, but will it be registered in time? Yes, it will. Ugh.
It gets a little awkward with a dink in the mix, but right now, Laruganeta will get shut down right there by Imperial. And it'll kick off 2-0. I mean, obviously, this team, Imperial, right now, on an 8-match result win streak. And even then, they just had it was just a little hiccup in a BO1 versus Red Cannons. This is the only speed bump this team has had and qualified for that RMR. And well, now trying to do some damage here, get the snowball rolling for that very big tournament, for the opportunity to make it to the major.
It's an interesting route here. A lot of teams are over there boot camping in Europe right now. These guys have decided to stay back, and sometimes I feel like that might be the better option. You get to test your talents versus opponents that you're going to be playing. Similar styles here, but decent T. Nice trade right there. BK1 instant reaction there. It's going to leave B vulnerable here with rotations being cut off.
Okay. Yeah, and B is vulnerable. Vinny immediately traded out by Abiz. And the site has been opened up. Molly will be dropped onto the planter, though. That'll slow things down. Is Felt gonna stand up? He does, but Abiz readjusts his spray and will win the fight. But Henny coming through on the flank. Oh, is being watched for, honed in by BK1. It leaves it up to No Way, but goes down to 20. I mean, I would think about it. His opponents are also very low. And he hits the headshot on a BK1. No Way is on for the clutch. It's possible. But he doesn't know that. Yeah, he doesn't know.
Smoke that going on. The bomb's going to make his job a lot more challenging here. He's going to give it a try, though. He's going to inch his way in. He has no idea where he is.
The timing is bad here for No Way. And yeah, he's just out of time here. Abiz will pop up eventually. And the shots just simply don't connect. Down to 3 HP. That's not enough. I think he might be dragged down with the bomb. If it reaches that far, well, he'll survive. Abiz won't, but LaRuganet to get the round.
Yeah, Biz, I mean, had just enough HP right there. If he found that kill, it would have been actually defusable. But he couldn't find it in time and still lived with 3 HP, so credit to Abiz. I mean, again, that reposition was just beautiful. That secures the round for his squad. They get to move forward here. The first gun round in their favor. Good, just effective trading in middle, effective trading on B. And that nets them the round right there. It's, again, for such a young squad here, perfect fundamentals and perfect spacing on this play.
Some good trading, some good shots from LaRuganet will get them started. How much more do we believe? Can they keep us believing? This bottom ramp. No Way gets a spot, but he's still playing with fire here. He even took a tag from that Galil. Eventually, Kaiser is going to hit the headshot here, right? There's no way. Swinging wide. Kaiser will fall, but Relentless does trade one back. That puts Henny on notice. And a 1-for-1. I'm pretty sure LaRuganet can be happy with that, especially with Naz just slow walking out middle right now. Phelps is going to try and cover this portion of the map, but the off angle nailed here by Naz. BK1 as well on the entry. Leaves it all to Descenti. around the site. He's going to get wrapped up in just a moment. And that will be a Biz to win the fight. La Rugineta have broken through.
And again, they're spacing so well here. Just a quick trade over towards that A side draws a lot of attention, keeps a lot of attention. B side plays come through. They collapse and find some timing towards middle. This team again is quickly inspiring. We weren't sure how much credit we could give them. We've obviously seen a little bit of struggles in the recent history from 9Z, and there's no question that they haven't been tip-top shape since the failure to qualify for the RMRs, but if you can prove it versus Imperial and 9Z back-to-back, you're taking down some of the best teams in South America that have just dominated the region. Even if you just pluck a map off, it would be an incredible result for these guys. And they are looking so good right now.
My expectations are like, can they get 10 rounds? You know, can they get 10 rounds? Well, they're on the road to at least doing that. I'm not going to say that, wow, they're going to take this map, you know, by the heels, drag them away. You know, easy upset here for La Rugineta. But it is step by step for this team. And it's easy to, you know, say, oh, yeah, let's just think like that. You know, why don't they just think about it step by step? Huh, Cole? I don't know why there haven't been, you know, a billion upsets already. That's because it's difficult to win rounds in very unique ways against a team that is always trying to adapt.
Right, yeah, I mean, your next probably answer here out of Imperial once they get the gun rounds is you know, step one is how to manage these contact plays from La Rugineta, because that's what's been going on right now for a majority. And so, like you said, the adaptation here is going to be key once we see that come out. For another gun round, rather.
Let's go and see it. I see a wall of smokes deployed. And Relentless just gonna push forward, no way. Gonna be in some trouble here. Did some MAC 10s. There's a single rifle in the hands of Henny. And some nice shooting there. That's all you want to see in a round like this. If you're La Rugineta, Imperial can't really make much happen with this equipment, so Phelps is going to try and back on away. And La Rugineta are certainly present in the server with a tad bit of firepower. Just up to Phelps if he wants to hold this gun. And his shadow kind of gives him away there, so...
Yeah, Biz is like, I know your tricks. So good reposition. Good route away from this one for Phelps. Should be safe and sound here. Oh, he's going some extra.
Whoop.
And, oh, just about gets away right there. Wow, I mean, incredible that he's able to hold on to that. But Rugineta now taking that lead away.
And a little bit of an awkward purchase here for Imperial. Investing heavier into utility sets over weaponry. Yeah, those odds do speak dividends.
Odds, yeah.
See if La Rugineta can swing it back in their favor. Hey, they're in the lead right now, but many teams have been in the lead. Can make a comeback happen. Vicente will open up with that first kill, and Abiz just getting caught off guard. Naz now walking forward. We're gonna get locked into combat, but Phelps understands he just needs to wait for his teammate, double swing, and make sure everything stays safe. But in the meantime, Kaiser has just nailed the timing. Really nice timing at that, and No Way gets deleted immediately. Henny almost with the refrag there, but now mollied in the open. Relentless to chase, but with nades in hand. Phelps fast on these rotates. Naz trying to cut some off, though. There's a headshot back. Will there be a double back from La Ruganeta? This is the question. Naz is going to secure the site for them. But BK1 also picks up Phelps.
God.
And that's the A site open. It's battle on every site.
We have both sites here. World is your oyster. And Naz continues to lurk out towards mid. Another kill, and he just runs away. Decent D has no idea what just hit his roster right there, as he has to save. And that'll be that right there.
My question is,
God.
where did Phelps go down? Is what I'm actually wondering. And from what I see, he made a little push out towards side hall to clear out that ramp position, and he was just being watched. The little freeze from La Ruganeta actually caught Imperial off guard. Cole, we have a map of Vertigo right here. We have a game on our hands, and that's exactly what I'm here for.
Absolutely. It's incredible here, but like I said, there was your chance to kind of lean into the adaptations, but these contact plays are still working wonders on the side of La Ruganeta. Everywhere you go, just shift walking into a quick headshot right there. Naz's mid lurks have been terrifying, whether he's had a player to trade or in this round he didn't even have that luxury, and still so much output here. Stabilize quickly. Flashbang is so well placed. This double up and towards mid could handle business.
Yeah, I mean, again, if Naz keeps solo lurking out mid, just give it some time. Perhaps.
How long can you hold this, though, with the rest of your roster having less tools?
We'll have to see. As for now, just hear the fallback. As La Ruganeta have to put the pressure on towards that A site, then roll it back towards Vinny. Contact walk again. Here we go. Vinny. Oh, he's going to be in some trouble. BK1 gets the entry, but there's a nice headshot. Trying to keep him in this round. But Naz and Kaiser able to clean up the rest of the site. And so no way will be left to pick up an AK-47 to save. La Ruganeta goal. Are about to be up 3 rounds on Imperial.
And not looking to stop anytime soon either. Still looks so replicable. This little dismissal there of Relentless on No Ways Out. But if La Ruganeta can just keep this up here, again, trading is looking pristine. When they can't find Vinny, they find the rest of the roster right there. Like the Anchor's the last one to go down. So everyone else was being cut off there. Naz's midlurk still getting opening kills and cutting things off. Money is stacking up pretty high as well for this La Ruganeta squad, and Imperial are saying, hey, we really got to put a stop to this immediately. And this is, I mean, again, another map where it feels like they've got some great game plans nailed down. And I'm just wondering how on earth they're showing this sort of form when they're such a new roster. It's like, how do you have time to nail down a map pool here versus some of the best rosters in the region?
Sometimes the call-in can be on the fly. And your opponent, you know, you're kind of playing a different game than your opponent. Right now for La Ruganeta. You know, something that's super impactful for this team right now. They're playing in front of Gallus right now. Gallus is also watch partying this game. That is so many eyes on this group of players that were just orgless. and I would say the leftovers of the Argentinian spleen playing right now. Let's see if Phelps can change that, though. Change the narrative as he gets the one, but is traded out eventually, and Kaiser is successful on his front. It's a double entry of the A site. La Rugineta are up players, and that might just be up 4 rounds in just a moment. Decenti, though, has something to say. That bomb will be planted. It's back to the 3v3.
Decisions at hand here. They've got some great retake utility. They've got one player that's pretty low on HP, but they're going to stick on the site.
They're going to fight here. This just seems unbelievable. He down deep, though, will sink onto Henny. It's just Vinny. 1 versus 3. There's 2, though. A Biz around the side of the site without a kit, though. He has to go for the frag. He gets the kill, but does not have time. Time to back away for a 4-round lead for La Rugineta.
Just that HE didn't sail in right there. Maybe Vinny could have picked up the kit, but instead it's just so far away from the bomb site. It never lifted off right there. Vinny does such a good job of trying to find all of these kills, but he can't do enough to win the round. La Rugineta still chugging through this T side. Have lost the first 2 rounds, but have stomped their way through every other at this point. What is going to stop this team right now? Who's going to be able to stop this roster? You just have no words.
I can't believe it, Cole. I just cannot believe it.
And I came into this one again. I'm giving Imperial a lot of credit. RMR team, one that could definitely threaten to make the major here.
Yep.
And La Rugineta are putting them down, but finally a little bit of relief here. Henny ready to deal with that mid lurk. This time Naz is watching from the sidelines. And that's a huge weight off their shoulder. Oh, but there's a gap in that smoke.
Just
Biz
missed
doesn't
out.
register it.
Yeah, and maybe he might consider, or might not consider. Vinny has made it over to that left side. He begins to move. Yep, Vinny. Just instant flick up. Decenti as well. And this round, much different. Kaiser nearly comes away with a double, though. No way was going to give him a chance. But, simply said, just a impossible hill to climb. Vinny. Oh, man, this is his round. Looking sharp so far in this game for Imperial. And that puts Kaiser on the wrong side of the map. Imperial will reel them in for just a little bit.
Vinny has looked like a stud, as he often does on the anchoring. Nice shot for Henny to complete the mission right there. Finally, an end to the campaign there for La Rugineta. They slow them down, which is such a massive relief here for Imperial. Having those solutions, doubling up towards that B side, and giving Vinny a little bit of extra resources, having the op towards mid to just, it's tough to counter an op middle if you're not throwing flashes, if you're playing that heavy contact style that we've seen out of La Rugineta so far. If you're going to dry swing around a corner right there and you got Henny's op to deal with,
Yeah.
it's going to go a lot better for him.
Yep, I mean, that's maybe what we've been waiting for this whole half, to shut down this team. We'll see something a little bit faster towards this A site, though. Nobody's going to go wide and be able to find Relentless. Trapped between the utility there. Nowhere to go. No refrag either. This is a clean opener. But Imperial, I think they want more. Kaiser's going to get himself up onto the ledge, but he might be facing down a double swing in a moment's notice. Pop flash through. He turns the flash, but it's simply not enough. Another 2-for-1 for Imperial. And a 2v4 for La Rugineta to dig themselves out of. They're going to walk forward onto the site, though. There's an instant headshot.
Oh.
And Henny now, he's in trouble. He's a sole player, sole defender, but nails the shot. And Decenti makes moves through the smoke to save his teammate. La Rugineta will be put down for just a little bit longer.
And finally shutting down Aranda. I mean, again, confident little re-aggressions being shown out. This is much more like it for the favorites here, as they show up. Any with the op has been helping out big time as well. But Noe's confidence in that fight, that little ramp duel there, he doesn't really have a lot of support. Just has a Molotov that he can play off of, and he absolutely nails the opening duel. I think that sort of confidence from some of these young players is going to go a long way for this squad. As you can see, Phelps playing a confident game as well.
Oh.
The block is around the corner. The dink landed, but the 1S overwhelms. That's for sure.
P250 solos there, I'm just saying.
True. $300. I'm not a big P250 buyer.
I swear, it's like, if every T side bought a P250 on these full Glock rounds, they would be 10 times more scary.
So much more threatening, yeah. You probably are right, and it's not that much of an investment. You know, when you consider it. Sometimes you kind of need the full save to get the AK and the armor, the Gleal, and utility. But it really isn't that expensive, and like you said, that fight right there could actually change completely. You could get a rifle off that, so.
I mean,
it's a fun,
yeah?
a fun little thought right there.
Yeah. I mean, strong round from Phelps overall against the anti-eco. I mean, it shows the decision-making here from Imperial has all of a sudden just got a lot more aggressive. They're not just going to kind of sit on their hands and let La Ruganeta just walk around every single part of the map. They're going to start stamping down on map control. We saw that towards the B stairs earlier with Vinny and Decenti. Phelps feeling the need to get aggressive towards middle. This B stairs controls are going to be powerful from Vinny, who is just holding down the fort at the moment. Gonna even continue swinging forward. Oh, very fortunate. BK1 was able to get his gun out in time, at least for La Ruganeta. Definitely good for a second there, if not.
Nearly takes some claim right there. A little B-side boost, though, for BK1. Ooh. That's a bit awkward right there. Yeah, he jumps out immediately after making that. And look at this. Henny could get a wide swing. That could end his round. The reposition just in time here. He's playing an off angle instead. This could work out beautifully.
It could work out beautifully, or it could be the most awkward thing, depending on how coordinated La Ruganeta are here. They're going to start walking up, but he nails the shot, and now he gets to back away towards the sandbags, too. Lobs the smoke on in. There's nothing to force him out. Oh, full blind shot, though, from BK1. Are you kidding me? It's a 3-on-3 here, Cole, but Phelps comes away with a dig. BK1 will be nullified for just a little bit, and a great molly onto the site singes his toes, and HE to the smoke as well, but a smoke to extinguish to allow that plant through. Flashes, chaos within the site. No way, running through smokes here. He's gonna try and take the round in the palm of his hand, but instead, it's now a 1v2 here for Kaiser. Phelps and Decenti trying to start up that defuse. Kaiser feeling the need to make a move. Crouch walk, though, from Phelps will silence La Ruganeta. They were up 4 rounds at one point, but Imperial pull it back and keep this one close. And so, things get a little awkward here for La Ruganeta. You know, it was so cool. Like, what is that shot from BK1? I don't know.
Sickening. Absolutely sickening. A great half here. Does get kind of quieted down by Imperial. They show why they are the favorites, and like we said, they figure out the adjustments here. Which is great news here. Biz, he had to run back and go buy some armor. Might give him a chance to quicker move into this A side here, as it's already being pressed upon, and they've already got the opening duel. The nade stack towards sandbags. Oh, just one. There's a second.
Good for one, but the second somehow does not connect.
Deal as much damage.
And Kaiser's just gonna pop out. He's only on, 40 HP, so we will get dropped eventually. And unfortunately, as La Ruganeta go for the big swing, there's 5 players waiting for him. A Biz needs to deliver on the dualies, but just eats the gush and is finished off. Everyone was there for La Ruganeta, but they all swung into the lion's den of Imperial.
Yeah, it felt like everyone was there, but they all walked into like 1v5 duel as opposed to being able to take that like 5v5 approach right there. As we'll see in this replay, right there's an isolated fight versus the whole squad. Right there's an isolated fight. So it really does go well in Imperial's favor. 8 stack was a good idea. It actually could have cost them a little bit more, depending on if they weren't gonna clear that angle after they threw that utility. We're gonna get a full eco. And Imperial playing very confident out of the gates, rushing on the pistol and rushing round 2 just to take this space.
I think Imperial are starting to lock in a bit. I feel La Rugineta still have some of the same flair, right? You still have, Naz and BK1 hitting shots. But right now, Imperial, this T side, we'll see if it keeps it up, but right now enjoying the death ball up a ramp in these rounds, and La Rugineta will need a solution, and very quickly, because Imperial only need 5 rounds to lock this one up.
Far off the finish line here. The gun rounds will come out, so that's going to be the start. Hopefully something good here for La Rugineta. Back at it again. They have that same flair to their CT side. This confidence from Relentless again. Gonna get active. Play around these smokes here. And keep control of this A ramp as much as possible.
So a little bit of awkward smoke spam between these two squads, but nothing gives just yet in terms of a kill. Instead, it looks like we're going up this B stairs. Descenti inside of spawn has these flashbangs ready to be pulled, as well as a little stop. Be excellent. A perfect pop flash? No, it's not meant to be. I think it just missed. Doesn't matter.
Ooh.
Phelps good enough to have the trade back anyways to make up for the mistake, and maybe even more. He's looking to push around. Did he see his shoulder? May very well could have a pop flash through as well. Here's these footsteps. And surely that only lures him further forward. On the side of the railing, though. Awkward position. Then Kaiser joins him. But now Descenti realizes he has a timing in middle. Nasty scenes. Relentless is watching, but it doesn't matter. Finishes him off, and then gets the second to open up the A site. Devastation for La Rugineta.
No one else here. Both players have come through from that B side here. He's still very careful of clearing out the side all's position, but I think La Rugineta have just heard them get into their post plants, have now planted their feet, and so they don't really want to tussle with this retake opportunity, and you can understand why. So just fade away. Imperial pull back a tough deficit right there. I mean, it wasn't really a deficit for long. I'd consider that more of a 4v4. It all comes down to Decenti's lurk, though. If he goes down, if he doesn't find those kills towards the middle, it very likely could have been a fizzled out round.
But it also plays off the back of Phelps' information. He saw, or at least heard one player, and then got killed by the other on that B site, right?
Yeah, and that's great info, but I don't think if Decency wasn't in a position where he's landing kills, that they would have had time to really strike off that info. So good on him to make sure that he saved this one, prepared for another as well. Wild scenes here. As La Rugineta forced onto the back foot right now. They've got to call the timeout. They've got to take a little breather here. They are running into an incredibly challenging team, and they're realizing that the hard way. Showing up with some really good form. Some impressive form that I like to see out of these guys, right? But I'm running into that wall.
Yeah, Descenti also marching his way up to 18 kills as well. It is Phelps who is topping the ADR charts, so don't let kill numbers fool you. I think Phelps has been doing by far the most work for this Imperial team, as he normally does, but some of the young guns standing up next to him, as it has been throughout this very consistent streak of wins in the past couple of weeks for Imperial. So, there's more than one piece. It's not just Phelps and friends.
a lot of different pieces here to pull things back. They do quickly dismantle that boost setup, which is interesting there. Don't even, like, try and be quiet about it. They're quite loud here. Again, nade stacks go in. Triple nades there to do their due diligence. Reinvesting in this boost could be good. Oh, that molly's gonna break him down, though.
Well, it's going to singe them away, and you see that, you know, Phelps hears that as well. Also sees Kaiser. Like, certainly this is already known. Phelps completely prepared for this close swing. And right now, just locking in for Imperial. They're not phased by any of these little gimmicks. And LATAM are going to have to force to back away once again. And that is all. You know, it is really incredible, the story of this Imperial team, because after Fallen and Cello got taken off their roster, taken off the lineup, you think this team would fall into some sort of irrelevancy. But instead, they pick up two young guns, and this brand, this organization, still has as strong a following as ever.
Yeah, that's a big deal here. They still have a lot of love in the scene. Even though, you know, it's not like the name value that was initially on this roster, it's not that same Last Dance team. The love for the Imperial organization is still definitely there, which is pretty cool. It's stayed even after that like Last Dance project has kind of went their separate ways. And like you said, are still building relevancy. I think they've done a great target selection for, like, just the coaching talent. Again, the fact that they picked up Zach, I think, is a massive deal. They saw what he was doing on 9Z. They said, this guy, I think, can give us a longer and more prosperous future. And they are very right in that guess here. As Vinny will be able to crack things open towards that B side there.
Vinny is on a tear at the moment.
Oh, that's a miss.
And Kaiser, somehow, that shot does not connect. I mean, all it is would just be frustration right there. BK1 trying to answer back. And hey, Relentless will get it, but when the Senti just is playing the way he is right now, BK1 is just toast. Out in the open, nothing he can do about it. And that round is just more unfortunate, and those are not moments that La Ruganeta can afford.
Not at this
down
point,
11
not
to
at this
6.
point right now. They need those shots to connect right there. They need to not start off at an instant 4v5. Vinny, we'll see how he cracks it open. Just a small little peek there from a Biz. I can't believe that shot was a miss as well. It's just such a shock for Kaiser, who's been playing a really good game this event and just a super consistent tournament. But left to pick up the pieces here. Very awkward position right now. They go for the full force.
Oh, I mean, they have to, but they've been sideswiped by Vinny again. And out towards that A ramp, Henny is in with the pick. And the defense is fragmented right now, split apart. Every single element has to pull their own weight here. BK1 will have that opportunity. Gets the kill, switches out for that AK. We're back into the 3v3. He even gets to take a headshot angle as well.
But
Vinny's not
taking
going to
that
challenge
opportunity. It looks like he's kind of left and given over that B side, so the timing he's taken to get towards danger could surprise. They still got extra help though, so still a very challenging
Molly,
hold.
though. Oh no, he's forced into the open and blinded up. But Naz cannot find a double kill. Cannot be the superstar that he was just a couple days ago. And it leaves it to Relentless. And he just revealed his position. Jump heard without a kit. I mean, there's like no way you can go for this, but in your mind you have to. You're down 11 to 6. All right, guys, let's give it a whirl. Relentless. He's just gonna go in for the gun. He's out of there. He knows it. You know, looking down. Shoulders low. It's 12 to 6 here for Imperial.
Terrorists win.
Pretty big shock right there. Again, the amount of influence that they put on this B side to open things up there. Pretty sacrificial coming through on some of those early plays. Just willing to dive through the smoke there for Phelps and trusting that Vinny's going to have his back. And man, did Vinny ever trade out quickly. Puts him in a good spot here. Second time out used by La Rugineta, but at this point it does feel like Imperial are looking to claim. I think this is now 10 rounds in a row. So they had 4 to
Correct.
head into this half, and now standing at 12.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Not a lot
typically
of
how
stopping
these upsets go, Cole, is, you get a couple of these solid rounds, you look like, it's almost going to be there. Like, La Rugineta forced 6 saves straight from Imperial in that very first half, but then the team's able to stabilize. They come up with a solid game plan. Viddy's been playing a hell of a game. Decenti has been on fire. You have this situation now. Relentless even getting spammed down to 4 HP. They can't start much worse than that. Just immediately shut down on the aggression.
And think about how you have to hold this A site to deal with so much utility that's going to be bombarded your way. It is not going to be easy to play on 4 HP at all. There's nowhere safe for this guy. Molly's going to engulf this site. And they're going to continue to pressure him.
Like, surely there's an HE with Relentless's name on it. At the moment, let's just has to be so careful on every side of the site. But La Rugineta have stacked this one up. They're gonna go in for the swing, and Henny does miss for once. Abiz also falls, puts it up to Phelps. He is up towards yellow at the moment, though. They're gonna discount him. Are you kidding me? They're gonna discount Phelps? You dare do that? Naz will fall for his crimes right there, but it looks like it's just going to be the B play. To roll on through. Kaiser in the open will be able to deliver onto Vinny, and this game has still got legs. Looks like Phelps is just going to be called to save, and La Rugineta with at least one round to stop this huge streak from Imperial.
Yeah, that's a solid one to put together here. It does feel like, if Hinty has some shots, if he's able to connect right there with that op, it would have been a little bit better of a situation for Imperial, but great re-aggression rolling out there for La Rugineta. It's what they're needing. We were talking about how if you're relentless, you can't afford to actually sit back on the bomb site and hold, so instead they fight forward, they take a risk, and it works out for them. Treading water for now. A lot more of that comes from here required.
But of course, that is just one step out of the 6 here that were needed. La Rugineta, 5 more to go. And still a lot more to push through from Imperial. Still tons of cash in their wallet. Still plenty of gun rounds available. Ops from Henny. It's only a 2-man A setup. This is very precarious scenes at the moment. Especially as the T's make their way up yellow with the pop flash too. It is just perfection. That's exactly what Imperial needed. And now BK1 in a hell of a lot of trouble. Somehow got to battle this back. The swing, at least trying to get some ground in, but Imperial, an iron wall at the moment. Abiz dropped down to 21 HP. Wall bang to finish. And Imperial will put an end to La Rugineta's route.
And that's much more like it right there. We saw a really good informed La Rugineta in the first half right there, where we were impressed. We were saying this is what was winning them some of these rounds versus 9Z rather, and it still was shut down. We saw the adaptations come through from Imperial. We saw the timeout called into the immediate success. And right there, from that point, they ended up winning 10 rounds in a row and saying, hey, we are the favorite team. We are the dominant roster here. Even if this is your map pick, we're not going to falter. And that's a great sign for this roster heading into, again, some really important events in the future.
Yeah, they stamped their foot down. And I think the guys over at Imperial realized that, hey, if we just work together as a team, if we don't give these guys their individual fights, these players for La Rugineta are talented in terms of the firepower, the mechanics, but Imperial have got down that read. We're going to toss this one off to a break. Map number 2 gets a whole lot harder here for La Rugineta. Can they keep surprising us?
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And so, well, unfortunately, La Rugineta have met their maker. Imperial are looking on fire to start off the day, start off this playoff run here. They're on an 8-match win streak here, Cole, and they're looking to keep it up against these upstarts in La Rugineta to put them down from where they belong and keep themselves rolling for the RMR. I'm fine, joined by Cole X and McHenry. Map number 1 was a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be close as well. It looked like we were going to get a fight out of La Rugineta. I did have a feeling Imperial were going to bounce back at some point. I just didn't know how hard that bounce back was going to be. And that was a real statement from Imperial showing, we can get surprised. We can get caught off guard by these underdog players. But over the grand scheme of things here, really held their pace, really held their own versus them. And again, it's great to see the ability to adapt on the fly here and adapt quickly so that they can come back in that sort of form.
Yeah, they kind of brought together the death ball. They didn't really want to play more of that, individualistic style. They didn't want to match up to La Rugineta, and they kind of played to their advantages as a team, someone who's more established with these players who are able to work together really well. I think 9Z inherently as a squad leverage a lot of their individuals, and they were getting burnt by this squad. Imperial are not going to follow the same mistakes, and now we move over to the map of Nuke as well, which is literally Imperial feel like they're just unbeatable on this map as of late.
Yeah, they've dominated the scene here. Haven't had any troubles versus a majority of these teams. They have lost to 9Z in a tough map, but it was still quickly nullified in that series. So it's like at the end of the day, it's still just such a good look. And 9Z obviously are a really good new team alongside them. I really feel like this is where we should see Imperial start off well and have no trouble dealing with La Rugineta. I don't want to give them no chance here, but like you said, this is a map that just nobody has really been able to consistently beat Imperial on.
I mean, even contest them on, like a 13-4 versus MIBR, which is probably Imperial's only challenger in all of Brazil. I mean, that team they're over in Europe right now. So those guys aren't even in Brazil. Imperial might as well be the best nuke team on the continent, to be fair. So if La Rugineta can even make this one competitive, it would be a statement. And for sure, I mean, they want to, Cole. There are tens of thousands of eyes on these players right now. They want to make the biggest impact they can possibly can, because people are watching, scouts are watching, and hey, they're in the quarterfinals for a reason here, Cole.
Yeah, a lot of eyeballs on these guys here after a big victory. Big upset versus 9Z. But again, they have to challenge this incredible Imperial roster, and it is by no means easy there. We'll take a look at those 1xBet odds at the top of your screen. You can tell the faith that just about everyone has in Imperial right now to try and close this one out at 2-0. But we'll see what they're made of here. We got the pace around. We'll get a quick kickoff as to what these guys have in store. We got the dualies in armor. Relentless.
All right.
Stats holding off that A side.
Those odds are just the odds of them, winning the series, but it's not the odds of them making an impact in the scene. Let's see if La Rugineta can start an uprising, but for now, Imperial down secret, and no one is there for La Rugineta. This is just going to be a very easy bomb plant. Nothing that they can do about this. And even Vinny's in the back of lobby right now. But Kaiser is prepared for him, at least. The problem is, the bomb's down on that B site, and there's nothing La Rugineta can do.
Number's already being planted here. That's a quick shot out of Nas. How is that even behind the silo right there? Phelps is going to let him cross in and safely make the moves, but they're quick on this retake.
Hold on. Yeah, Kaiser with 3 going into this retake and even spots out the last. Kaiser goes for 4. We have got to see that from his perspective. He just erases all of Imperial.
I mean, he bent his bullet behind that silo right there. I don't know how. I swear it was fully tucked in behind it, and yet still Kaiser manages to dismiss just about every player right there in that round. And I mean, right there is a prime example of what you said earlier. You cannot discount these players as individuals here. I think 9Z, like you said as well, just ran into that same issue. You want to take an isolated fight versus us, we'll take that any day of the week. We have faith in these players. As you should. Actually puts it on full display right there.
You know, a lot of teams in South America would bargain for a round like that against Imperial.
Kaiser's even got the 9Z stickers on his op.
Oh, this is fiendish from him right now. He even uses it. He's like a headhunter. It's like his trophy on his AWP. To be honest, it's probably the biggest win in his career, so I can't blame him. He's gonna rattle off a couple shots.
Gotta be careful. The outer yard press is being pressed upon. He lands that shot, but Naz lurks his way up secret, and he's looking to put a pin in this one.
And that he does. Cherry on top there for Naz. A Biz locks it into, and the force buy handled by La Ruganeta. This game starts off interesting.
It does. We kick off here. Dealing with the force by dealing with that sort of pressure. Uneasy task here. Imperial's space taking was effective here. That outer yard play was good, but we got pistols. A bit of a stack towards this A side here. Trying to make it down the vents, but they're getting spammed down. I think Bomb managed to be tossed down as well, so no way he's going to run it down, but he should be cut off here.
And that simply is not going to happen. You know, Cole, if La Ruganeta win, like, say 3 more rounds, they'll get as many rounds as half of Imperial's opponents on this map.
That's, I mean, wild. Right there.
Yeah, let me
That's
just
how
get that
dominant
number
this
straight.
map is.
Let me get that number straight. Half of Imperial's opponents that they've played on this map have lost by margins of 7 rounds or more.
Wow.
Single digits. So many of their opponents have fallen.
I think we're going to start to find out why, though, quickly.
I think so as well. This is the round
Guns
to
are
show
out.
it off.
It is. They got all the tools here at their disposal. Well, that smoke's a little bit off right there, and Naz does fall victim. And he's going to continue to press that advantage.
Whoa, Relentless, though. With the refrag.
What's going on with the rest of the squad right now? They're not too aggressive. They'll just hold up, post up, and now looking to split in towards mini, potentially.
Yeah, Relentless could be in trouble, but BK1 also gets his way up. So he's going to bait in for just a little bit, make it 1, but not enough for the double. And so that will keep Imperial up in players. Kaiser at least kicks off a flank. But it's going to have to find impact in very fast. And with the Molly inside of Hut at the moment, Kaiser could be in some trouble, but he does have some low HP bars. And a nade sinks
Oh my
right onto
God.
Vinny. That can help things out. He gets out on the site. The MP9 starts to move, but not enough work done there. Henny's got the coverage. Imperial with their first round.
That's a super just like scary setup right there, because you know the low HP bars are coming through, and that MP9 can just break them down. But Henny with the great heaven coverage right there, and then they were able to cover all their bases. So Imperial like we said, I mean, as soon as they get those guns out, able to show exactly what they're made of out of the gates. Fantastic look. Their first gun round. You're seeing the great trade potential of this roster that's gotten so much better with these new additions, but fast out of the squeaky door. The flashes are good, but the kill is not there. It's gone missing from Vinny.
Double setup as well. Double setup here. Kaiser rings out for one. Then there's a biz though. Players with knives in hand. There's the double kill. And La Ruganeta are right back in it.
Wow. Shut down. Early play there from Vinny gets broken down. And the ramp setup was so well prepared right there. They did not have a clue that there would be two. It shouldn't be much of a surprise that Phelps is kind of out of yard lurking about here to this squad. But it doesn't even matter because bomb is in their hands.
I mean, these little gimmicks here that Imperial are falling for. Now, I won't say it's like, wow, these are deadly consistent ways to win rounds, as BK1 is about to get uppercutted here. Oh, wait, hold on.
Jump knife?
Like, he's out of range here. Yeah,
You can do it.
Like, he wants the content. Oh, come on. You want to fall down.
Give it a shot.
He jumps right into his jaws. Phelps, he knows. He does it for the fans here. He knows his position in the scene right now. I respect it. I love it.
Want to see him go for the jumping knife. So
Darn it,
bad.
Get down here, man.
Just too high up right there. Imperial, though, again, run into a bit of a brick wall here. Excellent defense, great setup in the ramp room. That's him a 3-for-1 trade, and Phelps just left scratching his head. Look at this setup. I mean, again, this is not super atypical to have this sort of double up here. The Opera aggresses forward, and there's a Rifler, but completely discounted. I feel like it was almost as a result of, like, Vinny saying, hey, there's quite a bit towards A as well. Right? But they still fall victim. Oh, Phelps just lurks through the smoke, though. He's in mini.
Oh, no. But Naz, what is happening here? He just erases 3. Coming out through Squeaky, and
There you go.
Round's over.
Are we getting Superstar Naz again?
Oh,
9-1. This guy was such a key component here up against the likes of 9Z. And he might just do it again here. Challenging Imperial. I mean, this is not the map that I was expecting them to put up much of resistance on here. They're starting off the CT side with some excellent holds.
I mean, Cole, I talked about that stat earlier on. Imperial, half their maps are blowouts on Nuke. And look, it's not like they're doing it, the way we refer to it as Americans as plumbers and milkmen, all right? They're doing it versus the best in the scene. Here, they're doing it versus 9Zs, MIBRs, all across the board. La Ruganeta could stand above those teams right now in terms of their performance on this map.
It's looking
We'll have
more and
to
more
see.
like it. You take their talents towards the outer yard, though. Back to that again. Secret control successful. So we're going to need to see the rotations come through here from La Ruganeta. It's going to be Naz again to stand in resistance of this play.
Now, he has been good this entire tournament. Can he keep it up? Wally will be dropped towards his feet. Imperial start their advance. Not looking to swing forward. Instead, Imperial are looking to take the vents. Or were they? They were thinking about it. Now towards the single door. And it's up to BK1. But There's not many other players I'd want in this position here for La Ruginetta. Optimal set of scenes. And he can even see over the top of the smoke. This is not safe territory. Walking through though, Vinny! What an entry! BK1 erased, eliminated. Phelps, though, will be cleared, but that vent drop is not safe. No way picks up on a Naz, and the Senti also cleans up lobby. And that's it. 2 versus 4. And I think we're going to be bouncing out of here quickly as Relentless will pick up the Senti. And we are out of this one.
I mean, again, the value of that sort of space creation right there, taking that secret control, and then having the entries to back it up. Making that round look like a breeze right there with the quickness. People died of bomb, though. So it ends up becoming very expensive, very pricey. Even though it's a round one, only one survives right there. Vinny starting it off that way, and then the Lurks being able to spring into action as well. But again, only one survivor. Andy, the only one able to hold on to his guns. Money's been a big deal here for the side of Imperial throughout this half, and it's going to remain so with a round like that.
I think we're in a little of a... Are we live? Are we live or are we not? I think we are not live. We see players running back to their spawns and hopping around. As I think Kaiser might have just had some trouble getting out of spawn. Right there. So we get a little reset, but actually we are just quickly back into things.
A sort of reset.
What do you mean, what sort of reset?
Oh, I said it's the best kind of reset.
Oh. That is the
Fast
best kind of reset. The fast one. Yeah, you know what? I hard agree with that one, Cole. Now, pushing forward, Abyss just... He's going in. Right now, La Ruginetta wanted to take some steps forward, but immediately punished on all fronts. Naz does see a player go past. Phelps, though, up close. Will fall, and then there's the second. The aim is crisp. Relentless also wins his duel, and everything is going right now for La Ruginetta.
Oh my god, didn't start out that way though. Having to pull it back big time here. Vinny, not registered though. No, he's being watched. Naz has him cut off here. There's nothing easy about this round. Nothing easy about this 5v3 that Imperial have once found themselves in.
Sneaking forward.
This.
He'll fall. Now to the 2v2. Naz in position, but smoked out. But he's going to walk through the smoke. And the patience pays here for Imperial. And it leaves it to the 1v2. Vinny is watching the vents. Imperial completely aware of the situation. And they're going to start bringing this one back.
A very scary round right there, but still converted. Naz, again, nearly breaks that round apart. Nearly disrupts it. This multi-kill that he finds right here. Like an absolute beast. Well, as you said, patience paying off. That experience definitely showing in these clutch situations. Even when, you know, the trading maybe not there, they still have the players, they still have that experience to clutch up rounds like that. That really does put it in a crucial turning point where Imperial can start to close that distance.
Have to see. Outside. Phelps on a bit of a roam. And, gotta get your gun out. Doesn't know where he's getting shot from. But luckily it's just USPs. So... but it still gets the kill onto the Senti. Phelps is charging forward with an AK. And he's gonna hand one over to the CTs. This gets weird, Cole. But out in the open, a couple of these pistols roam, and things settle back down. Imperial should get this plant. As soon as Vinny makes it into mini, or maybe he just gets all the kills on the way out. You never know. Imperial are gonna bring this one back to 1.
A little threatening right there for sure, but still kept in their advantage. Still building up a bit of a clawback here for them. Not the best start here, but the money's stabilized now, and I think one of the biggest strong suits here is the way that this roster utilizes that out-of-yard control, utilizes the secret control. You can see how effective the defaulting is. It's better than a lot of teams in South America. It's giving them a lot of edge on this T side. So dealing with Phelps is such a problem for so many different teams. Henny, wow, how is he able to avoid that flash with the quickness? Turns away. The op is going to walk right into him, but he falls off just in time, and Kaiser actually is able to deal with that man.
So some awkward scenes to lead off. Phelps by far the heaviest hitter here for Imperial. It's out of the server. Things could change. Depends if Kaiser gets impatient or not on this AWP. Henny's looking for that punish, but time will be his worst enemy here, as well as a real one inside of Secret at the moment, but he gets erased as well. Naz is gone. His name ends up in the kill feed, and it has to scramble the rotates. Kaiser gets himself down to the lower site. The rotates. Vinny here's one drop, but BK1 didn't see anything. In actuality, Vinny will get picked. Where are we going? We can't go up the vents, and we've got 10 seconds. There's no smoke for the plant. This one has got to be via frags, and the frags are going the way of La Ruganeta. Hasty, as the time runs down. No way. Without any time, he'll go down after it. And Imperial. They falter. La Ruganeta get to 6.
It's a scary looking La Ruganeta defense as well right there. Just not easy to challenge these guys once they start taking that space, but again, the clock management flares up as a bit of a problem here. And that's always when I worry about Imperial the most here. I mean, that was when I was kind of nervous about some of the Vinny calls here and there when that clock would wind down and it would end up costing them, but happens here once again. They're going to try for a faster play this time. Fast A call. Or maybe not. Just a jiggle. What's Phelps want here? Waiting for that utility.
Getting lined up. Naz on the off angle. Doesn't matter. He just gets ran down straight up. BK1 at the CT vent. No way has got him locked down as well. And the execute is flawless. From Imperial, a Biz. Completely locked out. 1 versus 5. Imperial hardly take any damage on the inbound.
Just such a valuable execute to be able to call out at any given notice here. You lose a frustrating round to the timer, get that full execute on towards that A side and the next, and bam, you can see him right back into the driver's seat here for this Imperial squad. Do not stay down for long.
Even a little boost up. Ah, Vinny's got his knife out. And a Biz even gonna try and secure that op. Try is the word of the day, as he's definitely down to the bomb. And there you have it. Imperial have completed the run back. It's almost identical to this very first map as well. La Ruganeta get a little run of rounds here. But Imperial are matching that. They can equalize the half once more.
Go right back to 6-all for another half, and then head into your CT side. Where, I mean, usually they're good, right? But they're usually good on both halves here, so we're still seeing La Ruganeta be able to put up a challenge. They try and force buy for the last round of the half. Get whatever they can. Any tools to save them. These deagles are deadly, though. We know that for sure. He won.
Yeah, he's getting wrapped up though. Phelps. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Peace. And there's a kill from the MP9 as well.
Hold on, but no way. Inside of lobby, chunks down Naz and 3 kills. List themselves in the kill feed. But hold on, oh my goodness. A biz towards ramp has always been a terror this entire half. He's going to keep it up. Both remaining players known, but look at this. It's just, we're hunting for kills here. For Imperial, no way we'll be successful in that endeavor. And down the vents goes Henny with the bomb. What? Cold. Naz is inside a secret. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Oh, the timing, though. Gosh, it's so disgusting.
Oh. He's gonna run to try and deny this. He's gotta continue to walk things out. Might just walk through the smoke, but Henny's reposition. It's good, and he has to open up the door. I didn't realize he closed it in his face.
And so that makes 6 all, Cole. That makes a complete replica of the previous map. Was it just the flash in the pan is what we ask for every single upset. And we're gonna have to ask that again here.
Absolutely. And again, I don't want to call the death bills just yet, but La Ruginetta, you are happy that you were able to damage and challenge some of these rosters here, I think, coming into this one. So it is still a good half, and again, they're challenging Imperial on the bread and butter map here. But now they got to do it on the T side, and that's going to be one hell of a challenge for these young guys.
And was this first half fool's gold? Did we believe in nothing here for La Ruginetta? Let's see. This pistol round will decide a lot, but the dual Berettas from Vinny could put in the work, but Phelps has made a couple footsteps here. Naz ready as that smoke fades, and hey, there's a bomb plant here for La Ruginetta. I'll put it to a retake for Imperial, but the shot's connecting there. Phelps in no way. Relentless drops an exit, leaves it to Naz. He's been good on these pistol rounds, but without armor and now 11 HP, but he's got headshots in him. That's for darn sure. 4 bullets remaining in the Glock, though. Will he switch out for the reload? No, he wants to stick with it right now. Fire off to Henny, who doesn't have a kit, by the way. He'll fake on the defuse. And Naz is going to call the bluff, or is he? I don't think there's time for this for Henny. He gets on it a little late. There's a pistol for La Ruginetta.
Wow, Naz, I mean, massive clutch here, dude. This guy's been playing so incredibly well in this map, and he holds on for dear life on that pistol. Had no armor, like you mentioned. Didn't have a lot of tools to save that round. But he's able to buy enough time right there, avoid Henny's pressure, and just the perfect amount of, clock management right there. Just buying enough. Just enough right there to secure it.
Man. It's up to Naz, man. The 1 versus 3 in the pistol. Again, it's the individuals. Oh, no. What's going on here? Oh, Vinny chases Relentless down the vents. Oh, my goodness. This game has gotten a whole lot more fun. But it's far from over, as we say.
Just a good time. Watching the Zeus take place here. And Phelps now could collect some checks with that Mac 10, but it might just be hoping to make some money moves here, and he just gets blasted. Hard cleared. Right there, so. Good idea. Nice attempt.
Yeah.
You do love to see a Zeus kill in the feed, but.
If only my opponents would surrender every time I got a Zeus kill. If they would just lay down their weapons and say, yes, you've won this round.
Oh, they won the mental battle.
I guess you could say that.
A little bit of fear put into him right there with that Zeus kill. Oh, oh, that slow-mo is perfect. Absolutely glorious. But La Ruginetta, that's a 2-0 start off this half. fear into the hearts right now of Imperial.
The bounce back needs to start here. La Rugineta are putting up many more rounds that Imperial are usually comfortable with. And out in the open, Phelps wants to fight. Naz will sure as hell give it to him. There's a man advantage.
Start off the first gun round as well. A nice little 4v5. You gotta pick up the pieces here. The rest of the squad is gonna spread that defense thin, and it is still just a wait it out and see what comes your way for the rest of La Rugineta. They find their opening pick, they hit the brakes.
Imperial, they have a backstab brewing as well. No Way does at least get the one, but immediately traded by BK1. This has to come down to Vinny. He trades out for the AK. And he gets a ton of damage downrange. As well as Decenti, though, coming up the vents. He just couldn't convert the kill. And so it puts it all on a Vinny. He'll walk through the edge of the smoke. He'll catch one. Can he replicate a 1 versus 3 here? He knows where BK1 is. We're running out of ammunition. Lots of damage. Down very low. 2 bullets in the mag. Switches out weapons as well, but just off on the wall banks. There's a new weapon, though. Vinny, he doesn't know where the last opponent is, though. Naz is around the site. There's a headshot waiting for him. La Rugineta up 9-6 on Imperial's best map in their pool.
Versus the best new team in the region, like you said, playing on this continent right now. And they are actually putting themselves in a spot where they could do it. First gun round goes their way. Naz with another clutch. And again, it's all at the back of pausing in this 4v5. They're able to collapse on that A side there, catch a bit of a weakness in the positioning. I can't believe it. This might be one of the teams to do it here. Look at those odds. No longer full faith here.
Gold, they've been cut in half. Those odds. This is different than Vertigo. This is different than this previous map. La Rugineta have... Yes, it's taken both pistols. It's taken a bit of fortune here and there. But again, when you give these players on La Rugineta these individual fights, these head-to-heads, Naz is going to punish you. Look at this. 17-8 just towering over his opposition at the moment. Same goes for Kaiser. You know, you give him the fights. You give him the chances to just get started in these rounds. These guys are a different beast.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Just can't. Nobody can afford to do that here versus a squad. It could be a tough lesson to learn here for Imperial. So they're getting broken down on this map that usually lets them stand so tall versus any and all opposition. There's still time to shut this down. There's still time to show up here, but not a lot of it. Not a lot of runway left here, so off the back of this, you're going to have a save, and you're going to probably see La Rugineta grab themselves double digits now. What can they do from that point?
I mean, I can shudder a bit at that thought. Vinny's going to invest in an M4 and armor. Imperial are in need of a... I wouldn't say a miracle just yet. Because, I can make the joke that no one's ever come back from a 10-6 scoreline in Counter-Strike 2. Never. Things get awkward. Jiggle peek, though, from BK1. Spots out a boost. Trying to pull off some gimmicks. Phelps round the corner, though. 1, 2, are you serious? 3 on the MP9? And I think the uprising is over, Cole.
Oh my god, that has to offer up a lot of inspiration here. Watching that take place right there. In the meantime, Abiz can't even make it on top of the silo. Can give a little extra kill there towards the way out, but oh my god, what a lockdown with the MP9.
Oh,
that's
my
AKs
goodness.
retrieved. Look at the amount of firepower now that they've just picked up off the back of that. Laura gonna instantly into a timeout.
Their money has just bottomed out.
Yeah.
Wow. A round win like that has completely changed the wins in the sales right now. It has just knocked the life out of this team. They're down to nothing. The desperation force buying, Cole. They won the first 3 rounds of the half. That was supposed to be the easy walk-in. But Phelps with a single MP9 in a corner. That changes the game.
What that man's capable of there. What on full display in that round. Phelps keeping them away from, like you said, just a really tricky comeback here. Not an impossible one, but one that you would, rather not have to really do. Now they're likely going to be able to close the distance even further unless they got something special for us here on this call. Fast A play is what it seems. Smokes are in. Maybe getting ready to scale out. Squeaky. Couple smokes thrown in though. Bit of a miscom. They're out hut.
Forward. They're out hut though. And Naz gets a double.
Trees.
Hold on, but Phelps is still here. Rotates are also arriving. Phelps comes in with the triple kill. And Descenti, though, has to handle Kaiser. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Henny up into the clutch. Not going to waste any time getting active into the site. Kaiser, however, has picked up a Galil. Fake the reload. Henny's going to jump up. Last bullet, or one of the last couple in that magazine, to get it just barely across the line. Pick up his AWP. And that'll be the defuse in the retake.
Phelps does it again, man. Phelps saves them again. Look at this defense here. A heroic effort diving through the smoke. And it's a lovely attempt from Kaiser with this Tech 9. But Henny has the AK. He reigns supreme here. It is going to be a 1-round game where I think finally we're not going to see as much desperation in this purchase, but you can get a pretty effective half buy and try and maybe run back another A play or see if you can get it this time around. And, well, they are going to go for the force, actually. Surprised to see that, but it's kind of understandable here for these underdogs.
And whoa, what a flick
Wow.
as well. The force buy back in for the underdogs. And it may come back to bite them. Even a deep smoke through. Henny, though, will be dealt with. Kaiser just goes for the swing. Connects the shot, but there is one back. Coming through from Phelps. Outside. And as soon as La Rue gonna have to try to find an advantage, they have another hill to climb.
Still being maintained here. Opus ready as well. Oh, but it just gets off the line and he has to fall away now. So ramp control conceded with no casualties.
Yeah, but do they realize that Descenti actually has an op instead of a rifle of some sorts? Well, now they do, and they don't really care, it seems. Molly will chase him out of control. So this bomb plant will just be a guarantee. Oh, we have a retake, but... Oh, but for how long? Well, maybe just stopped immediately. Vinny gets domed. And same goes for No Way. Descenti walking forward at the Tech 9 up close. Relentless just hits the first bullet out the gun. And we're back in it here for La Ruginetta.
Oh my god. They make that 4v5 just look so incredibly easy. Phelps off to save. They have completely disrupted this Imperial squad right now. They're making them look like the rookies in some of these rounds right there. Just trying to get an HE off and give it over full ramp control for decency, and just some small errors right there, fully capitalized on by this squad. Money is in a really rough spot with this op save. They'll be able to manufacture some more purchasing power at least, but my god.
This game has just gotten a whole lot weirder. La Rugineta, they're just still slogging along in terms of the finances. Imperial want to drag this team back into the mud. This is our map. It's for a reason. Able to dodge out, but BK1 seems to know something we don't. He's waiting. He's waiting for Phelps, who hands his back right to him. What a read.
Looks like they've done fair share of homework here. On a play like that, Phelps just read into like a book. And now watching from the sidelines, the hero of these last couple of rounds already eliminated.
But the auto shotty is going to send some rattles. Shake things up. For La Rugineta, as well as Henny begins the advance in lobby. Here's the movement. We're going out from Squeaky. There's a drop down from Kaiser. Falls right into the op. But this auto shotty from Noe is actually going to be the key part of this retake. Not going to fall for the bait, at least just yet. This auto shotty will not be able to deliver. It's the ops instead, and Naz is ready. 1v2 for Henny. As a player top hut. Also down low on the off angle. BK1 will not be able to lock it in just yet. Time's ticking, though. And without a kit, Henny, I don't think he can win this feasibly. He hits the headshot, though. What? No, he had time without the kit.
There's a kit.
Oh,
There's
he's
a
able
kit.
to find it on the site. He just gets it in. Time running low, but not running fast enough. Imperial will get their 9th round.
Dude, that's a signature Henny flick right there, but with the AK instead. To save Imperial, that could have been curtains right there. And you're up against Naz of all players. But Henny sends one high. And Imperial will still be able to survive. Oh my god. What a save here from Henny.
He had time without the kid. He had time without the kid. But he insisted on finding it. Oh my goodness. That was madness. That was madness. Don't know what else to say. La Rugineta tossed themselves into the force buy, tried to drag Imperial through it, but a clutch from Henny, a 4K and a 1 versus 2 keeps Imperial in their map to shut down these underdogs. So we're back in. Are we going to force again?
Yes. Quick answer for that. Yes, absolutely. La Rugineta not willing to give up on this one. All in. Back to a couple Tech 9s and 2 AKs to boot. They've still got a threatening purchase. And still looking to put the pressure here on Imperial. No one's stable. The economy, but a fast play through secret here. BK1's gonna beat him to the punch, though. He's at least gonna be able to have a chance to post up here.
Oh, he drops it instead, though! And Descenti with the double. Make it a 3rd. And the tally racked up. Just leaving Henny here towards ramp to clean up these last 2 players. Making no secret about their approach. He's gonna swing on forward. There's one. Not the second just yet. Abiz will put a little spanner into the works, but this is going to be 10-all. Just going to do a little bit of op disposal. Because why not? He just pushes forward. And goes right into Descenti, who walks away from this one on a 4K. We said it so many times here, Cole, but I think this time we can truly say the revolution is over.
Yeah, at least they're going to have to call in the save, and that's going to be Imperial taking the lead, right? That's the worst part about this. For this attempt at this comeback into the series. But a clutch from Henny, man. That experience is so valuable. And he's showing up in the clutch like this. This is Nico, though, and we're doing this?
Oh,
Craziness from Phelps. He wants the Sweet Eeks, but he'll get a couple of them before his way out there. Vinny even upgrades off the MP9. My god, though. Brazen Counter-Strike from Imperial. No respect shown in that round right there. That's a statement. Saying, La Ruginetta, you put up a good fight. You showed up here. But we're ready to put this one to bed.
So an AWP handed over to Henny. So La Ruginetta, despite the performance from Naz, who, by the way, is still top of the server, is there anything more? It's going to be an A-rush. It is an A-rush to try and end it. But, well, Vinny and Henny destroy from the back of the site. Just leaving Kaiser relentless. And they drop 2. 12 to 10 here for Imperial. And they're finally looking to put a bow on this series that could have very well gotten out of hand.
Oh my god, it definitely could have here. Vinny and Henny, though, again, putting it down. These two players have been fighting hard. Oh, this is second half to keep things safe. Vinny with a beautiful multi-kill. Doing some of his best work here on the anchoring. It will be closed out comfortably by the rest of that squad. Excellent work coming through. Or do they try and end it? All in for
right here.
La Ruginetta right now.
The ramp room. Many a time have we seen something like this smoke drop back in. Senti has no idea what lies behind. Now he does! As they push on through, but only good for the one. The Henny arrives from J-Hall. Searching for wall bangs. Gets awful close on it. Now, though, leaping into the lower site right. Down into no way. We'll be able to clean up the bomb carrier. And that just leaves Kaiser, the last remnants of an upset. And that will be finished off by Phelps. A 2-0 at the very end for Imperial. But La Ruginetta can walk away with their heads high here, Cole. They falter, but they make an impact.
I really thought that they were going to do it here, and I thought they were going to do it on nuke of all maps in this series, man. But you got to give so much credit. That clutch from Henny, it bails them out completely in this half. It saves them the strife of losing. And at that point, when you're winning rounds like that, when you watch your teammate save you like that, I feel like it's hard to let him down and fail from that point. So Imperial, they do complete the mission. They do it in a 2-0 fashion right there. Confident on Vertigo. But again, it's lovely to see this roster formulate, this new team come through, take down 9Z to make it into playoffs, and then still say, hey, we're going to put up a fight versus a team like Imperial, who right now are one of the better teams in the region. That's
one thing to say, is that the guys over at La Ruginetta individually matched their opponents here. A team that is... This team is going to Pro League. This team is going to the Americas RMR. And this La Ruginetta squad, player for player, stood toe-to-toe with this team. And that is the most impactful thing. This group of organizationless Argentinians, I think the way to phrase it is kind of the scraps, the leftovers of the Argentinian scene. They're taken from all different other projects that have fallen apart, failed, etc., forming together into this team and making the quarterfinals of an event like this.
Yeah, incredible words, Stu. That's an incredible job there. But obviously, Imperial able to shut that thing down. leading to what could be some really exciting matches in the future. We talked a lot about W7M heading into this one. Obviously, a team that didn't quite make it to the RMR, but a roster that has been rising rapidly and challenging some of the best in the South American scene. So either that or it's Bestia, which could be a potential matchup at the RMRs and a big deal a little bit later down the line. So a lot of exciting matches here still left to play out today, and of course we'll take a look at that schedule. Fluxo versus Solid is going to be up next, but also at the same time we're going to be, or rather Ted and Zephyr are going to be covering W7M and Bestia. So 2 very exciting matches going on simultaneously.
Yeah, so you have an A and a B stream for our next up and coming block here. So do strap in for that. But for now, we're going to be taking a bit of an extended break while we get our teams ready and prepped for that. So we'll be back in about an hour here to take off our next set of quarterfinals with an A and a B stream. So do stay tuned for that.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Counter-terrorists win. Terrorists win.
chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
So welcome on back to the RES LATAM series. We're going on a bit of a double header here. We're the A stream. Ted and Zerfer have got that B stream. I'm fine, Joe. I call Extra McHenry because we're taking away our next quarterfinal. We're going to settle all of these right here, right now.
An exciting matchup as well to look at here, of course. We just want to watch La Ruganeta get shut down, but show up with a really exciting fight. Now, Fluxo versus Solid in a matchup that I feel like is going to be an absolute barn burner. Pretty electric here. These two teams have been kind of battling it out recently, which is a bit interesting, but also it's going to be exciting to see who's going to come out on top of this. I mean, again, it's two teams that are looking to bounce back, show up, and so far, you look at the name value on Fluxo, you think a whole lot of this roster, right? You think this should be a lock-in for these guys, and they sure did lock in their group, but Solid have shown up here recently and have offered a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, Solid have turned out to be quite impressive. While they did take, their group over there wasn't necessarily the most difficult. They did, again, put up some competition versus Imperial. Of a struggle versus a, but themselves to be reckoned with the South Americans. Add even more context to this matchup, Cole. Solid even picked up a BL1 victory versus Fluxo literally just yesterday.
Yeah, that's great news here heading into this matchup. That means a lot, right? It's lose or go home. Solid have the confidence heading into this matchup here, and that's going to mean a lot for this squad. I mean, even in the past, if you look at like prior CCT's South American series, Solid have had Fluxo's numbers. Now that's been with different players and different individuals, but Fluxo yet to really figure out consistent ways to conquer this roster, and it'll be interesting to see if that problem continues to flare up, as Solid could really make a case to ensure that here. I think we might have lost him for a second, so I'll go ahead and keep going here with this side of things here. As we can go ahead and introduce Solid and see what they're bringing to the table. B and C, LCM, Zerba, GBB, and CSO. Again, we got to watch these guys a little bit in the group stage, seeing what they were made of, and I was nothing but pleasantly surprised. Not even surprised. I kind of knew what these guys were able to bring to the table. It's just that they looked really strong when it comes to some of these head-to-head, some of these matchups, and the victory over Adala y Amigos, definitely impressive, and putting up a fight again up against Imperial was pretty exciting for the squad.
Yeah, we're at least hoping to get some excitement out of these two squads for sure. I think over there on the Fluxo camp, however, we are trying to find where this team really falls here in the South American scene. Like, we see these names, we see these players, but the results just simply don't really materialize here. But a 2-0 versus 9Z maybe can instill some confidence.
Yeah, no question about it. It certainly should here. This roster, like you said, it should be a team that we immediately experience success here. They have the name value. They have got these incredible riflers here on this squad. Lukowski's definitely one of the more exciting prospects coming through out of the South American scene. Zevi's op has been incredible in teams past, but is not necessarily bringing it into form on this Fluxo roster. So there's still some questions to answer, and I think this is the sort of series that will give us those answers. Are you able to put down a team like Solid that a lot of people, I think, would come into this series expecting them to be able to beat?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. They weren't able to do it yesterday, right? GBB and company are a tough team to take down sometimes. And for this Fluxo squad, I mean, they keep bringing in like really great names, to be honest. I think Che is a very nice addition to this team, very explosive fragger. And this team is just loaded with talent, all things said. But sometimes things just don't come together. If they can secure, a convincing win here, if they can continue advancing through this bracket, again, they're kind of can set themselves on a collision course for Imperial over there in that bracket. But let's go ahead and dive on into a veto here, Cole.
See where we're playing things out on. Again, we'll see the bands roll on through, and no big surprises there as we start off. And then Ancient immediately picked out here by Fluxo. I feel like Fluxo have been able to do some really good work on this map here. Do have some impressive victories, more so as of recent, taking down some pretty tough teams. So I like the initial pick coming through. Vertigo out of the gates, though, for Solid here, it kind of comes as a bit of a surprise. They have struggled quite a bit versus the competition in this event in particular. So, kind of seeing that picked out here, it makes me feel like Solid have something well prepped and established here, but they definitely don't have the wins.
Yeah, like, there's no conversion here. The call, it's like 2 days ago, they played this map versus Sharks, and they could totally across the wall. Like, it is just so interesting. But look, so to prepare for years. You bet that, like, I think a team like this that isn't necessarily like already looked into the RR, they don't think of this event as a bit over. They think of this as an event to prove themselves. So I'm sure there's been a bit of work behind the scenes to make this Vertigo pick real, but I mean, the confidence to pick it in a corner versus Fluxo, that has its own ramifications.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of make you think here that you better show up, right? You better show up and deliver here on Vertigo. Otherwise, again, there are going to be a lot of question marks as to why exactly this was the map that you leaned into here, especially when you already have some pretty like good history versus this squad. Just over onto the likes of Mirage, right, where that could have been maybe an option that they lean into, but instead kind of lean away from that and head more so into a bit of a risky pick there. So I'll be interested to see what Vertigo has in store, what that takes place, and if Mirage is going to be required in the grand scheme of this series here. But overall, I will say I want to see that consistency. I think we both highlighted Fluxo coming into this one as a roster that is going to be eager to prove themselves, is eager to show up after a failed RMR closed qualifier campaign, didn't quite make it to the RMR. A big deal for this organization who I would say has a lot of expectations, a lot of funding, I think, going into these projects, a lot of funding going into building up these players. And so right now, you want to be able to challenge and take down some of these like scrappy up-and-coming South American teams here. And Solid is one of those rosters.
We'll see if we can keep it up here. Team Solid versus Fluxo. Yeah, I'm back, guys. Don't worry about it. And let's kick this one off. Fluxo versus Team Solid. Solid, again, showing up. Definitely, some underdogs here, but Fluxo are going to show them what's happening in the server. VSM deletes two, but Dreba in the corner, though. Took his time, but too much of it. Che will clear him out. And this pistol round's a one-way street. So with that, left to back away, BNC and GBB just going to go to their respective spawns at the moment. What a round. What a blowout. Right there, VSM flying out middle.
That's exciting for VSM right there. Good to see him just out of the gate, stepping up like that. With a bit of brilliance. Now the instant pistol call save is in here. GBB no longer a guarantee that he can walk away with successful, but is able to fight his way at least for one kill. Is traded quickly though, and just a hit saved is all that you're really walking away with, and that's a big if. VSM and Lacalzi are hungry, and through the smoke they are able to encapsulate him. So Fluxo get away with the win by elimination. And a quick one at that. A statement victory to start this off.
There we go. I mean, those kills clean, and then Che does clear out Jareba. A little triple donut setup, a tiny little gimmick. Curveball tossed in, but gets vaporized quickly. So team solid. Gonna hop on over towards that A site. We have a little pistol stack. And PKL is going to do some fact-finding. We have some information that PKL is a bit under the weather for this game, so we'll highlight good performance when it's needed. But BNC comes away with Zevi right there. Wins a head-to-head versus a Galil.
An easy fight right there. Zevi sidelined. Again, what was, I think, a lot of people's, like, most exciting offers out of South America of last year. Got picked up by Flux, so that was a big change, right? He's looking for that success. We're looking for the reason why he maybe made that risk and jumping the ship there into a new roster. New horizons. Saw a lot of potential with this Fluxo squad, but you have to field it here with this, like, iteration of players here.
You know, it's definitely another step in PKL's career if he can keep it up. He's obviously propelled Payne to many international attendances. Journeys overseas, but you know, this is a new challenge for him. You know, no longer, you know, partner in crime with Big Yazera over there on Payne Gaming. Again, I mean, it's kind of like a whole reset of the Brazilian scene when that shuffle went down. Now, Big Yazera is playing with some of the youngest players at the moment in all of Brazil. You know, NQZ, Nissim, Lux, all these players who are just young up-and-comers. Well, I think Fluxo put themselves as more established names, to be said, and honestly, maybe a bit of dichotomy to how both these two players are performing. What a nade.
Absolutely. Nice little chunky nade right there. They'll still not discourage any re-aggression, and maybe it should have, as BSM just clotheslines two and takes a third as well. Bye-bye to your B setup right there. Finally, something from Zerba, but I mean, it's not going to encourage them to try and retake this round, surely. Already enough has been done.
Well, that round ended very quickly. What was that? The spray transfer on 2 was sick already, and then just the third to cap it off. I mean,
He didn't stand a
VS7,
chance.
he still got it, man. This guy still got it.
He did not stand a chance. He was ready all the way through. Like you said, I mean, even just the preparation for that spray transfer, being able to line that up so efficiently and ready for the third player. It was never going your way right there. There goes your first gun round. You're swiped aside by one deadly individual.
Oh, boy. All right, this Fluxo is on fire at the moment. And CSO won't even survive either. No guns held on here for Team Solid.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing granted to these guys for free. They're gonna have to work for it. Luxo have come into this day ready to play. Again, like you just mentioned here, eliminated from that that closed qualifier here. Like, Flux is one of those rosters that I want to see actually contend for these qualification spots, but sometimes fail to make it to that point. And so it's good to see them come through hungry for revenge in this best of 3. Because if they fail here, again, there's no second chances.
Yeah, this team has kind of played second fiddle to the, you know, the regulars. Oh, I would say, oh my goodness, but they're making a case. Every individual is turning up. Oh my goodness. Oh, these kills are just brutal. Here comes the nade. Through the wall there for Zevi. Sure, these are eco kills, but, you know, whatever can happen in a round like this can happen on a gun round too.
I've already seen it happen on a gun round.
Yeah! Thanks, VSM.
Put it on full display for us. Instant save call here. This has been a very fast sequence of rounds in favor of Fluxo. Since the pistol, since the fly out middle. It hasn't been much of a slowdown here, and I think they're going to like to keep that up. When you have control of this momentum here, you really don't want to let go of it. And I doubt we're going to see them slow things down at all if you can keep that high-octane Counter-Strike applied.
We'll just have to see here. Can they keep it going against the guns? LCM will pick up his AWP. I think the standout player, at least in the last series here in the RES, was CS2. In my opinion. Able to lock up that very final map versus the Amigos. Ooh, he could fall early, but Jureba does spin right back around. The spray just off there for Lakowski.
We'll kick things off with an opener. We've got a lot of tools to pull things back. You can see VSM a bit on the prowl right now. For a pick. EKL the same. Well, they're playing that pixel angle right there, but a great smoke is going to help out. Flashbang through it, disrespecting that smoke, but look at the way Che's able, or rather CSO was able to avoid that utility, and he's going to be able to defend that donut with his life.
It was close, so close. But the flashbang just wasn't good enough. If it was a perfect popper, it's great, but time to turn around and then go for the kill. PKL is going to get up to no good through the edge of this. He'll not be able to find GBB. And Zevi also cleaned up. This rifle round will get quieted down by Team Solid. They're looking to exit this one flawless. I think VSM... I think he's just been spotted. And definitely heard now. Oh, but boy, is he gonna make some noise on the way out. My goodness.
Just make it pricey for them. That's exactly what you want here. Make sure it's not flawless. He does get flanked off by GBB. We'll close it out, but I mean, again, as long as it's not flawless like that, 5 players don't live. You do a little bit of exit damage. You don't hit that magic number of 3 kills, but you gave him something to fear heading into that next gun round here. It's coming up from Fluxo. As for Team Solid, that's much more stable. That's much more like it here. It's really nice to play your first gun round and not in a 2v5. I'll say that much.
Oh, we're gonna go fast out middle, trying to hit the Jets once again. CSO in trouble. Quickly traded out though by Che. Nade to the smoke as well. Jureba just dodges out on the shots to keep it a 4-on-4. And that's where this round's gonna stand for a little. Hold on. LCM returns back into Donut. He has the cutoff here. Swing in, but a missed shot. Lukowski will find it through the smoke as it blooms. Oh, Fluxo can't rotate.
So being cut off here. Double up in cave right now is deadly. You're gonna avoid it for now. Walking up the ramp would kind of bypass this setup here, and the molly will keep them away from really threatening onto the site. You can see it draws BNC's attention away.
The thing is, they have to fight for deep control, so they have to battle back from cave. BNC trying some wall bangs, but making no secret of his position. The thing is, the post plants are not that good here. I'd have to think.
Man advantage still there. And the for just yet. Honestly, there's not even a rotate coming through from the likes of Zerba.
This will just be a save. Lukowski, though, will clean up a couple of these flanking players, and then PKL Also taking BNC. GBB's got to bounce out of there. And I don't think he's gonna even survive. He'll fight his way out of it, but that's Fluxo coming through with just a procedural round.
Absolute clinic put up right there. Great trading in middle, dealing with CSO. Lukowski just disrupting this A side. You just don't know what to do at that point. So much work being done on some of these extremities. It makes it near impossible to recover. They won't be able to do it. So maybe a flash in the pan gun round here, but Fluxo right back to winning ways. Back at it again, though. You got an op for LCM. We bringing that?
So there we go. This round will get locked up by Fluxo. This round falls in one direction. 6-1 right now, and it's shaping up to be a bit of a blowout here, Cole, if things continue the way they are. LCM will at least keep an AWP in play, but that's all. This was an investment put forward from Team Solid that just got vaporized, just got dealt with instantly.
Yeah, it's another case of it.
Terrorists win.
That's for sure. It's broken down. Great calling. I mean, it just feels like they are playing this very momentum-based call, and we're winning these rounds here. We're finding these great reads in these different situations, and you can see they play one round off of another here. Take a lot of mid control, take a lot of B presence in these early rounds. Well, in the next, we're just going to throw it fast towards A, and you can see the resources that Solid have just aren't enough to fend up against it here.
We're going to be very aggressive towards middle, but Fluxo don't want anything to do with it. A lot invested, but Fluxo kind of handling this aggression well. They're just going to dodge out on it. They're just going to wait it out.
Ready into the next moves here. Rather consistently on the side of Fluxo. More patient approach. But it does look like they want to finish over towards this A side here. And it does look like there's also a much better defensive setup now for this CT side.
So you think. Lukowski is going to get a red room smoke up and running.
Out they go here. LCM breaking down the first player. Immediately with that AWP here. Looking for more shots and more opportunities. There's so much more on this site. Two entries come through in a flash though. Che and Zevi. They find their site. They now just need to figure out a way to plant the bomb here, but CSO is there to disrupt that. Where utility being tossed in, he's going to be able to punch in the numbers, and no one's watching, but he still gets away with it.
Just barely. They get repositioned. But that's all. Be on the top room. Into the 3-on-3.
Now they got to work here, Che. The smoke thrown his way, but there's still a flank formulating in CT spawn right now. It could be Zevi to do it all. Backs are turned, and he's able to strike for two. It's just now VSM left into the clutch. GBB panicking, unsure of where VSM is, and he steps out just in time for Fluxo to keep it up.
That's what you want to see right there from Zevi. That is exactly it.
So many backs turned right there, and he's able to claim them all. That is such fantastic work right there. A little bit of trigger discipline goes a long way here. And Zevi able to step up to the plate when called upon. And still very little going for the side of Solid. Now continued pressure here. They're going to be able to get another investment out, at least LCM, with the AWP working some angles.
See? Decided let's sneak in the cave. A moment. Keep on the angle though. Swings. Drops VSM.
Really pick off there on the player that was able to win the 1v1 last time. Been finding so many openings, but it doesn't linger. The success just doesn't last here. The 4v5 nullified by PKL this time.
Okay, so let's see here from CSO. Gets at least one, but fortunately just dropped immediately. But still a 3-on-3. Bomb still in spawn and 50 seconds to make up their minds. This is going to get weird.
It is. It's a target selection at this point here. With B completely open for the taking right now. Seems like Flux are going to choose correctly. BNC might be the only defender here. He is calling upon Zerba to join up with him, so multiple players now, but they're going to be stuck behind smokes.
Yeah, that's the problem. Now, as 15 seconds go down as the time tick. They let Shureba into the site. They're going to deny the plant. Is there time? There should be. Zevi able to pick up the bomb, and with seconds to spare, they're going to get it in, but the wall bangs are good. Not enough to win the round, however. GBB in a 1 versus 1. So in we go.
He's already been so clutch. You got to go up against this guy again.
Off angle from Zevi. Jiggle peeking right now, and he's going to give GBB the fight. That's going to be 7-2. That's solid with an avenue back into the game.
I thought he was going to maybe play off that bomb right there, but he was eager for a fight right there, as Zevi often is. I wanted to sit back and wait. No, he likes to press the issue, and in doing so, he takes one step too far. GBB will close it out and give them a little bit of breathing room here in a tough first half. Clutches have not gone your way, but finally something right there.
Yeah, Zevi was trying to toy with the angle a little bit, but GBB not having any of the games. So util set goes in out towards middle. Lukowski in very awkward straights at the moment. Met with the molly. He's has to bounce out of that one. And so Fluxo more so relegated the passive positions, except for inside of cave. GBB will dodge the flashbangs for the moment.
Beyond the pressure. For just B-side. Fluxo playing fast and loose with the space creation. VSM just jump spotting it here, but walks away immediately. Goes for some spam.
That's been heard.
Could be surprised by GBB.
Yeah, but we've seen how often VSM has won this fight. It's going to slink on back. In the meantime, what has just gone on in middle? Jureba. As two walk through the smoke, he just doubles up on them. However, Zevi's going to make things complicated. The VSM will finally fall. PKL the same. GBB runs through the team. And nothing Zevi can do to win this round. This is Team Solid, who will book themselves the third round.
Excellent work right there. Locking in. Closing out with some confidence. Again, it's up to Zevi to do some damage here. That's a shadow spotted, and Zevi will claim it. So one extra kill on his way out of this round that he will be saving in for sure. Either way, again, make sure that it's not flawless, make sure it's not tidy. I'd like to see what takes place there over towards that mid door. See if we can get it back. There it is. Just a beautiful lineup right there. Really sets the tone. And GBB, he follows suit with a double of his own.
I mean, what a terrifying player in the server right now. GBB has more kills than the rest of his team combined, Cole. I love using that stat.
They're playing like a monster right now. Not a massive surprise. This guy is incredibly gifted. Was able to show that in the group stage. It's good to see him just pick it up right where he left off, right?
We'll have to see if he can take that one to the house. Versus Fluxo. A 7-5 half. Manageable. I'd say. Anything more, though, can get a bit weird. And GBB, who else to be at the forefront, be on the opening play. Going to be joined together with BNC and Jareba again in middle. Can Che hold this one off, though? This angle is feeling very awkward. GBB will just sideswipe that. There's another. Eventually traded, but the damage is done. LCM will lock in Zevi. This round's over.
Quick curtains on that one. No trouble breaking past it again with the multi-kills, again with the output from a couple of these individuals. GBB with another double. Continues to stack up the round count and the numbers as well, but VSM at least gives one back. LCM gets caught in a jiggle. Down 20 HP though, just not enough health, and the double swing will ensure victory.
Oh my goodness. GBB is again just posting a multi-kill in seemingly every single round. He's gotten his team back into the game again. There's a very impactful double, and you know, if you do that every round, saving your team a lot of stress.
No question. Incredible work so far from GBB. Bit of a solution to that early problem they found themselves in of running into VSM here. Fast towards middle though, and a much better defense this time. Again, Reba able to just delete the initial gambit there, and in the half we could just see Team Solid really walk away with a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, some strong individual play has kind of gotten them back into this, and Zevi's not going to push with the flash instead. I think his shadow got spotted there as the smoke fades. Leads to the easy kill. Just leaving Lukowski 1 versus 5. It just takes a couple of individuals to start waking up in this game for Team Solid to really pose a massive threat.
Show what this squad is made of. Definitely able to do that right now. Cowsey left behind the smokes looking in. The best time for him.
Just gonna jiggle peek, hit the wide swing, and that will do it. Team Solid put together 4 rounds in a row. Towards the end, Jareba just reinvigorated with his team, including GBB on that front as well. I mean, just non-stop multi-kills in middle from this guy.
Able to turn the tide when things weren't going their way. GBB was able to pull it back and slow down Fluxo from what could be could have been a potential dominant scoreline there. Instead, it's only a 2-round lead, which is manageable. Now that you're hopping into your T side there. The odds, though, for a 1xbet still give the favor to Fluxo after that first half, and quite a bit. Understandably so.
VSM. Gonna pop some shots off to try and solidify those odds. We'll get it with Che, though. A huge stack awaits. An open donut angle. The dual Berettas start to chew through. And that's going to be the man advantage going. And also the bombs on the ground. Kind of inside of that donut position. Lukowski knows that. He just leaps forward right on top of it for the 4K. Lukowski gonna power Fluxo with a pistol.
It's definitely something that they'll like to have in their back pocket. Their pistol to continue to build on this lead. And one like that as well. Lukowski. Definitely the last player, if you're outside of Solid, that you want to see start to have some impact like that. You're hoping he would remain a little bit back into the pack here, but starting off the second half, the 4K. It's the last thing that you can afford here. Such a great individual.
Now, Glocks. It's just Glocks, guys. It's really not that hard. Yeah, VSM knows. VSM knows what's up. He's gonna get his Sweet Eek. Somehow his MP9 wasn't connecting for more, but Che's got his back. And just like that, blink and you miss it, Fluxo are 4 rounds away from taking this map 1.
With the quickness. But the gun rounds, they start now, so go ahead and give them their fair shot right now. On the side of Solid, this is going to be your first chance, your first opportunity. The second half. They've shown that they can already pull things back, make it interesting. Utility exchange towards the middle, the classic.
Now VSM, though, in some trouble. GBB gonna chase him down. Doesn't matter. Still wins the fight, and PKL through will solidify a man advantage, and there's no follow-ups there from Team Solid. Down a player. That's 100%.
Man on this one, and it's a bit of a bonus here. You want to make sure that you're able to convert off of some of these lesser weaponry, but now you've given over something a little bit better to PKL to defend this B site with smoke just perfectly blooms right in the face of CSO. So more time being bought off the clock here. What's crucial though is that they don't jump the gun on these rotates, and right now this mid alert coming through could actually cause that.
Yep, it's gonna leave PKL alone. Another smoke gets recycled as well. He picked off of the ending tees. Further back. Holland rotates because his teammates have just cleared out middle. They know what's up. The jig is up here for Team Solid.
Oh, Che could just pull the pin on this flank just in time, disrupting this setup, but he doesn't. He doesn't hit the trigger finger just yet. Waits it out just a little bit for his teammates to strike first, and then bam, everyone collapses. And it goes all according to plan right there.
So that's what you want to see there out of Fluxo. They're back at it. And another eco forced out from Team Solid. No bomb plant either. Life gets really hard.
It does, no. Easy comeback into this one, that's for sure. But maybe they can get a quick B-pop here. Caught with utility out his VSM, but he gets his A4 out in time. And good luck getting past that. Yeah, they'll wisely. Differently.
Ooh! Oh, but that Deagle almost connects for a kill. Thing is that VSM in the meantime kind of saw the whole team. That's there's the inherent issue with this, and so will these two swinging players. That is all 5 players spotted. Zeppy doesn't care. We're just gonna run them down. Complete confidence here out of Fluxo.
Absolutely. looking to close this one out with some dominance here. The second half has been nothing short of it. They continue to stampede their way to the finish line. Easy as. Another gun round here. This might be the last that Solid really have to work with. They can't get it together here.
So, Solid. Just gonna fly out middle, but that means just gonna handle BNC. Trying to throw their hat into the ring. But nothing gives. But PKO might give them another chance, which, you know, comes as a bit of a big surprise for, you know, when you're in the advantage. But, well, gotta play it out, I guess. 4-on-4.
Opportunities. The equalizer right there, like you said. Maybe a little bit of an overstep here, VSM. Oh, this angle just doesn't get flashed, and so GBB takes that timing. Oh, this could be beautiful for GBB.
Could be, but also the mid setup is starting to collapse in as well. And VSM understands this threat right now. Zevi goes down to 1, but it doesn't matter. VSM was prepared. Doesn't stop the double kill from coming through, however. But now starting to activate in through cave. And this might be unexpected. This definitely could be unexpected. Typically, you just walk through this position just a couple seconds ago, but LCM is watching with that AWP. And Che is going to be locked out. However, that bomb will force these T's to leave awful shortly. And with that, able to back away. Oh, but he's not going to go for it. I mean, I guess they are too close, so there just wouldn't be a chance. But I respect the try.
Definitely interesting right there. Give that one a shot, but playing a safer game. Can't blame them with the lead that they do currently possess. Doesn't make a lot of sense here. No big pressure put on their shoulder just yet. Like you said, you have the 4v5, you have the man advantage, but you kind of make these overextensions here and there, and it can lead to a lot of frustration that you don't really want if you're Fluxo right now.
Yeah, you just want the easy close down, and PKL maybe ahead of himself now. Puts it onto VSM. Shadow spotted, though. Great advantage on the off angle. Make it 3! This guy is on a rampage. LCM's just going to stand inside the mall. He'll go down to half health as well. 350 damage from VSM. 3.5 kills.
Oh my god, he's like a turret. He doesn't even move on these kills. He just sits there and lets him walk into his crosshair. Finally to be put to rest, but after the damage is already done. What do you do from this
That
point
was
here?
something. I don't think you do anything, Cole. I think you save. Oh, look at that. Jareva also just made a sound for water, and I think Lukowski could definitely hear that. Stomping in water, that is one of the loudest sounds in Counter-Strike. Louder than gunshots, I'm pretty sure. Imagine if your footstep was just as loud as the gun going off. Oh, man. I'm not sure how realistic footsteps in Counter-Strike are, though, because it's like... You know, the amount of footsteps that you could just hear through walls, like... One thing I didn't get is, like... Alright, we'll hold on to this thought, because they're not going to save this. Jareba will fall after time, as I'm trying to make some silly little jokes. Team Solid have their backs up against the wall on this map. Footsteps in Counter-Strike sometimes, not necessarily too realistic. We'll give it to them. But Fluxo had that team, had those saving players boxed in the entire time. And this little play forced exactly that.
Yeah, they were never gonna be able to save their VSM. We're gonna put a quick rest to this game right now. The round like that. Very likely could be the case right now. You got poor Zerba on a P250 and no armor. Everyone else still able to bring some rifles into this one at least.
Lukowski is in what seems to be such an awful position here. Oh, but just barely not spotted down there toward bottom middle. And now PKL is going to charge forward and win the fight. GVB is down. And look at this from Che. He's going to walk amongst the fire here and still play towards that triple box grouped up with Zevi. This is devastating control.
But it is. See what they can do. Break through.
It's now only just Che. On this timing, they have Che alone and isolated, but the first kill will just shut them down and a great molly to delay. Things get even worse here for Solid. He's even looking for more. He's even looking to pop up above the smoke. He will get dealt with, but the cavalry has arrived. They want to end this map now. Jareba needs an ace to keep Solid in it. And now he's down to half HP too. Life gets very difficult. He also doesn't have armor, by the way. He started this one off on a P250 and nothing else. Can he go from 0 to hero here? Well, he's running out of time to do it. He has 6 seconds to plant this bomb. And he's going to lose this round, virtue of the clock. No doubt in my mind. No time remaining here for Jareba. And that's the map. 13-6 there for Fluxo.
Excellent victory right there. Only losing a single round in that second half. And sure, we talked a little bit about the momentum that was being picked up. They did a good job of fighting in that first half right there. But in the second, it was a systematic shutdown coming through from Fluxo. That is what you're dreaming of here. This is the Fluxo that we wanted to see coming into this event. And so far, they have delivered every step of the way.
Yeah, and then coming up into this next map as well, it gets even more worrying for Solid. They pick into Vertigo, which, yes, they have a week of preparation to, get this map into their pool. All right, we're going to try and pick this one into Fluxo, maybe catch them off guard, throw a bit of a curveball. But maybe they didn't need to do this. Are they overcooking it? Well, only a break will find that one out as we move on to map number 2 of Vertigo to see if Team Solid could stay in the RES LATAM series.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And so we're back on in with the RES LATAM series. Map number 1 turns out to be a bit of a blowout, courtesy of VSM. Really just taking over the server, able to match GBB on the other end. And that was far from enough to even get them remotely close within the solar system of what Flux is playing at right now.
Yeah, it was a really incredible showing out of VSM, dude. The multi-kills that he was able to deliver in that last map were absolutely phenomenal, and it felt like from that point, it was just consistent shutdowns coming through from Flux. So second half dominance shown out from these guys, and so they're set up for success in the series here. They did the work that they needed to do on their own map pick, and now again we get that big question mark, Vertigo. What is it going to look like here? Why did Solid pick into this here? They clearly have some sort of game plan formulated, but I doubt that the confidence is fully there. So I'm really interested. I would love to hear from their point of view what exactly the game plan was on this veto.
Yeah, again, it's one of arguably their worst maps in the pool, and they could have kept it simple. They could have said, hey, we're just going to... I mean, they won on Mirage literally yesterday in a best-of-1 versus Fluxo. They could say, hey, you know, we're just going to take it easy and just pick this map again. But they decide to truly mix things up. And I do think it's courtesy of a lot of preparation, and maybe that helped them win their BO1 just yesterday, right? You know, you're preparing for this game. Oh, we just happened against this team in an open qualifier. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. It is interesting to see that sort of decision making there. Like you said, keeping it simple would have been something that I would like for them to do, but we'll see if this big risk pays off, because you know, they will have that third map decider on Mirage, right? Obviously losing Ancient in that sort of fashion, it's like, okay, now you're at the point of do or die. You have no second chances, so you better come through with a really good game plan here on Vertigo. But you know, it could lead to some good opportunities here over the grand scheme of the series if you're able to show that sort of form here. I mean, again, even when you look at like Fluxo, who aren't like the greatest, they don't have like the best record on this map, and they haven't really played it. Actually, they haven't even played it in 2024, which is a bit scary for this squad. That's really interesting right there. Maybe why Solid are more so looking into this map. But you do have really good individuals that play out, like Zevi with his opping here. I think have built up a lot more consistency. I think also PKL has a lot to lean on when it comes to the calling on this map. Like back in his Pain Gaming days, they were incredibly strong on this map. So it could be really interesting in that department.
Yeah, they were one of the best Vertigo teams in the whole Americas back on Pain Gaming, but obviously very different team. But it's very nice that he also gets to have very strong individuals to back him up today. Like VSM, obviously just on an absolute heater so far. And so if that keeps up, I don't even think it'll matter how comfortable they are on the map if one guy can just frag out of every situation.
Yeah, and again, dude, it felt like VSM was a turret there, the way he was standing on some of those bomb sites, or even just defaulting out here, handling multiple aggressive maneuvers. They really built up a strong first half that they carried over into the next, right? He gave him multiple rounds where he just cracked things open, whether it was them falling into his crosshair or him taking those fights. And it just led to a lot of success over that first map. It felt like that one was... just kind of flew by with the quickness there. And you know what's interesting is that's like the organization's first map win over Solid, which is actually such a shock, but
that is incredible.
You know,
that just doesn't make sense in my mind, but it is their first map win over Solid, and it was a blowout to back it up. Now, can Solid at least answer back on this wild pick of Vertigo? Well, Cole, let's find out.
Yeah, and again, it's been a while here. They got to shake off the rust on this map, but after what they looked like, does that even matter? Like you said here, will we even see any of those problems arise with VSM's current form? I'll have to wait and find out here as we hop into the pistol, and of course, it is going to be a pretty heavy A-side presence there. Just sliding in towards Sandbags, but I think he's been spotted.
At least thing. Maybe not 100%. Flash goes through from Zevi, though. It's excellent. Followed up by PKL. 2 instant opening kill. Even BNC go for the trade. He does armor, and now even Lucaus, he just drove on these repositions. He'll drop the damage. Is both players spotted solid.
Good luck trying to pull this one back here within a 4v2. Well, that's a start. A headshot from CSO could build up to a little bit of confidence now. Chasing things out towards middle. Some jiggles. Oh my goodness, CSO.
Okay.
The second. 2 players low. That opens up the book here. Look at this. Che doesn't even want to mess with B-bomb set. They might actually be talking about just playing retake.
Retake with 2 players on low HP and notes seems just mind-boggling to me, especially when you have PKL towards sandbags. Like, there's no A side, so all you need to do is just cover the cross. Of course, every pistol round. Your shots. Che falls, however. The cross into the site is just barely safe, but CSO will get domed by VSM. Jureba, however, struggling to get this bomb planted. He doesn't have armor, so just 2 bullets to the body will do him in. Go for the fake, and, I mean, actually just 1 from Zevi will be enough. Fluxo are going to take the pistol.
That'll do the trick right there. Zevi to chase him down and close out. Making sure that things stay relatively safe and sound. Great setup, though. I love this little push and pull of attention between Lukowski and PKL. That flashbang wasn't even perfectly executed, but I tell you what's perfect here is Lukowski's aim in some of these rounds, man. It is actually incredible there. He was blinded by that flash, but he got enough vision to track the aim still. Clocks do some damage right there.
Hold on. Dinks go everywhere, but Zevi is the player to just lock it in. Say this will not swing back and forth. And there you have it. Yeah, Lukowski on these pistol rounds is so nasty. Hold on. CSO gets himself a FAMAS, and he's quickly finished off. They always hand him the dual Berettas on this CT side. I mean, we saw it on Ancient where he just racks up a 4K. Those dual Berettas, and here he is on Verdict, same thing. Not a fan with the dualies.
Good reason. That's for sure. It is a pretty, like, I mean, obviously this has been something, if you watch any good team, you'll always give your best player the dualies and armor, and usually they just feast. And that's what they do here with Lukowski. He steps up so far in both CT pistols. He's been able to deliver a whole lot here. Nice HE. That's going to land deep. Second one. Oh, no, it just actually bounces over to the close left angle there. So I thought he was doing that lineup that lands on the bridge, but goes against it here. We got an MP5 for Shea in this double B setup as the A-hold is going successful.
Oh, jump up. Did Jureba not?
Oh, he didn't register.
Didn't see it. Oh, but what a shot on the VSM
Oh my
and the
goodness.
next. Are you kidding me?
Their play that's been sharp here. It could be saved. Bailed out by Lukowski just in time. And now the B-side play, it doesn't matter. It's all Jureba all day, and he could close it out as well here. Lukowski's giving him a fight. He wants to go for this.
I mean, or does he? Only on. Hey, and that smoke on the site will actually buy him some space.
Oh.
Just searching for that extra frag. Something to latch onto, but nothing gives. And so, backing on away. Solid will get their first round here. I mean, courtesy of whatever that was from Jureba.
That's sharp. That's what it was right there. That's what they need here. I mean, to get him up there with GBB with a couple of, like, big individual rounds. Definitely don't want to Take this guy too lightly here. Just shows us what he's capable of.
I mean, those two shots. I mean, first of all, I don't know how he didn't register Che. And then the second question is, how on earth did he get both kills after the fact?
I didn't realize and didn't matter.
You don't see that every day.
Give him an early warning sign.
And it works out for one, almost a second as he slides off. And then VSM picks up the kill. A 4-man A setup, and Solid walk right into the trap.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is just a beautiful triple boost right there. So quickly assembled and executed. Still not done just yet. 3 players still standing on the side of Team Solid looking to offer up a fight. But now they shift back and towards a more passive setup here. The B defense is strong as ever. Che tumbles the tower. And LCM just left to try and find some consolation prizes here, and he only finds one.
Wow. Well, that ended quickly. This is nice. This little
such a
boost
sick
action.
setup.
Plus the follow-up. Oh, yeah. But that's just the lock-in. Back to old ways now, RB Cole.
You're just that way. Right back to successful squad here for side of Luxo. We do have a hero AK. They trust GBB to get something done. A little cheeky boost. Don't mind this at all. Not getting anything just yet. These double up on these HEs. He keeps on throwing it close left. I want him to throw it on top of that bridge. That's where the damage would be really done. It's a good idea.
For now, though, it's going to be Pistol's trying to escort GBB. Look, if GBB said, hey, guys, I got an AK, I'd run in there for him.
In the right. You got him standing behind you. You're proving to be so sharp. This shot's already continue to be the case here. Stuck behind smokes everywhere they go right now. Another telegraphing this play towards the A side.
Oh!
Line up here from Lakowski. It brings everyone down.
Wow. I've never seen that angle gets that much success. It almost goes for a triple kill on the lineup. That is sick. And PKL, he's like a permanent resident out towards sandbags, it feels like, and he gets all 3. Are you kidding me? Oh, PKL is going off. 4-1.
Excellent work right there. Clinic being put up on the A side. And even more momentum being built up. This T side coming through for Team Solid. Needing to get lifted off here pretty quickly. I'll fall into get a tough deficit and having to pull yourself out because it didn't work for you last time. Even if you're able to close the distance a little bit.
See, Lakowski not afraid to make a lot of noise down on this A site take, and it's like a wallbang tag. LCM on the way out. And in the meantime, Prowl in middle, Zevi is going to be in charge just for the one. BNC on a quick trade.
What you need right there. Some trading, getting some space into these sites here. Still don't have a lot of map control to work off of just yet. Still left behind that department, but we're on 4s. Start. Oh, spam's close.
Wow. Whizzes right by. PKL will be able to fall back. Keep this a 4-on-4. Little does he know what he just dodged.
We need to call in for some backup. That's for sure. Some
There
extra
it
support
is.
coming in.
And oh, peeking. Oh, does he need backup, Cole? Does he? Oh my goodness, deleted. Making a lot of noise. Lukowski hears the run up, but I mean, he just has his bomb plant denied, right? Surely? Is he gonna spam it? No, he's just gonna take his time about this one, as he should. And we'll catch Jareba moonwalking back towards ramp, leaves LCM. They know where his position is. Lukowski heard it. And instant, I mean, a whopping 10 damage headshot. More bark than bite on that one. Doesn't matter. Gonna save 5-1 for Fluxo.
Yeah, I tell you what, once you get a headshot like that, that's your telltale sign to just go ahead and bail. You know, I'm not gonna give that one a try. And it's understandable why. So they do get broken down right there on the retake. Like you said, PKL, he doesn't need a lot of help here. He'll hold his own. He'll hold steady as can be. Excellent A-side defense right there. That was so necessary.
Solid still need to prove here, Cole, why they picked this map. Right now. I mean, a couple of these rounds, yeah, they've just been manhandled by a good individual. Or two. But I think that kind of round is the statement where, like, in the 4-on-4 in the situation, you need to show some comfortability on the play, and Lukowski's there on the flank to just lock it in. Now we have this from VSM, and he hits the shot. That is... I don't have words to explain how difficult that is, but VSM made it look casual.
As he does, man. Some of these rounds just look like it's so easy for him. There goes your game plan in this gun round here. You gotta play down a man to start this thing off.
Dude. I mean, that's why. That's the one terrifying team here. Thing about this Fluxo team is that the name value, the individuals, and the talent that you have on this team can make up any kind of, you know, tactical deficit that you have here. Now, Zevi's going to be jiggle peeking and off, but LCM does not connect. And a pop flash even to get him back on the line. Dude, they want a brawl. Does not matter if it's an op around the corner. Now Che here. On this site, off angle at the white box. And there's an instant double.
Oh my god.
A whole execute goes down the drain.
This is a whole other gun round. Swiped aside with ease. Do a little bit of damage here there. They nearly find the entries. Just not enough to crack through. Even more going to be built upon this now for the side of Fluxo. On the CT side, they'll already grab themselves 6 rounds.
Ooh.
Ah.
And these shots not connecting here for LCM are starting to mount. As Zevi just walks forward into the angle and just headshots him. You know, sometimes your opponents are just having a really good day. And this is what it's looking like. Like, what on earth? Like, how do you hit it? How do you even see him? That shot from VSM is, that's gonna leave a spot in my brain for a little bit, and certainly one in CSO's.
It's just not fair. Feels like it's just not fair. Having this man tear up the server like this. Again. For another map. That's the benefit you get there with the VSM. Impact. You'll leave them dazed and confused. Back to it. Chug along, we'll see if there's any fight. Team Solid do have in this first half.
We'll see. But, I mean, again, like I was saying last game, Solid need to win a round like this. On pistols. And they need to show off some individual prowess. But that's something we haven't seen yet.
Rounds like these can typically be the springboard here for decent resurgence, a decent comeback. They have that in them here. Again, having to wait out these smokes. We've seen this before. Seen it many a times here already in this half, and waiting out the utility has not been a winning formula.
Yeah, there's been like a double setup as these smokes fade. And a nade that breaks the smoke as well. Now it fades, curtain drops. Now you gotta hit these shots. I think Lukowski definitely got the spot on something. It's gonna leave PKL in this position. Oh, and he's gonna start walking forward, but CSO has one deagle headshot. Now Lukowski does make his way back in from short side, back turned. He's gonna be able to at least fall away, but has more players to deal with. That nade though from Zevi is gonna strike true. LCM just eats it. And up top and above, Zevi goes for more and mows down the rest. This round, while it gets a little out of hand, will be Fluxo's 5th in a row.
A little bit more potential there at least, but again, it is still shut down. Zevi stepping up to the plate there big time. And things could have gone sour. Phenomenal round right there. CSO, he's been pretty sharp this map so far, but just a beautiful HG. That's a nice little ragdoll for you as well. It'll keep things safe and sound. It won't be able to use that round as a springboard, not yet at least.
Now guaranteed to be down at the half no matter what happens. Now Solid were actually able to run it back. They were able to tie things together. But this map pick does raise some questions and concerns. Now, what is nice about this game overall is that word is out is that PKL's a bit ill right now, but everyone else on Fluxo is just kind of like fragging for PKL right now. It's like, all right, you might not be able to put everything together in the server. You might not be all there. Don't worry, bro. We've got you.
Such a relief to have that. It's part of your squad right there. ESM stepping up here in a lot of these rounds. Even PKL, he had the nice little A defense there, so he's had his moments. Yeah, no question. Full team effort showing up here today. Fluxo catching flame right now. Questions will still be asked. Was this risk worth it?
We'll see. BNC charging forward again. He was so great in the earlier series to get them to this point. He's only been on the team for about a week. Hasn't been his game. Hasn't been able to get activated. I mean, when GVB is on 0 kills compared to what he brought on Ancient, that is a night and day difference.
I've been able to shut him down consistently here. It's the last thing you could really afford. Heading into this map as well. Oh, LCM. A sliver. But a tough shot does not connect.
There's hardly any util on this team right now, Cole. Two smokes, 3 flashes. Boost at 30 seconds. Almost takes down Jareba. And that just gets all, like, more and more info. There's a 3-man defense here.
They're just so well set up for this. There's no counter utility, there's no deterrence utility, so bomb plant could be made a little bit easy with that fact here. 15 seconds to do it, though. And if you're Fluxo, you just want to deny that as much as possible.
This is going to be a brawl. Bomb's going to get planted here, or is it? Run through the smoke. 3 players go through. No one survives to even plant that bomb. There's a mid flank, but it has nothing to flank upon. LCM will come away with a couple of frags, but that's it. Fluxo had 1 objective in that round.
Yeah, I mean, that's such smart Counter-Strike right there. You look at the clock right there, you know what you have to do. It's so very clear. Just deny the bomb plant. It doesn't matter if you spend all of your players to do so here. Maybe it would be nice to save a couple guns there. They didn't get much of that, but either way, they all are able to spring into action as soon as the bomb gets tapped. And with 10 seconds left, if your bomb planter goes down, if the bomb gets dropped, it's over. It's actually just so over. Because you not only have to find the kills, but you also have to plant the bomb, and you got to do that with 10 seconds. That's not enough time.
And so, just running out of room to come back into this game for solid. I mean, they're still out to prove why they picked this map. My opinion, Cole. I still haven't seen it. Obviously, you know, I don't know exactly why they picked it, and there's definitely a reason for it. But currently, that scoreline at the top, you know, is saying that this little gambit did not pan out.
Yep. And maybe identifying the vulnerabilities here. Again, you have to play it this year so far for the side of Fluxo in official capacity.
Fair enough.
And I think that's the target. Hoping that they would get that third map Mirage decided. They did. But you gotta make it to that third map here. As time goes on, it's looking less and less guaranteed.
And this is the new off angle. Solid have been allowed a lot of space out towards middle. Not today, says VSM. Just kind of a change up. Tossed in. And even a pop flash. But no one's even blind. Doesn't matter to Che. And then the op just gets dropped by 2 HEs. VSO's all of a sudden in a 1v4. Not anymore. Make it 0. It is 9-1. Right now, Team Solid are getting paved into a street right now.
This could be a very quick day at the office here for Fluxo. This is the form I want to see this roster. This is the form that I think a lot of people are expecting them to be. When you're talking about, like, a challenger roster, like Solid, like, yeah, they can do some damage. They can put a scare on you here. They got the individuals for a couple of rounds, but the name value on this team here is some of the more exciting pieces that the South American scene has to offer, and they're putting it up, finally. They're putting up the numbers to show what this team is made of.
Yeah, this is the results we expect from this lineup here in South America. EKL also going to secure his kill. Lukowski there with the double. And once again, another just unplayable round within the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, and fantastic work right there. Just another lockdown defense. Finding a multi-kill for Lukowski. It's just kind of over here.
Wow.
It is over. So quickly. I mean, this is a roster that didn't quite make it. They fumbled in the RMRs. They're not going to be at the major here. And I think that was a big wake-up call to the majority of this team saying, we got to get our stuff straight. And in this event, they have figured that out. Think about their group stage and the performance. Again, up against maybe a bit of a disjointed 9-0 right now, but still pretty dominant series versus them. You got a whole lot more to be excited about for this squad if they keep this up.
Yeah, and you know what? Fluxo even lost this team literally yesterday in a in a BO1. Like, let's not forget that.
Right, yeah.
And then they come back with a vengeance. I'm sure there's a little bit of like, hey, we're playing this team tomorrow. Let's try something out. This is far more than what I expected from Fluxo, but honestly, it's what you want to see from the players with these kind of names here in Brazil. These are established players who have made themselves at home at some of the biggest tournaments and some with the most talent. Trying to make it here.
This is much more according to their plan here. This is much more according to their vision. Little tick in the molly. Oos is successful here. BSM. Oh, the utility's out. Flash is good, but he doesn't fight.
Ooh, and a boost up over, though, from Jareba. Somehow comes away with that kill. But Jay still very much alive on this site, and a timing has been nailed here by LCM. Will catch a player rotating away, but you can see this from PKL. This is genius. This is genius. He's going to be down at the bottom of the ramp. He'll be cleared. Sort of. Only sort of with a double and 90% done to CSO. It's a 2v2.
It's a HE as well.
Oh, that is devastating. This is the bomb planter. Ready. Lined up.
There it is.
Sails in. Can't escape that. Right on his head. LCM will pick up the bomb, but at what cost? It's bought valuable time for the flank just to lock this one in. Fluxo can't find a way to lose an 11-1 half.
Yeah, PKL again. I mean, you mentioned it here, obviously playing with some sickness right now, but it doesn't matter. He's looking just sharp as ever, and I tell you what, the easiest way to get some rest is by closing this series out. And then, you know, heading to bed right now. You know, a quick day at the office for him. You're right back into healing up for some later stages. I mean, this is just incredible. What a defense right there. Did exactly what he needed to do to save that round. Lucalzi does kind of get caught on a timing. No harm in that when you have someone like PKL that's close by and ready to just shut that round down.
So let's see it. Flying up towards the ramp. Fluxo want to get this one done. Zebby waiting for the double swing smoke to go through, but slowing things down just a tad bit. Trying to force them into the pistol, but are you... What?
Oh
Zebby! Zebby! And Lucalzi, and the round's done. The round is over. They swung for ramp. They tried to get aggressive. They're trying to get funny with it, Cole, but they're all on the floor.
Oh, man. This is just so devastating here. It got tricky in the vetoes here, not only getting funny on the server here, but trying to shake things up a little bit in the vetoes as well. And we were begging the question, we were asking it. What are they going to look like? What are they going to bring to the table? They got a surprise for us. The only big surprise here is that this is going to be a dominant, incredibly dominant 2-0 for Fluxo. I mean, and then again, it's the only reason it's surprising is because this team just lost to this roster yesterday.
Yeah. They lost to them 13-10 in a pretty close map, all things said. That was on Mirage, which... You know, begs
Never
the
going to
question.
show up in this series.
Yeah. Well, last hurrah here for Team Solid. Could be going out with a whimper. Walking up.
First cooked up on this defense. The off angle dealt with there. A trade from GBB. He is a stud. Only stands so tall here. BNC down low as well. Now, but you can afford a little bit of a pause here. That HC's got to chase BNC down, and you got this mid lurk coming through for VSM as well.
I mean,
Maybe call it back towards the B side.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they're doing that. They're doing that.
Can. Without a
Or
problem.
CS right there.
Running it all right back. VSM, MP7, and Jareva with a back turn will at least get the one. And he's up for a clutch. With an
Winnable
MP7.
clutch. PKL's low. Utility's not easy, though. Oh!
Oh,
Boy.
well,
And down he goes. Plummet.
plummet it down to the bottom is the way to phrase it here. Fluxo are going to take this one 2-0 in dominant fashion. Beating down a little bit of a rival, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, again, as I mentioned here, I mean, it's just kind of a shock when you look at the head-to-heads between these two teams, but played each other a couple of times, and this is finally the first chance that Fluxo has had to beat this roster, and what a relief it is here in the playoffs, and a continued rise into form here after a loss to this team yesterday in an elimination out of the Dallas qualifiers for them, so it has to feel like a relief that they're able to get the revenge and get it quickly.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Fluxo are a team who didn't make the RMR, but so this is the tournament that they really want to prove themselves in and kind of get themselves back at the top of the scene. And with 9Z no longer in the tournament, honestly, the road has been cleared for them. Yeah,
that's an excellent point, right? Again, this is definitely going to be the only like exciting prospect here for Fluxo. They have a lot to look forward to. They've been struggling in these qualifiers. They've been struggling to get to that point where they once were, where you're playing up against international competition. So right now, this is incredibly important for them to actually try and lock in and do some damage, to challenge some of the best that are still remaining. And the best teams right now have won so far. I believe that's Bestia also closing out their series in a pretty dominant fashion, shutting down W7M. That's a 13-3 and a 13-5 back-to-back maps. So these first two series have flown by, where it does leave a lot of excitement here, because those semifinals are going to be incredible.
Yeah, certainly the level of Counter-Strike has now just taken one extra step up, but there is one final quarterfinal that will be covered by Ted and Zerfer, and that will be Sharks taking on Case Esports to decide who will be matching up against this Fluxo team that, all things said, Cole, I wouldn't really want to play against them right now.
Yeah, no question about it there. They're looking very sharp here, as are all of the rosters right now playing out in the semifinals. So like you said, if you want to stay tuned here, we do have one more best of 3 for you all today.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are nearly ready to go with our final quarterfinal of the day between Case and Sharks, and it's going to be myself and Ted joining me on this one. Ted, mate, this one looks like it's going to be a really exciting match. It's two Brazilian teams that are going to be battling it out against each other to try and stay alive in this event. This one, on paper, looks to be an extremely, extremely close affair.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I hope it becomes a close affair because, as you can see on our screen right now, we haven't had a single three mapper so far in the playoffs. Quarterfinals, we're expecting those to be fairly close, but Bestia, Imperio, and Fluxo nonetheless, all of them winning their games fairly convincingly, right? And we're not only saying that because it's 2 O's on the board. We're kind of referring to the context of the games as well, the way that the maps went. We haven't had a single overtime. We haven't had a lot of close games where both teams reach double digits, Jack. And, you know, it's kind of, I mean, it builds up the hype for the semifinals because then you have the teams that have just been destroying everyone that they've been matching up against before that. But it kind of disappoints us as well to some extent, right? So looking at this Case and Sharks game, I really do believe that this could be the closest one of the bunch so far. Case winning, topping Group B, winning both of their games without dropping a map, first beating Dusty Roots in a 2-0 fashion, then Bestia in a 2-0 fashion, and then on the other side we have the Sharks, for whom the path leading to the quarterfinal wasn't as nice and fluent as for Case. They actually dropped the best of 3, they dropped the series to W7M, but after 2 clean victories, I guess you could say, against Glorious, they still were able to make their way into the quarterfinals.
The Sharks team, of course, they are still playing a game right now in a different event, so we are waiting for that one to finish up to see, when we actually do go live. But this Sharks team, it hasn't been particularly clean. Yeah, I think that game on Mirage versus W7M was a really, really close affair. We've seen some massively important frags and massively important kills from Gafolo. I think he played extremely well and has played extremely well this entire event. They ended up losing that game, but they were able to do the double over Glories. And, this Sharks team, I think on paper, it has the makings to be a very, very strong team, but it just looks like sometimes it doesn't come all together. Consistency seems to be a little bit of an issue for these guys. And, sometimes they maybe not let their head drop, but just lose a little bit of concentration. Then maps, go into a dangerous place where they can be lost. And in this event, we have actually seen them lost. Up against a team like Case today, that cannot happen. We speak so highly about this Case team, as you said, beating Dusty Roots, which is a game you would expect them to be winning, but that 2-0 versus Bestia, man, had a lot of people on notice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Case has been one of the most stacked individually. I feel like teams, one of the pleasant surprises of 2024. I dare to call them maybe one of the revelations of Brazilian CS in 2024 so far. And speaking about revelations, man, Mr. João Vinicius. This guy, and we're talking about Snow here, 16-year-old, he's been putting on monster numbers. The highest rated player in the tournament so far. He's currently sitting on 1.47 in this tournament. He's the 5th highest rated CT player in the tournament. First on the T side, CT side 1.38, T side 1.53. This 16-year-old, who's originally actually a project of the Young Gods and actually joined that project when he was only 14 years of age, has been fantastic. But what's the issue? It's not just him. RCF has been playing outstandingly well with the AVP. The other newer addition, who's also a youngster, Urban, has been putting on some great numbers as well and has been really solid in the server. Riccioli's been having his moments. And for the veteran of the team, for Yeps, who's been in this organization since 2020, I mean, if you have all those 4 young men playing outstandingly well, you don't really have to do too much in the killing department. You can just focus on opening up space for them, dropping guns, being good with your on your support roles, utility usage, and stuff like that. But this case team has looked really dangerous.
Yeah, I think they look like a dark horse, to be honest, especially if they take down Sharks here today. I think they definitely could be a dark horse to, cause a few upsets and, maybe even go all the way. Of course, they'll book a place in the semi-final. Whoever wins this, they will be facing Fluxo in those semi-finals, as I believe we do have Imperial and Bestia in the other one. So, look, whatever game comes after is going to be a difficult game, but this one, man, I think we could see a 3-mapper depending on which way we do go in the veto, and I believe we do have that coming up next. Of course, we're not expected to see an Overpass, we're not expected to see an Anubis. Where do you think this one's going to go?
I feel like obviously those two played against each other fairly recently. We must say in the EPL World Series America Season 6, and that was a playoff game as well. That was actually yesterday, by the way. And we saw them end up on Mirage and Vertigo, which I feel like makes a lot of sense. Case, Perma V2 Anubis, which is a little bit painful from Sharks' perspective, because we know how much they love that map, but apparently Vertigo is another one that they're starting to like a little bit more. And when you say Case, you're always looking at Mirage, right? They just have so much firepower. Snow's been dominating on this map. It just feels like Mirage being the puggy playground that it is, it feels like it's a really comfortable one for a lot of the teams in Brazil. But looking at that, because obviously Sharks did win that in the 2-0 fashion after taking Mirage in overtime and Vertigo in the 13-5. I'm looking forward to this Mirage once again, and I really hope Case pick into it, because those Mirages so far have been pure entertainment in the tournament. With that being said, though, Anubis and Overpass are going to get removed straight away, and there we have it. We get the Mirage pick, we get the Vertigo pick, and this might actually be a replay of yesterday's veto if we end up on a nuke. And no, we won't actually end up on a nuke. We went on an Inferno if it gets to it, which is actually a little bit interesting. We haven't seen too many Infernos from the Sharks. We saw them play an Inferno against Galoris, which was interesting, I think, in their deciding game in the group. And they actually did a really good job. It was Galoris' pick back then, but the Sharks were still able to steal it away. But looking at the first 2 maps, Jack, I'm really looking forward to this game. Mirage is going to be a shooting gallery, and I'm all up for it.
Yeah, I think, Case, it does kind of rely on them maybe picking up their Mirage. We know the Vertigo didn't go too well yesterday. And then just looking at that Inferno, Sharks beat them on it last time out as well. Sharks have pretty much dominated this matchup in terms of best of 3s. I believe Case haven't actually taken them down in the best of 3. It was only a BO1 that they managed to beat them in the IEM Dallas Open Qualifier. So, I think it should be a tough day, to be honest, for Case. But you never know, man. If Sharks have an off day, as we said, they were playing in a best of 3. I believe that might have actually just finished.
They just
right
ended
now.
it, by the way.
Won.
Sharks just won another tournament by beating Galoris, which, by the way, has been one of the biggest sagas of the Brazilian scene in the last couple of weeks. I can't actually write down the number of best of 3s that Galoris and Sharks have played between each other. But yeah, Sharks just won a tournament, so congratulations to them. But that means that they're going to be in the rush. And I'm actually going to throw you under the bus here. Do you feel like them actually playing a best of 3, which was a 3-mapper, by the way, and a 3-mapper that wasn't quick whatsoever? It was a 13-10 first map, 19-16 double overtime on the second map, which was Inferno, and then a 13-11 on map 3. Do you feel like from this jumping into another really important playoff game straight after against a fresh Case, who has a team that has a lot of firepower, could be a bit of an overkill for the Sharks, because they could be exhausted after that previous series?
Yeah, they could. And they were in the lead for a lot on that decider. Of course, we were watching it before we actually jumped on the broadcast, and it was looking like they were going to close it out. I think they were 12-5 up at one stage. That takes a lot out of you mentally when you're losing a lot of rounds over and over and over again. So yeah, I think this is definitely something that we need to consider. Fatigue definitely could be kicking in for the Sharks when they get there. When they get to this best of 3, should I say. But on the other side of the coin, I mean, they could be fresh, right? Because they were shooting, they were playing well. It's not like they were playing bad. It's not like they lost an event. They're going to be, over the moon that they've just actually won an entire event. Now they want to go and make sure that they can book a place in a semi-final. So they might just be able to, carry that feeling, that, the good vibes of winning that event straight away over into this match. But yeah, that has to be kind of addressed as well, that it is going to be such a quick turnaround. As we said, I mean, that game ended 3 minutes ago, and I think we were meant to go live with this game maybe 2 minutes ago. So it's going to be very, very close for Sharks to actually get in. I doubt they're even going to get any break jumping straight into this matchup, as it's already been delayed. So yeah, I think fatigue could be a little bit of a problem, but only time. I mean, they're already in the server.
No way. We're already starting things. Okay, you know what, Jack? I want to run a round of applause first for Case for waiting it out, and then for Sharks for winning a tournament and being in the server 5 minutes later. This is the grind. This is a young hustler's mentality, and I appreciate that. I didn't expect that. That caught me off guard so much. I thought we were here for 5 to 10 more minutes, by the way.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be here for quite a while as well, but turns out no, we are in the server. We're ready to go with the Mirage, and
you know what? I'm going to do my best on a Pixel impression right now, and I'm going to say W's in chat, boys. W's in chat for Sharks. W's in chat. Big W's in chat for Sharks. Okay, now we can start with the game. I was holding my headset while saying that as well, by the way, in case you wondered.
Fully immersed. Fully immersed in the Only Pixel cosplay. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go on this pistol. It's been extremely slow, but they've got it now towards middle. They've boosted a player up, and they're just holding now. Execute should fly over. Case are going to look to maybe catch out a few of these rotations before they make their way out onto the site. It'll be interesting to see if they get anyone, but this setup from Sharks is quite solid to begin with.
Yeah, looking really nice. Second Ninja, triple and ticket. DRG is just going to be taking the attention away. Dog's going to get spotted any moment now. Flash actually makes it a little bit awkward there. It was a team flash as well, but Urban still manages to take that opening kill and win the fight up against Dog. They haven't spotted Gaffolo yet, and they're not going to clear him out. Riccioli now is going to feel his presence, and Gaffolo gets one. Needs a little bit more, but he's going to get dinked and taken down by RCF SP250. Bomb still drop. A bit uncomfortable on the bomb side, but because of the presence of the Jungle and Connector players, they can at least get a bomb plant.
Nice shot from Togs. Gets it down into a 3 versus 3. And they take care of that Palace presence. Usually that means that there's going to be nobody making their way out of Palace as of right now. Yeps. Needed to find a kill there, you feel. 2 players still in towards the connector. Julie's long range, no problem. Snow, the young gun, is going to try and save the day for Case, but it's not going to happen. It just seems like Julie's were too powerful in that round, and Case could do nothing about it. Sharks continue their winning ways, and they get their first round on the board.
Yeah, but you made a really good point before we jumped into the game. Maybe winning a tournament right on the back of, or having to play that game right on the back of winning a tournament is actually going to put them in a really good spiritual situation, right? Especially in terms of the atmosphere and the team. Maybe if we get to a third map and then we have like double overtime on map number 3, maybe this is where you're going to start seeing that they're a little bit tired. But especially early days here, momentum could be a thing, right? And they already have that momentum from closing out that previous game. And again, as we've said already a couple times, winning an entire competition. On the other side, though, Case, a team that's full of firepower, a team that's never to be underestimated, especially on a map like Mirage. They decide to go for the force buy on the back of that bomb plant. And actually, pretty spread around for now. Bomb is still in towards TV, a couple smokes in towards the A-bomb side. Stairs Jungle trying to fake out some presence and open up some space for that walk coming out of underpass, and potentially a boost in towards window that's going to happen for Snow.
Yeah, this is still quite a dangerous round here for Sharks. They really need to be careful of what Snow could maybe do in the back line, and there's an opening kill. That's 1 player down on the A site, but Gaffolo with a double. DRG now strikes, and Snow's positioning pretty much right now is worth absolute nada. He will stand alone. He'll hear steps all around him, but a 1 versus 4 tight is going to be an extremely difficult round to get back into, especially already being spotted. You don't find a clean insta headshot, and instead you fall. So Case's force spy after planting that bomb goes by the wayside, and Sharks start perfectly.
That's so scary, by the way, if you're Case, right? The start, the individual start from Talks, from Gefolo. The reason I actually couldn't wait for this Mirage to start, it was because of Gefolo and Doc initially. Because we remember in the previous couple of games, especially the Sharks Mirage that we saw against Galoris, I think it was. Or no, it was W7M actually. We remember how sick Gefolo was with the AVP just running around, and even when he didn't have the AWP, just with the M4 and docking towards the connector with all those multi-kills, and every single time being able to just be a massive issue to deal with. So looking forward to that proactive CT side for Sharks. I feel like the individuals are really comfortable, or at least some of them, with this map. Of course, this one should be a lot cleaner around here, up against the pistols only.
As clean as you like. Exactly how you want them to go.
Exactly how I wanted it to go.
Well, not us, but Sharks fans for sure.
Oh no, you know what? I want to see clean anti-ecos, and you know what the reason is? I want to see good CS. I want to see buy rounds. I want to see decent CS, and you know, when a team wins 5 buy rounds in a row, hell yeah, they deserve the clean anti-eco against the Glocks to go their way. I'm not gonna be a chaos merchant today.
Not today. Surprising.
Not on this map. Not for now.
Yeah, that might change. That might change.
Ask me once we get into the 3rd overtime.
We've seen a lot of overtimes on Mirage. A lot of them, including Sharks as well.
Yeah, I guess you could say a non-overtime Mirage game is just a Mirage. I'm sorry, that might have been a little bit too much, but I just couldn't resist it.
Now, Sharks need to resist the urge of actually going for this fight towards middle as of right now, because nobody's there. Steps are being heard. They actually have a pretty decent setup, and they probably will fight for mid just a little bit later on. They flash in, they see nothing, and that might lure them into a little bit of a false sense of security, Ted, because seeing nobody, they'll drop the smokes. Now, they are being mollied towards connector, which gives away a little bit of presence, but they only know about the underplayer as of right now. 45 seconds, they'll just drop their util and try and hold on, but Gefolo, he strikes first.
Oh, Flash is actually going to be great. Urban takes one, but Ardian's out with a massive kill. Problem is, he's all alone. He needs to stay alive, although the bomb is actually dropped. So even if Ardian Zhao gets run down on that B-bomb side, which is not going to happen because he's a monster, finally, Snow is going to pick up that double, but they still don't have the bomb. And Gefolo's still alive in towards connector. He's aware of that. He's aware that they need to pick it up, and they need to run past him, but Gefolo's been waiting all that time. And Snow, it doesn't matter, my friend, that you've just found a triple kill. Gefolo knows that there's not enough time. He's just going to run for the hills, stay alive, and this round is going to go in favor of the Sharks. It's a massive effort by the young man from the side of K's, but in the end, it was all in vain.
And it's still perfect for Sharks. Still absolutely perfect. Case needs to really kind of step it up a little bit after the first few rounds. You want to get on the board. You cannot let Sharks continue to build their confidence. And it looks like they are just kind of bringing that form from that last game, from that tournament win, just forward, which is really good to see from Sharks. They're not showing any sign of fatigue as of right now, but it's still very, very early. I wonder how much of this kind of goes, maybe Shark Case look a little bit cold, maybe they've been waiting a little while, maybe not perfectly warm. Snow tries to get risky with that AK and push right through that palace smoke. He gets dealt with.
Oh,
all
of a sudden.
Yeah, Riccioli's been heard, he's been spotted, he's been dealt with. Sharks yet to lose a man in this round, and only have 2 more players left to find. Make that 1. Urban 0. The last player standing. Nade chips away a little bit of health. Doc doesn't want to give away his life for free, and they are playing this by the book. And Doc will even find that kill. Nobody dies. 5 in a row, and already Shark have flames.
Yeah, they're on fire. Can Sharks actually be on fire and still swim and stay alive? I actually thought about it. It's probably not the healthiest thing for them. But it surely sounds cool, right?
Well, the fire would stay
shark
on
on
top of the
flames.
water. Do you know what I mean? I'm just trying to think. I have seen, like, in films and stuff. I'm pretty sure there was a scene in Jaws. I can't remember. There was definitely...
There's been all types of scenes in Jaws.
Yeah.
Thank God we're not talking about the piranhas yet.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be too much. But Case, gonna try and be a pack of hungry piranhas heading into that A-bomb side. Gotta clear out. Flashes are really good, and Urban finds a double. The CT is trying to fight back, but this is a lot better of a take, and the Eps is gonna shut down Tox. That's the first one that actually works out properly for Case, and the bomb side's gonna be under their control, but Artie and Zhao up close. Urban's low on HP, so if by some miracle Artie and Zhao manages to get that kill through the smoke, he might give it a go, but yeah, initial spam's been made, they know where he is, and at this point, we can actually stop having conversations about Sharks being on fire, because Case have just marked their first round on the board.
Flames extinguished, so we won't have to worry really about Sharks being on fire anymore. Because they're not. Orion's out, saves up his M4, and Sharks still have an abundance of money to buy back in the next round. We'll probably see Gafolo on an AWP as well. I don't believe he's had one already. Judging by his stack of cash,
yeah, he hasn't died too many times. I don't think so. No, he hasn't really been in the position to actually need the AVP. Now he's gonna need it, right? And that's a really good first round to pick up if you're Case, right? It kind of has a little bit of risk to it, because if you call around like that off of spawn and then you get completely shut down, then what do you do next, right? You could feel like you're running out of ideas. But then if it works out, this is a really good way to start off your T side, gain some confidence, and then you can start calling a little bit of defaults, just play around with the individuals that you have. But talking of the op, we're gonna see the AVP in the hands of Gafolo, but we're also gonna see some mid aggression from Doc.
Great flash. Urban Zero ready for that. Riccioli setting him up for success. Needs to get that smoke down to try and survive. He's not going to burn too much. Gafolo finds Snow in the meantime, and that HE is perfectly placed at the feet of Urban Zero. Could have actually done a little bit more damage than I thought it would have, but somehow still above half HP, even with the spam.
Oh, what a pickup. Tox in a good position to get the refrag. He's dropped down, and Gafolo's been dropped in towards the ramp. That was the kill that actually makes all the difference. If Gafolo drops the bomb there, round could be over. But now it's Artie and Zhao, and it's still not done just yet, especially if he gets that kill onto Riccioli. But you shouldn't really be giving him that fight, right? You can tell that he is aware of the potential aggression. Now he's going to spot him out. And Artie and Zhao hasn't really seen Riccioli. The other way around, though, they have spotted him, I believe. And that's going to be another save. That's Sharks now conceding a second, in Case starting to get that momentum up. So in the end of the day, it was just a bit of a slow start for them, but now it feels like they're starting to get a grip of it.
Starting to get a handle on things.
Yeah.
Which is always good to see. We want to see a competitive game here. We don't want to see an absolute blowout like we've seen in our previous game, our previous two quarterfinals, actually, now that I think about it.
Our previous 3 quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah, Imperial as well, yeah. I think, none of them have been close, really, at all.
No. I mean, we've had some promising rounds, I guess. I'm not sure about the Imperial one in terms of rounds. I'm actually going to fact check that. I think Imperial might have conceded 10 rounds on one of the maps. Yeah, it was Nuke. But it was kind of like they conceded 10, but it was because they started T-side on Nuke and they got 6 on the T-side. So even though it's 6-6, even though it's leveled up, it's still 6 rounds T-side Nuke.
Fast play out towards Palace, and to the double. Urban with 1, and Case are definitely in this game now. You can see this just by looking at the kill feed. Snow finds a headshot onto Togs, has his teammate covered as he plants the bomb, and there once again is nothing Ordi and Zhao can do about it. It's another save. That's, I believe, 3 in a row for Ordi and Zhao. So he's not dying, but sadly for him, his teammates haven't been that lucky.
Yeah, and he hasn't really been able to help, right? This is one of those moments when, as a B player, you're in your cold hell, your own cold hell, right? Because you're towards B, you're not seeing anyone. You're every single time being left in a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. You're trying to come up with quicker ways to be on the flank and get into a good position, but it's just impossible because Case are just straight up rushing out the A bomb side with, of course, different things being tweaked and changed up, right? You're going to change the amount of players running out of palace, the flashes that you go with, some of the smokes, the timing by like a thin margin of like 1-2 seconds to make it more difficult for the Sharks to adapt. But still, I mean, you look at that double entry from Yeps, Snow shutting down Talks. This is a round over in just 7 seconds, and we're going to get into a technical timeout, which I feel like the Sharks could use as well in terms of just slowing things down a little bit. So a bit of a fortunate misfortune here for the Sharks, as I believe the difficulties have appeared on their side. But yeah, Talks has been, or Arden Zhao has been completely isolated. And you know what's the worst part about this? You get isolated for 5-6 rounds, then they go B, you die once, and it feels like you've just had the worst of halves in the world. But this is being a B player in a nutshell, pretty much.
Well, a little bit of a technical issue, and it's a little bit of a silly one, Ted. We don't usually like to talk about technical issues, but
wait, I haven't seen.
I'll spoil it for you. Hold on. So Doc has accidentally spilled a little bit of water. Water and mouse pads usually don't mix.
Oh no.
Yeah. So hopefully it's just gonna be. Hopefully he has a spare one lying around.
Okay, you know what? He's playing professional CS. You can't be living in 2024 playing professional CS and not having a second mousepad. Although I say that and I think of Mattis. And
That's
I don't know
true.
what's... Yeah. Well, to be fair to him, he probably has a spare one, but he probably needs someone to play on that spare one for like 10 years to make it the same as his usual one.
I don't know how he plays on that mouse pad, to be honest. That's it. Like, it's actually in tatters. Like,
yeah. No, that's you know what the issue with that is. It gives people so much room and material for memes that Fnatic are not paying him enough, which obviously is not true, right?
Yeah, obviously not. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just funny. It's just how it is.
Absolute disaster. Now, having water on the desk as well is a little bit of a problem. Surely you just put it at your feet, no? Or do you think that's worse because you can knock it over? I don't know what the situation is, but like...
I think, you know... Okay, I'm going to answer you with a sound. You want to play that game. And you try and guess what that is. It's simultaneously a game and my solution to your problem.
Okay.
Can you guess what that is?
Don't know what that is.
No, that's I just jiggled my bottle of water. So that's the cheat, guys. For everyone that's playing video games from
Have it
home,
in a bottle and not a glass.
you just exactly. So you get it in a bottle, and if
how do you know it's not in a? How do you know it's not in a bottle that's just open? That he's accidentally like left the cap off. You know.
Well,
what I
then
mean?
it's on him, right?
Yeah.
I mean that's why you have the cap.
I know.
For it to be on.
But that's you're saying. Oh, just have it in a bottle. But like,
Yeah.
like,
Just have it in a bottle, and then you have no issues.
that's true, I suppose. To be fair, I actually don't think I'm just gonna touch wood to make sure I've never actually spilled anything on my mouse and keyboard.
Oh, I have spilled a couple of most of the time it's coffee actually.
Coffee,
yeah. And you know what's the issue there? Because
it's-
I'm trying to be a smartass, but I'm not drinking my coffee in a bottle when I'm at home. There's no way.
Yeah.
So a nice cup of coffee, which I have a little bit left still. Cheers to everyone, but yeah, that's the main thing because it sticks as well as you said, and it stinks as well.
It
I mean, I like the
stinks, man.
smell of coffee, but you can feel it for like 2 more days unless you clean really properly. I clean up properly, but I can still feel it for a good amount of time after, for a couple hours.
Yeah, especially like if you get it anywhere near your mouse mat, and it's like not just on. Like,
thankfully,
not on the top
I
side.
haven't spilled coffee on my mouse pad. I've just done it on my desk. Like, well, I was gonna say thankfully, but I've actually spilled some coffee around my mixer.
Oh no!
I think you know what type of a mixer I'm using.
Yeah.
And I was praying.
Yeah,
but thankfully it was all good because
not cheap.
It's a big fat bloke, so
yeah,
it was nice.
It's not cheap though as well though. So you know if
I was praying. Yeah, I was praying.
If you spill coffee on that, it's pretty much game over. I can't lie. You can't
retirement home awaits.
You can't work for another while, and then out of your casting paycheck comes a hefty lump. I'd say, trying to replace it. I don't think that's under warranty either. It's like, sorry guys, I'm after spilling coffee like inside my mixer. I don't think they're gonna give you a new one, unfortunately.
You know what? You could always say that someone broke into your house and just did that. You know, someone broke the I don't know, the coffee merchant. He just broke into my home to spill coffee over all the technical devices that he could find. I'm just giving you guys great ideas right now.
The coffee man broke into my house and spilled the beans all over my mixer, and that's what happened.
Yeah,
I don't think they're gonna buy that.
I'm thinking about Home Alone. The bad guys were called the Water Bandits, right? Or something like that.
Oh, I have no clue.
They were the Sticky Bandits in the second or the third movie, but initially because they would just I think they would just, what would they do? They would try and flood all the houses that they've been through. So they were.
That's a crazy
the Water
film.
Bandits.
That's a crazy film, by the way. I haven't seen it in ages. I usually it's a Christmas movie. Do you know what I mean? But I haven't really been watching Christmas movies recently. Like I think last Christmas,
it's because it's February.
Yeah, no, but like last Christmas or the Christmas before, I get you. Yeah. So I've completely forgotten about it. I think the only Christmas movies that I watch religiously are Harry Potter from start to finish.
All right,
every Christmas.
I can back that.
Yeah,
and you know what, boys and girls,
it's amazing.
If you want to subscribe to the Ted and Zerfer podcast, you can do that, but unfortunately, we're actually getting back to the game. Well, I say unfortunately, of course we're kidding. Fortunately, all technical timeouts have been resolved, and thank you for listening to our round for the last 15 minutes. But we are actually here to watch some nice, good old CS2. I was going to say CSGO. It was rolling off my tongue. I saved it.
I just let it go, Ted. It's gone, and it's never coming back, unfortunately. So on to bigger and better things. Well, that's exactly what Sharks are going to be hoping to do in this round, but with only a few pistols and already in Zhao's rifle already taken out of the round, it's looking undoable. Urban Zero, he's going to claim a hat-trick of kills on his own, and HE even finishes off Doc. He's on for the ace, and are we about to see yet another ace in this tournament? We've already seen 13, if I'm not mistaken. Unless there was any in that Fluxo again, it should be 13 for sure. And we might just be seeing 14 here if Togs is going to be found out. But he is already the other side of the map.
Yeah, I gotta save it up. I mean, that was still a half buy for the Sharks, so it's not that big of a deal, right? You had one gun going into the round. You're going out of it with one gun as well, which is still a win in a way. You're going to have enough money to put your follow on an AVP in the next one, and everyone else is going to be on good weaponry as well. The scary part about it is the fact that Case now is starting to show us what Case really is about, right? They're starting to show us their true colors on this map. And yeah, I mean, seeing an 11-6 performance from Urban so far, he actually got his ace, and RCF shut him down.
Look,
alright.
Sometimes the only people that can stop you is your teammates.
Yeah, only a real friend can become a real traitor. Was that right? Yeah. Urban actually aced it, so that's gonna be ace number 14, right? You said
ace number 14. Yeah.
Yeah, 14 of the tournament, and he got immediately shut down by RCF. Who's his teammate. But that's fine. Ace still counts. It's still an ace for Urban. And now we're back to the swing of things. Follow on an AVP. This one's really important for the Sharks.
14 aces in 22, 23 games. That's pretty impressive, right? I mean, it's a large number of aces, considering.
It is, yeah. Far more than you'd find in a normal playing card deck.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. I mean, get me that deck. I'll be playing blackjack with that all night if there's that many aces in it. But back to this round, in case now, are going to have to hope that they have a few maybe aces up their sleeves. Especially if they're going to go out for a B play. Now, there is only 2 players here, but Togs is primed and ready with a Molotov, it would seem. So,
yeah,
as soon as Case throw that execute, that Molotov is going down.
Ardian Zhao has an HE as well, so there's going to be a nice little combination. What makes the big difference here is the presence from short, right? If Dog goes down straight away and then Urban manages to get into a fight with Togs, then it's a whole lot of a different situation. But Ardian Zhao actually doesn't molly him. He straight up takes the fight and he wins it.
Well, they stop the players on entry, and now it just becomes so difficult to get into this bomb site. Yeps is here, but he's just not healthy enough to be confident going into any duel that he might take. Ardian Zhao is just dancing around the pillars, and the longer he stays alive, the bigger a problem it becomes for Case, as RCF still looking through the bars, and he might feel like he's in prison, because he cannot do anything. Absolutely zero freedom left. And this should just be the save from the Opper as Sharks finally get back on the board. But don't want to risk anything, right? They don't want to go and push him, find him out, try and take that Op away. They want to hold on to their rifles. They need to build their bank up for the last 2 rounds.
That was efficiency there from Ardian Zhao, by the way. Gets the first kill, and then suddenly he's impossible to find and to take down. Impossible to dig out of the back of the B bomb site. Great work by Dog, by the way. We kind of missed that because we were focused on what was happening on B. He finds the double kill, which is massive for the B players to be able to focus solely on the B apartments. But Ardian's out getting 1 kill, dancing around the pillars, staying alive for a good amount of time, around 20-25 seconds. It's what you want from your B player. Really nice to see.
Audience out. Should be the first point of contact should anybody make their way through that smoke, but Case is just waiting for now. As the presence being shown out towards middle, as they will take a little bit of connector control, maybe a take, as they are going to try and get Urban up towards ladder, or at least up towards short to do some damage, but Gafolo through that smoke collects that frag. Now comes the B hit, and this has to go successfully for Case. A player spotted towards the bench, Tog still close by, Snow is down, RCF at least finds 1 and a second, maybe there's a chance. Ardian Zhao doesn't want to give up his life for free, and Riccioli gets in on the action, but Ardian Zhao needed to find that headshot and does. Riccioli now sprints forward. He has 40 seconds, but he has no idea where the 2 players have repositioned to. And Riccioli now spots out the first. That's the Opper. Where's the second? Sees him towards the bench and isolates the fight. There's the 1 versus 1. Gafolo making absolutely no secrets with the AWP. Connects on the shot. And Gafolo stands tall as Sharks are just about able to close that round out.
Oh, what a clutch that is from Gafolo. I believe that was the quick scope from him as well, right? Because he didn't scope. He didn't want to give away the fact that he repositioned in towards the left-hand side of the bomb site. So I think that was a quick scope onto the peak. He was just crouched and waiting for the peak. But once again, by the way, I just want to highlight, Ardian Zhao is like a ghost towards that B bomb site. He gets spotted out first. He gets mollied out of position. There's 3 people looking at him, including an AVP. And somehow he's the final one to actually go down. And he stays alive the most, drops the bomb, kills the Oper, and almost single-handedly wins them the round, right? If it wasn't Gafolo in the 1 versus 1 at the end, we would be saying that Ardian Zhao once again just did a fantastic job. Obviously, he's not alone on the bomb side. There's a lot of people to take the attention away and allow him to maneuver like that, but it's so precious to have a B player that's able to move around so efficiently and never get caught off guard.
He just seems to be so comfortable even when the hits are coming in. Even when he doesn't have like too much support. You know, he might have his short player, but when they're even running him down, he just looks so confident in any duel he's taking on that site. And that's a massive bonus, really, to have. Doc nades open that smoke, would like to collect that kill, but he knows he's done a lot of damage to Urban Zero, who is not down to 0 just yet. Needs to start calling him Urban 1 this round. Riccioli finds that opening. Now Audience out needs to get aggressive towards the apartments. Look at that for a double. RCF is on the other side of it. And well, does he realise it? Audience out doesn't want to push through. He has dropped the bomb. And surely he's expecting one more player to be there as his teammates deal with absolutely everybody else. And he's even going to back away. He's saying, you can have the bomb. I don't want to fight for it right now. He'll put a molly on top of the opera here. And this surely is going to be heard. He burns a little bit. And now they know his whereabouts.
Yeah, this is yet another fantastic round by Ardian Zhao. I know I sound like his biggest fan right now, but he's been absolutely outstanding towards that B-bomb side. Even when he loses all of his teammates, he's still able to produce a double and win enough time for the rotations to arrive. And RCF now, a 1 versus 4. He's looking for a dog, but he's not going to find him. It's an 8th round on the CT side of Mirage here for Sharks. And even though Case were able to actually come back with a bit of a streak towards the mid portion of it, Sharks finish strong.
Yeah, they really do, don't they? I mean, Audience
Look
out.
at him.
He finds the double and even not pushing through the smoke because he knows that quite possibly the opera could be there. He quite possibly there could be a third person there, not even the opera, but they haven't seen too much. Usually you will have, if you're going for a B split, you'll have 3 players in towards the apartments at least. And now Sharks start their endeavours on the T side. They execute on the pistol. A lot of utility bought for this one, Ted. 2 players with armor. That's it.
Yeah, that's going to be a hefty execution. And it needs to be absolutely perfect in terms of the util, by the way, because look at the amount of Case players towards that A-bomb side.
4 players here. Smokes do go over. Flashes need to be perfect as well. Yeps tries to get up close. He's going to beat that Molotov. Here comes the swing. Audience out down, but Cafolo makes sure that he does not follow suit. Urban Zero dinked up on the site as the T's continue to find the kills. Sharks begin to swarm this A-bomb site, and right now there's nothing that Case can do about it. RCF is low. He has fallen, and Snow has even been gooshed up through the smoke. This one has all gone wrong for Case, and Sharks, they have looked perfect in the last few rounds, and I don't think they're going to be bested here either, especially because Snow is on a timer, and it's only a matter of time before Gafolo finds him from jungle. The Snow backs away to safety in the connector, but he won't be safe for long as Doc takes him down. Doc 14 and 8, 3 kills in that pistol, and Sharks now look well on their way to maybe stealing away this map pick.
Now they're getting really fired up, right? Now this is starting to look really scary. And this is something that we actually saw in the previous series between the Sharks and Case, the one that Sharks won in a 2-0 fashion. Back then, obviously it was we're talking about Mirage after an overtime and Vertigo included, but Doc and Gafolo at the end of that series were combined for 82 frags. It was 40 for one of them and 42 for the other. And we're seeing signs of it early days on Mirage as well, right? I mean, I say early days. Sharks are up 9-4, potentially 10-4 after this round. But Doc on 14 and 8, Gafolo on 13 and 5. Gafolo's just stepped up his individual performance massively into this event. This is looking dangerous, though. Oh no, not the eco. They have the bomb as well, by the way. Doc needs to go absolutely huge, and he's gone down. This has gone wrong in so many ways, and it's still not a salvage situation. Snow is on a rifle. I'm not sure if they've heard him go in towards the ladder, but he's in a 1 versus 2. They're still going to molly in towards window. So it looks like they might have an idea, but the bomb's actually going towards him. This might be great. Snow needs the insta headshot on the first one. He's going to get that kill. Needs a second, and Togs with just 33 HP to spare, and Sharks, they survive a massive jump scare.
It came down to the aim punch, didn't it, really? I mean, if that aim punch wasn't a factor, if Snow had armor, he was winning that fight. Just, you could see his gun shot up in the air when he took too many bullets, and yeah, nothing you can really do about that one, unfortunately. Really good effort, though. Case do a lot of damage and really do, destroy the money of Sharks. There's not going to be very many premium rifles in this round for sure.
You know what that is? That's a chance for DRG to prove that he's a Giga Chad and just go for the straight up rush out B. I mean, look at the spawn for Sharks. I just want to.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to see it right now. I think in just a couple seconds. Just wait for the camera to turn around. Oh, there you have it. That's
Yeah,
a
it's
B
a
rush
nice
spawn
spawn.
if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, put the first 2 on Mac 10s. You know,
A
you've got
DRG is just running in first. Yeah, we
Yeah.
know what a DRG entry looks like on a good day, and yeah, we've seen it. But it's great damage, as you pointed out, for Case, right? All things considered, jokes aside, Case going into this round are going to be on an arguably better buy than their opponents. Well, not even arguably. They will be on a better buy. They will have more premium rifles, that's for sure.
Audience out, I believe, has crashed again, unfortunately. So we will need him to rejoin before we do continue. So these technical pauses really putting a dampener on this game and really kind of breaking up the play for KC Sports, who I'd say that aren't particularly happy, especially, you know, with the scoreline, especially after waiting so long for this, and now there's been quite a while in technical delays. So, you know, I don't think they're going to be in the best of moods.
No,
but
you're
they're-
not over the moon right now, for sure.
No. But you need to make sure that, you know, you just stay focused in this game. It's not done just yet. You can see the 1x bet odds there. Sharks are the favourites to take this one, as you would assume.
Would you take an underdog pick for a Case right now in this specific moment to win the series?
I mean, look,
I'm putting you under the bus here. You know,
Yeah,
this is not even something that I'm just saying that for the people at home watching. This is not even something that they've told us to do. By the way, I'm just curious.
I don't know. I think it really depends. I mean, that's a really good round that Case are after, you know, doing a lot of damage in. You're after hurting the money of Sharks, but you have to think of it as well that it's 10-4 right now. I think Case need to win this map to stay at least competitive in the series.
Because I would be a vanilla ass guy, and I would go for Sharks to win it probably.
I mean,
judging by what's going on right now.
Judging by what's going on right now, Sharks have looked like the better side, but that can all change in a moment. We know
It
that
could.
about CS. You know, it can change in just a moment. We've seen it. In that last game as well, it took one eco round. It took one eco round that Bessie ended up winning, and all of a sudden they didn't lose a single round for the rest of the game. That could entirely happen. For Case, you know, Sharks could be really hurt now in just a moment. If they lose this round, Case could maybe get back into this and make this competitive, and that's what you need to hope for if you're a Case fan, for sure. But
yeah. Insta smokes, courtesy of Artie and Zao, by the way. Gotta learn those if you want to be useful and face it in Premiere for your teammates. But going into this one, a buy round for both sides, and this is the most important round, arguably, of the half so far. Sharks, because of conceding so much damage and casualties in the previous round, are going to be on a bit of a lower buy, but they go for an AXE up against 3 Case members on the other side of that defense.
these nades could do a whole chunk of damage right now, and not live. Doc has crashed, I believe.
Yeah, we're gonna get a reset.
Which is interesting because there's been damage done to Urban Zero.
I wonder how that actually happened, because he's... Where was he? Was that his teammates actually damaging there?
We're gonna restart anyways.
Yeah,
so.
apparently both teams have agreed. Yeah, both teams have agreed, so that's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was a teammate that did damage to him because I don't think Sharks were in a position really to do any damage.
Yeah, I was looking at it because he was in towards jungle and they threw only smokes, and that was already after Doc had crashed, right? So prior to the crash, there was no damage done from one side to the other. So we're gonna get another technical timeout. Obviously, we are really sorry about this, but you know, sometimes things happen, and it's upsetting that it happens in a game like that, which is high stakes. And you know, Sharks have been playing for such a long time. The Case are actually playing another game after this. I think it's supposed to start in around 2.5 hours or so, and they waited for a solid amount of time for this one to start at the first place. But yeah. Sometimes this is the case with online CS, no pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that sadly it can happen. Audience out, and I believe it's audience out and Doc have crashed again.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
some issues going on.
The only thing we can hope for is that you guys at home actually don't hate listening to our voices throughout those technical timeouts.
Well,
because we surely enjoy talking through them. I mean, I do.
I mean, there's not really much other to, really do. We have to keep you entertained somehow.
Unless you've been on those red pills and you just go for a nice, quick, cold shower and 50 push-ups in every single technical timeout.
Definitely not.
Yeah, definitely not. But hey, you can always do something.
We're waiting for this anyway, for Audience Out and Doc to get back in. Still, nothing has changed. It's KC Sports with a really good chance of actually overturning this game altogether. It really kind of comes down to this round. If you lose, you've got 2,900 coming into the bank accounts, and Sharks are in, prime position just to take this map and then go 1-0 up in the series. And if you go 1-0 up in the series, it's going to take a lot of mental resilience and mental strength from Case to kind of come back into it. So, could be a tough one. Could be a tough road back if Case are unsuccessful here. And I wonder now, this is a question for you, Ted. I wonder now, are we going to see a little change up in the approach? Because Sharks went for a straight up A execute, then the two players crashed and lagged out. So, do you think they switch it up at all? Do you think they go back to something standard, or do they call the exact same round?
You know what? Switch it up would be the obvious choice, right? You just go for a bit of a default and you just play it around it. But if you want to be 2 steps ahead, you just go for the same play. And if you're a Case, there's going to be tons of things going through your mind, right? You're going to be saying, okay, there's no actual way that they would just call the same round, right? There has to be something more to it. So they might overthink it. And I guess something that they actually had going on for them is the fact that they just threw in the nades, but they didn't really initiate any contact. So you never know. It might have been a fake for as much as Case knows, right? So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, after the previous technical timeout, we saw how it actually harmed Case a little bit. They were the team to have won a couple rounds before that, and then we go into the technical timeout, we get out of it, and Sharks were the ones who pick up the slack, so to speak, straight after. So who knows how they react to it? As we said, this is always fairly nerve-wracking when it happens in a high-stakes game, and you've had to wait for such a long time as well. It just feels like a long day for those players in the server when they get the constant disconnects.
Does feel like a pretty long day. And I actually think the longer that these technical issues do go on for Sharks, I think that's a bigger problem than maybe, kind of meets the eye, because the fatigue will begin to kick in, because, yes, you have a little bit of a break, right? I mean, you're sitting there, you're chilling out right now, you're trying to get your teammates back into the server. But if you're Audience Out or if you're Doc, you're trying to get your PC online as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
so
you're really
it's a stressful situation for you. You're after coming out of a best of 3 that you were meant to close out. You nearly lost it. That takes a lot out of your mental strength for sure. And this game, although it is going well, you just need to keep composed, right? Because definitely that composure can go in an instant, and all of a sudden Case will just capitalize.
You know what their strengths are, though? I mean, Brazilians are pretty emotional and really, I want to say, kind-hearted and happy people. So I feel like they are the type of people that can actually keep the spirits up, so to speak, in a situation like that. Even have a laugh about it or something. I mean, I'm not really sure how you're gonna have a laugh about getting disconnected from a game like that after playing for 5 hours. But hey, maybe they're magically just the most optimistic people in the world. Probably not under those circumstances, but
yeah, and it gets a whole lot worse as well, right? Because Sharks have 2 games against Corinthians later on in around an hour and 44 minutes time. They've got their first game, best of 1 versus Corinthians.
Oh yeah. So they're playing Challenger League, right?
Yeah, Sharks and Case are both playing Challenger League after this. So it's it's definitely something that you have to keep in mind as well. This could be turn into a very very long day for Sharks if they're not careful. Well,
It could. We are waiting on some updates on what's going on with Doki and Ardians now. The moment that we actually get some information, we're going to share it with you guys because we know, obviously, it's not the most pleasant thing to stay in front of the screen and wait. As we have the time right now, Jack, I would actually go for my traditional TED recap of what's happened so far in the tournament for everyone at home that might be wondering, and you've just tuned in, you're watching this game, you're wondering what type of a tournament that is. You're currently watching the Rest Regional Series 1 LATAM America, and this is a really decent tournament, part of a really decent, of a great circuit that's just starting off. Obviously, we have a LATAM series, and then we have a European one. European one actually got announced just, I think, today or yesterday with the full team list. We have a couple promising names on there, but prize pool of $50,000, and you heard it right. And there's going to be a couple of those cups as well. We started off with 4 groups, A to D, all of them GSL format, so 4 teams per group, 2 teams from each group proceed to the playoffs. And we're currently in, I was going to say the middle of the first map of our 4th and final quarterfinal game. We started the day off with a nice and easy and clean Imperial 2-0 against La Ruguneta, which means that Imperial did make it into the semifinals already. Then we kept it going with Bestia taking on W7M, the only Argentinian side left in the tournament, and they're going to be facing off against Imperial in the semifinals. Then we saw Fluxo, which was a game that was going actually simultaneously with the Bestia and W7 one. Fluxo take on Solid. Again, a 2-0 victory, pretty clean, dropped 7 rounds in total, I believe, in that series. So Fluxo did book their spot in the semifinals as well, and they are going to be facing off against the winner of this one, which is Sharks taking on Case. Case, who were top of Group B, 2 wins, no losses, and Sharks, who were second in Group D, where they actually dropped the series to W7M, but they beat Galores twice in the 2-0 fashion. So yeah, this is where you are. Those are the teams that you're watching. This is most of the things that have happened so far in the tournament. And we hope to actually have you here up until the grand finals and maybe after that as well for the next couple ones. But yeah, this was Ted's recap. Thank you for listening to it.
just a little update. So I believe they are back.
I tried to
on
be
the
as
team
insightful
speak.
as possible, but not too boring.
Yeah, I mean, you gave a good recap, to be fair. Was able
Thank
to keep
you.
up with it.
Yeah.
They are back.
We also have seen 14 aces.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
One of them in this game.
Absolutely.
Two of them today.
Yep.
Hopefully now we won't be waiting much longer. Usually when they reconnect into the TeamSpeak, they are nearly ready to go, but should only be maybe a minute or 2. I hope now.
Yeah.
I hope.
You know what? I still have another fun topic to talk about that I had prepared, and I can actually dig into that because it's a technical timeout still.
What's that?
And it actually is about the teams. Well, about Case. So you know how we admire orgs that give chances to young players, prodigies, analysts, coaches, and stuff. It's not just signing Snow, who's obviously a massive talent, only at 16 years of age, but their coach, Bettino, is only 23 years of age, and he's actually at 23 because he's not an ex-professional player. He's coached the Red Canids, he's coached the MIBR Academy, the Young Gods, and SWS, if you remember that team. And when he started coaching SWS, he was only 19, so he became a coach at 19. So he's a part of that young generation of coaches that have never played on the highest level and have never played on a high level, but he's still becoming a good coach and learning a lot, going through the Academy League circuit. So that's a fun fact. He actually met Snow on the Young Gods as well.
Well, fun fact, we're back into the game. And it's pretty much the exact same round that we are going to see here from Sharks. It's just going to be an A execute with a little bit of mid presence this time around. As the jump spot goes in, Doc's already been spotted. The smokes are going to go over. Riccioli going to try and nade open that smoke and look for a fight, but Doc has found that open a frag. RCF waiting for a flashbang, claims a double, and now Case still have a chance in this round, but bomb is going to be planted. However, it is on default. It's going to be difficult to defend if you are towards the ramp like Cafolo is. Sharks kind of need to play for at least a kill here to be a little bit safer, so to speak. And in fact, it's going to be Cafolo now, maybe wrapping the whole way around. Molly in. Nobody has moved for Sharks. Case are still looking for the frags. They're looking for the fights, but they're not being given up just yet. Now, DRG waiting underneath. It's all really on him. Needs to get the player off the bomb, and he has done exactly that. Urban has a 1 versus 1 to win, but he backs away, shies away from the fight, as there's nothing he can do. There is no more time, and Sharks get an 11-4 lead.
That was such an intelligent play, by the way, from DRG, right? You could tell that there was maybe a moment of, I guess, undecisiveness, because he wasn't necessarily sure on whether he was supposed to actually shoot and finish off that default guy, but then he realized my only job there is to shoot down the guy that's on the bomb and trying to defuse. They don't know I'm in towards the underpass, and actually the smoke on the bomb made it a lot easier for him to operate, right? You don't have that smoke. He probably goes down after 1 kill tops, and then you have no one that's able to get that diffuser off the bomb, and the player from stairs can protect him. So this smoke with DRG's position, absolutely phenomenal. He gets him off the defuse, round over, 11-4 Sharks. Case left with, well, almost no money, and sadly, you're back into another technical timeout.
Yeah, Orleans out again, having massive problems, it would seem. Crashing. Yeah, there's this is tough. This is very, very tough. The Sharks, right, they've been dominant. They've really, ran away with this game so far, this map so far, but I mean, we've been in attack pause for a ridiculous amount of time for an 11-4 scoreline. So what, we're 15 rounds into the game, and this this map, I believe,
originally this was supposed
minutes.
to start. Yeah, no, originally, like, if you're not counting the fact that we had to wait for Sharks to play up their other game, right? Originally, this was supposed to start like an hour and 30 minutes ago.
But as a map, this one has been 53 minutes. So.
53 minutes, yeah, and we've seen 15 rounds of action. So that might be a world record. We're going for it. Okay, so we just got an update. Apparently, Ardianzao is trying to verify the integrity of his game files. So we're giving him some time. I don't want to start talking about food, by the way, because I think me and you might start getting a little bit hungry soon. Unless you had something to eat in that pause that we had.
Oh,
did
yeah,
you?
I did, yeah.
Okay, then it's just me. Because
did you not have any food?
I had some food before. Well, I went to the gym before we started with the previous game. So after the gym, I had a meal. Yeah, so I'm fine.
What did you have?
I had the patties that I've taught you about that we eat them like just a patty in Bulgaria from different types of meat. Yeah, so I had one of those. The big ones with beef.
What meat was it? Oh, beef.
Beef, yeah, and then a beef sausage, and then some potatoes, some baked potatoes.
Nice. Oh,
I'm trying to be healthy, man. I'm trying.
Are good. No,
I'm giving it my all because it was leg day, and that's painful. No one likes leg day. Well, not at all. I just said that, and you remember the caster leg day. I actually like him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just realized how that sounded. No, we love leg day. We love the Overwatch and Valorant and CS. He's done CS and Valorant, right? Yeah, he did. He worked with Peter.
Peter, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we love that leg day. We don't love the other leg day where you actually have to squat, and yeah, that's the leg day we don't like.
Yeah, leg day used to suck. I remember when I was oh man, I remember when I was still playing football and I used to have to do leg day
even
in the
after
gym,
clarifying that. Even after clarifying, we're not talking about the person. It just sounds so awful.
Yeah. I remember it just literally. I'll always remember because like the gym that I used to go to had like a stairs like
Yeah.
up to it. But like
Oh,
one,
that cardio machine. That oh no, you're talking
no,
about
no,
usual
no, no.
normal stairs. Okay, I
Like
thought
a
about the
normal
cardio
stairs
machine.
to
I
get
hate
into,
it.
yeah, to get
Yeah.
into the gym. So
Yeah.
like you do leg day, and it would be a journey trying to get down those stairs. Like
Yeah.
I mean, like you'd be wobbling trying to go down those stairs, man. It actually sucked. It really did.
Yeah.
Nearly fell a couple of times, but didn't. So
I have.
yeah, just
It
like,
might have happened to me, yeah.
I'd say
A couple times.
It's definitely the funniest way to fall when you see somebody do it after like it, because like it's not like a normal fall. It's literally
Yeah.
like you fold
It is the
like
silliest fall ever.
you fall like a deck chair. Like
Yeah.
you like fold onto yourself, and it's just like there's nothing you can do about it. You can't avoid it. You just literally it's
You know what's the thing though? If another person that's working out sees you, they know what you're going through, so they're not gonna laugh. But then if it's a person that doesn't go to the gym, then they laugh at you. But you know what? No laughs anymore, or no laughs no more, because we're ready to jump back into the action. Thank you for sticking with us, regardless of the technical difficulties. But this is how you identify true love. You go through difficult times as well, and that's why we love you guys, and that's why we love watching those teams. A double ramp push coming out of Case, and Riccioli's going to be able to get that opening kill onto DRG. Now, that might throw a bit of spanner into the works. And with Artie and Zhao going down as well, this is becoming a little bit difficult for Sharks from now on. Doc is still exploring, doing a little bit of poking and prodding towards the B-bomb side. That's a great thing coming out of that MP9 from Yebs, and it's going to make Dog respect him a little bit more. It's still a bit awkward for Case, though, because they're not necessarily sure on what the plan is, but I guess now that you've heard Dog just drop in towards under and make some steps, you could start thinking about leaning in towards that A-bomb side. Problem is, there's 55 seconds, so this could be everything right now. This could mean he's just made a couple steps. He's going to go back B. He's going A. He's going top mid. There's so many different possibilities. In case don't feel comfortable moving around whatsoever.
Still, those Sharks need to overturn this man disadvantage. They need to find a kill before they get into this bomb site, and it's not going to be given to them cheaply at all. You can see the positions that are being taken up by Riccioli and RCF. And actually, Riccioli just wants that information. He's not interested in a fight. Not right now. RCF going to try and peek up, try and take Doc off the bomb. Didn't realise he actually got the kill. Turns back and even finds a second. I don't know how Gaffolo didn't collect that frag, but he doesn't. And now Togs has to collect the bomb and maybe the round with it. He's going to stick this time around, but they're going to swing and get a whole lot closer. He cannot be comfortable here on the site.
No way.
Finds that first kill. Needs to just isolate the fights now. Quick reload, and they're going to play this one together, but they're lined up right now. Here comes the swing, and Snow shuts him down. It's Case getting 5, stopping that looming 12th round from happening. And luckily so for them, because it would have been completely detrimental to their money and the map in general if that one went awry.
That would have been such a different round, and I don't feel comfortable saying that. It would have been such a different round if Gaffolo was able to get that kill onto the stairs player, but still, it's a massive pickup for Case. Sadly,
oh no,
we do see another disconnect from Artie and Zhao. You know what? I'm taking this one as a challenge. I feel like Fate is just trying to see if we're going to be able to carry through that best of 3 with 15-minute pauses between every single round. It's kind of like we're casting NFL right now. You just see a play, and then you have 20 minutes to talk about it, and then there's another play finally happening. And the play just lasts 5 seconds.
Yeah, I actually did some research on, I was actually intrigued to see what the average NFL player runs during a game.
Okay.
Right? So, do you know the way, like, distance covered? Not even runs, just, like, the distance covered. So, for football, for soccer, whatever you want to call it, it is in and between 7 and 9. Sometimes they even hit 11. Like if it's a crazy match, if it's like a box to box midfielder or something, they're running all over the place. The average NFL
or running
player,
backs.
Not a running back for in NFL.
Oh no, I'm talking about running like wing backs in football.
Oh
yeah. No, that's what I mean by a running back.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about soccer still. Yeah.
But in NFL, the average distance traveled is something like 1.1 kilometers, which is like crazy in comparison.
You know what? I'm just gonna say that.
Or 1.5
You know,
maybe.
Recently I've become I'm not gonna say a fan, but I've started enjoying American football.
Yeah.
I really have. I even watched the Super Bowl. But you can't be running an average of 1 kilometer and still call it football.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they just there's just not much.
I get it. It's a lot different because it's a lot more physical. But
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, like, have you seen the size of some of the guys? Like,
I've seen some Vontaze Perfect highlights. Yeah,
like some of the guys are like what? I think 6'5", 330 pounds, and they run like a 40-yard dash in like 4.6, 4.7 seconds, which is like it's inhuman.
It's pretty much
like
the same feeling of being in the server up against Donk.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the feeling of it. Yeah, it's that scary.
Look, I wouldn't like to get hit by one of them. That's all I'm saying. Do you know what I mean?
No,
like if one of them went to tackle me, I might cease to exist. That's.
Oh, truthfully, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You get erased. Yeah. I mean, rugby's still worse. I think rugby's still worse, but hey.
I don't know. I think there's no padding in rugby, but yeah, I don't know.
And there's no knees in American football, and in rugby there's a lot of knees. A lot of them.
That's true.
Well, we are getting some information, guys, and apparently RDN or RDN Zhao, obviously, as you can tell, has crashed again. So Sharks will be actually preparing a stand-in. We're unaware on who that might be, but yeah, we're gonna keep you in touch. Okay, we just got information. Actually, it's going to be Lucas, who, for those of you that are unfamiliar, is I believe one of the players from their academy team, the Sharks youngsters, I think, and he's a 21-year-old.
Yeah.
I think he's a part of the Sharks youngsters. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, he is. Yeah, 21 years of age. So this is a big opportunity for him to come into. I mean, not only that, but there's like.
He's coming in a really good time as well.
Yeah, it's not like imagine coming in 5'11" down. You know, it'd be a different story. But you're coming in,
or overtime third map. Yeah, it would have been a lot different. But now you're coming in. You're 11-5 in the lead. Obviously, money is not great. So Case are probably going to win this next round because I doubt we're going to see anything more than a hero AK for Follow and a couple of graded pistols from Sharks. But yeah, this is a great chance for young Lucas Rodriguez to make his debut. And I've just noticed, by the way, I love Brazilian names, like Brazilian, Argentinian, just South American names. I love the way they sound. All of them just sound like they're really good footballers. Do you get that feeling as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And all of them sound like they have some crazy good looking haircuts. I'm not sure if you've ever made that association.
I mean, like when I hear certain there in
exactly,
the server,
exactly. When I hear a type of name, I'm just expecting this guy to have a certain level of swag and some haircut style to him.
Yeah, I mean, like I mean, DRG definitely.
You know what? We actually had people in chat get into the conversation about American football and coverage. Okay, so is the average including all positions? Because all linemen don't cover distance in past plays, and Tom Brady might not cover 1 kilometer in an entire season.
Yeah, no, I think it's an average of like I think it's wide receivers and like running backs and
DBs probably
tight ends and
defensive backs.
Like I don't even think they don't usually cover that much because it's usually like at the line.
Oh yeah, they're positioned. I mean? Yeah, they're pre-positioned.
They usually stay. So yeah, it's I don't think so. I don't think. I'm not sure what the actual average is taken.
We should be talking about the people whose job is to run a little bit more, right?
Yeah. Like the likes of your wide receivers and like your tight ends and your running backs because they run a whole lot more. But like if you're a defensive lineman, yeah, you definitely just don't like You definitely don't move. Well, you do. I mean, if you're trying to rush the passer, yeah, 100%. But
Yeah, you're trying to move.
like
You're
we're
trying
talking
to
about
move a
5
couple
yards.
people in front of you. Yeah.
Like we're talking like maybe like 5-6 yards when they're like rushing the pocket or something. So yeah, like
Yeah. Okay, Lucas has joined the server, and we're back in action. He's actually picked up Ardian's stats. So Lucas has just joined. He hasn't played a single round of CS with the main team, and he's already got an 9 kills and 8 deaths. So this is crazy. Sharks deciding to actually go for a full investment here, Jack, and it's going to be a bit more mid-orientated.
well, let's see. Sharks gonna creep up in this connector smoke. Urban's on the other side of it. He's gonna try and now back away. There is a timing to be caught here if you're Sharks, and that's exactly what they're gonna try and do. No idea. Urban has missed a lot of them. Maybe the short player might swing and peek. Oh, and RCF now realizing what's actually gone on. Riccioli down. Togs now looking for the player that's on the site. RCF is going to be spotted out here, and Doc is just going to take him down. Lucas getting his first kill in the server. Nice and easy. Deagle headshot. He gets an upgrade. And Sharks have snatched this one out of the hands of Case. Waited a while to see this one maybe come to an end, but we might just be seeing it, Ted. Snow and Yeps are going to try and hold on to their rifles if they can, but Snow is the last player standing. And I wonder how heavy Sharks are going to go for the hunt here.
I mean, I'm not really sure, by the way, because their money is not great, and you don't really know. There's no way that you have an idea that Snow is going to be towards that specific position, but they're still going to exit in towards top mid, so they might actually run into him. And yeah, they will. Pretty certain. Snow will have to actually get into a fight here to stay alive, probably. Or maybe not. Yeah, no one's going to run towards him, so he's going to be all good. Holding on to a smoke double flash nade. That was actually a great call from DRG, by the way. I feel like in the last couple rounds, they just noticed how responsive and ready Case were for those side hits. And the fact that if you're that ready for the side hits, then you probably have a bit of a gap towards middle, right? So you just exploit that. You go on a full contact, you throw in the same nades that you did when you were going for the execute, so they don't really notice the difference. And then you just walk your way up connector and catch them completely off guard. That's 12 Sharks, 7 consecutive map points here to close it out on your opponent's map pick in this quarterfinal game. And Case needs 7 in a row just to force extra rounds here.
Lucas, one entry to find here. Watching somebody push in deep. There goes the flash. Lucas looking for a second. And Riccioli is going to shut him down. And it's a double. That's the bomb drop. That's a disastrous thing if you are Sharks. I believe we've lost a few players in the hull, but the round is still going. We've 2 players left alive for Sharks. But I believe they both lagged out.
Yeah, this is a little bit odd right now. I'm not necessarily sure on what's going on. And yeah, I think there's some more lag outs coming out of the Sharks camp, which is unfortunate. And this time, it's DRG and Talks that are having some issues. We really do apologize about that to everyone watching. Unfortunately, nothing we could directly do to fix those issues. We just gotta hope that, you know, the players are gonna be able to handle the situation. Of course, our admins doing their absolute best to help them out.
Now we have to have this conversation, Ted, and it's going to be a little bit of a strange one, but we were talking about the game.
To it already.
We were talking about the game that, you know, it's that they're gonna have later.
Okay.
Both teams are playing in Challenger. They're both starting in an hour and 19 minutes, right? So
yeah,
we've got these tactical
so you have, let's say you have like an hour and 35 minutes because of the 15 minutes that you're allowed to join in the server, right?
Yeah.
The 15 minutes of time. So they have like an hour and a half. Let's round it.
So this game, I assume it's not going to end in the next round. I don't know. But let's say, just for argument's sake, that this one goes on for, you know, another 3 or 4 rounds. waste a little bit more time. Then we've got like a
Yeah,
7 to 10 minute break.
this is gonna start getting on the nerves of the players for sure.
Yeah, they are going to be under so much time pressure. It is going to be actually ridiculous. And Sharks were already coming into this game under time pressure, and now we can see with all these technical issues. Yeah, this is a extremely awkward situation, that Sharks kind of find themselves in here. It is disappointing as well, man. I was looking forward to this game, but it has kind of put in a big dampener on the mood of, just this game should have been over and done with, I'd say, about 20 minutes ago. Like, regardless of who won, even if Case managed to pull a comeback or Sharks, just these technical issues have really just put a halt on things. And
yeah, unfortunately, though, nothing you could do about it, right?
No,
I mean, sometimes it happens. Look, so all we can say about it, the show must go on. So we're waiting for the players, hoping that they rejoin and hoping that they're still going to be able to play out a fairly decent game of CS up until the end of it.
That's what I hope as well, though. Like, just the point that I was going to make towards the end of it is, I just hope that the Counter-Strike isn't going to be affected by it, because that's...
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it probably is going to be affected, but hopefully it doesn't suffer too much. Because there's no way mentally it doesn't affect what we see in the server, right? We can never know, but surely it does. It's like the slightest, you can just say the butterfly effect, right? Even one disconnect could change something. But yeah, hopefully the quality of play doesn't suffer too much because of that, but you can never know. I mean, at least the thing we can say is that both those teams are really used to playing a lot and grinding out in the last couple months. So I guess, being tired is nothing new to them. I mean, the Case have played 44 maps so far this year, which is a fairly decent amount when you think about it. The fact that the season has started like a month and a week ago or so. So you've averaged more than one map per day, and then the Sharks have even played more than that. They're currently sitting on 52 maps this year. So both those teams, grinders, both those teams are used to spending long hours in the server, and I guess this is somewhat of training for you, even though you're probably still gonna get upset at the current situation.
We will hopefully have another update for you guys, and more players have crashed out of the server. So this is
unfortunately is looking really dire right now. But yeah, all we can do right now is just keep you updated and hope that everything's going to be resolved. And if it doesn't get resolved, we're just still going to update you on what the current situation is. You know what we can actually do, because we're in the NA region, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna talk RMRs. Obviously, Sharks have qualified for EPL, by the way, which is I think the second time the organization has qualified for EPL, and the first time Kochi was still the coach of the lineup. That was 6 years ago in season 10, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Sadly, neither one of those teams has actually qualified for the RMR, right, in NA. But the RMR in NA is still coming up really shortly, and it is going to start, I believe, on the 1st of March. Have you had the chance to actually look at the teams? Because we have a couple teams in this tournament that are playing it. Bestia are there, Imperial were there, Fluxo couldn't qualify, but Pain is there, Odic is there, Red Canids, MIBR, Legacy. There's a lot of Brazilian teams.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
do you if you have the list of teams in front of you right now,
yeah,
is there a team that you think could pleasantly surprise you from the NA region? And we're excluding teams like Furia, Liquid, and Complexity, I guess, from this, because they're supposed to qualify, right? By proxy, they're supposed to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the likes of Bestia. I think Bestia could definitely do a job. I think Imperial are going to be a tough team to beat.
First Argentinian team at a major ever, I think.
Yeah, I think you could be right about that one. Yeah,
I think Isurus haven't played a major for sure, and I can't think of another really big Argentinian team.
In terms of who else maybe could make a dent, Pain for sure.
All right.
I love that Pain team. Just something.
Yeah.
I love watching them. think Red Canids as well. If we're going to stick with Brazilians, I mean, like
Alright.
all the Brazilian teams. I mean, like you can't really leave out Legacy either. Audic, on their day could be a tough team, but they might be a little bit out of their depth in that event.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams
I'd
though
say
that are
so.
playing with stand-ins and stuff like that. So that's that's another side to the coin. And that
Yeah.
like America's
Imperial would
right.
be interesting, by the way, as well.
Yeah, I think Imperial will be interesting. I would like to see Vinny and the guys
Up
get
against
there.
Furia. I want to see. Imperial against
yeah.
Furia. Yeah,
Yeah.
That would be great. I mean, I hope that both teams make it just for cultural impact, because I like both lineups. I think it would be exciting to see Henny, Phelps, Vinny uh, play at a major again. Decenty and No Way play their first majors. MIBR is there as well. You have Exit, Safe, Drop, Burnson, Insani, who's arguably one of the best Brazilian players out there right now at only 19 years of age.
That's the one that I was kind of looking at because I thought we were talking about teams that.
Yeah,
like,
no.
when we say
MIBR,
about-
again, I feel like they're in the list of like Complexity
Yeah.
Fury and Liquid,
Yeah,
right?
I think so, yeah.
You should expect them to qualify, I guess.
I mean, it's going to be tough though, man, because like you say that, right? You say, oh, right.
They
we
could
should be-
still lose to an Imperial or Bestia, right? I mean, I can see a world where Liquid are extremely shaky and a Bestia or Imperial can beat them. Or even like a Red Canids or whatever.
But like you say, okay, right. So the three that you gave originally were Complexity, Fury, and Liquid. That only leaves 2 spots. Like, what I mean?
Actually.
there's only 5.
They
to
have only
qualify.
5. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a bloodbath. Yeah, that's going
Yeah,
to be a bloodbath.
It's, like, it's tough. Like, it's very, very tough because not only, like, easy enough in Europe if you're, well, I say that easy enough in Europe. Yeah, best of luck if you go into like a European bracket and you have to be in the top 8. Like, there's some tough teams in there. Like,
I mean, it's easier in terms of the fact that there's more spots, but then you look at the teams and you don't really favor your chances in a deciding game against Mouse or Spirit or whatever. We're gonna actually get back to cameras for a second, guys, because I believe we're changing the server. So yeah, this is what we decided to go with. We hope that the new server is actually going to work a little bit better for the players. Once again, we wanted to apologize for the massive delay and for the technical issues that the players are experiencing. Sadly, there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, we're changing the server right now, so we're doing our absolute best to resolve the issue, and we hope that you're still gonna stick around and finish off map number 1 with us, and potentially watch map number 2. And if we have a map number 3. I think it's a good moment, Jack, to give another quick recap. It's not going to be that deep this time, but yeah, currently what's going on right now, we're towards the end of Mirage, which is map 1 of the quarterfinal. Is the last quarterfinal series of the Rest Regional Series 1 LATAM between KC Sports and Sharks. It's the map pick of Case, and Sharks are currently 12-6 in the lead. But because of technical issues, we haven't been able to proceed with the game, and we haven't been able to actually have a proper run through this map for the last, let's say, 50 minutes, almost an hour now. So yeah, it's been a little bit unfortunate, but if everything goes right, and if those teams are able to actually finish off Mirage and keep it going, Vertigo is going to be the second map of the series, is the map pick of the Sharks, a map that they beat Case on literally yesterday, same as Mirage. They played yesterday in the EPL World Series America Season 6, and the Sharks were able to take that one in a 2-0 fashion, with the Mirage being a lot closer than it has been so far in this one. And then if we go to a third and final map, is going to be an Inferno, and again, the winner of this game is going to move into face off against Flexo in the semifinals, a game that's going to happen, I believe, on Saturday. I believe both semifinals are happening on Saturday, and then we have the grand final on Sunday, right?
Yes, I believe so.
I think that's the case.
Yeah, I think so. The Saturday and then Sunday final. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're correct about that one. Yeah, I mean, I suppose we're going to be waiting a little while anyway. I think we're going to be waiting a few minutes just before we get into the server. So, we can talk about Imperial Bestia.
Hit me up, man. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm going into full podcast mode at this point, and I don't think anyone's going to be mad at us. We've been here for a long time, so let's go into full podcast mode. What topic? Okay, I'm not gonna go full snake and banter mode and ask you about your good and bad points, but what topic have you prepared for us today, Jack?
I just want to talk about, I mean, the other semi-final. Well, the first semi-final that we're going to see that we know it's confirmed. So
Okay,
we can
yeah,
talk about
let's
that
do
a
it.
little bit.
Yeah,
Imperial
let's do that.
versus Bestia. That's a tough game for both teams, man. I mean, Bestia looked really good today. You can't say anything bad about Imperial. They started maybe a little bit slow in game one,
Yeah.
but they dominated that game against La Rugoneta. And, you know, Imperial have seemed to be, you know, kind of one of those teams that they are like the gatekeeper, you know, that
Okay,
you
yeah.
know that they are the gatekeeper of that, like, you know, top echelon of like the tier 2 scene in South American Counter-Strike. They look to be, you know, one of the best outfits there. They're probably, I would say, the favorites to take the tournament, but in the form that Bestia have been in, especially that game against W7M, oh, honestly, I don't know. I think that one is a lot closer than maybe people expect. I'm just trying to get the results from Imperial and Bestia the past few times that they have actually played. I know Imperial have bested them in a best of one the last time they played.
Yeah, it was a
Imperial
best of
usually
one,
do
which
beat
was in
them.
the Blast qualifier. They actually played two BO1s in that Blast qualifier, which was the Ace South American Masters Spring 2024, right? And Imperial won both of them. It was a 13-7 in the first one, or 13-9 in the first one, and then 13-7 in the second. So far, Imperial have been doing a really good job. I'm not sure about the last time they actually played a best of three. I think it might have been at the start of the season, around end January. I think they played
Yeah,
in the
23rd.
EPL qualifier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Imperial won that game 2-0. It was a 13-3. I'm looking at it right now. It was a 13-3 on Nuke and then a 16-12 on Inferno, which was interesting. But I'd argue that Bestia right now is actually looking better. And one thing to note as well is that in this previous series, Noxy finished it off on 19-32. And if we see even half of Noxy's performance from today, then it surely is supposed to be a little bit of a more difficult game. But in the same time, Imperial have been getting up some confidence as well, right? They've been getting more wins under their belt, qualifying for the RMR as well. They're going to be they are playing challenger, so they're trying to qualify for Pro League as well. No, I think they qualified actually for Pro League. They were the second team after Sharks to qualify for Pro League. So Imperial have been getting a lot of good results under their belt as well. And confidence is really it could be a really big factor going into this game. They're just used to winning right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, Imperial have beaten them in a best of one and a best of three the last time that they played. But other than that, I mean, Bestia beat them in a best of one, and then they beat them in three best of threes. You know, that Imperial have kind of turned that form around, of course, but Bestia have a really solid record against Imperial. They know how to play against them, it would seem. They know how to kind of make them tick. But
Yeah.
looking at the scores, like 13-11s nearly everywhere, overtimes in there. You know, I see two overtimes there for sure.
Usually
five,
close games.
13-11s, man. You know, out of 12 maps altogether, that's pretty insane. You know, very, very close games. I think there's only been like one map that's been a stomp, and that was the 13-3 on Nuke in favor of Imperial. The rest of them, I think the second lowest is a 13-7 in favor of Bestia. So yeah, I think we're going to get an absolute barn burner of a game for that one for sure. I suppose we can talk about Fluxo as well over the other side of
No. You know what? I
don't
know
wanna?
we're gonna be casting that game. But give me a prediction now. I just wanna throw you on the spot. Who's winning it?
Oh, you know what? After today's performance, I'm gonna go for Bestia. After today's performance,
Okay.
I'm gonna go for Bestia.
Okay,
'Cause
you
I
know
know
what?
I know
I'm
you're
gonna
gonna go
say-
from Imperial.
I'll say it's a 3-mapper win for Imperial. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's a 2-1 for Imperial.
I knew that. I knew you'd go for that.
You know what, guys? We can actually run a game right now in chat because we have plenty of time to actually use right now. But let us know who you think is going to pick that one up. I mean, it's going to happen on Saturday, so there still is a long time before it. But we're just having a nice chit chat in the game right now. So type 1 in chat if you think Imperial is going to win that semifinal, and then put 2 in chat if you think Bestia is going to win it. And I feel like now the chat is actually going to be extremely rigged, because we have a Case Sharks game, which is pure Brazilian fan base orientated, right? So I actually didn't think of this. I don't think there's going to be a lot of Argentinians in chat right now to put a vote for Bestia, but you know what? Just go for it, guys. Just go for it. gonna have some fun. And now we can talk about Fluxo if you want to. I mean, they demoralized Solid earlier today, which Solid has been one of the pleasant surprises of the tournament so far, and Fluxo beat them 16-6, 16-1, which was, I guess, unexpected to be as clean of a victory, but Fluxo have been getting a lot of convincing wins under their belt recently as well, having won, I think, their last 3 best of 3s, which were in this tournament, by the way, in a 2-0 fashion. They're yet to drop a map.
Right, guys. Unfortunately, we are gonna have to send it to a short.
You're not gonna
break.
talk about Fluxo, okay?
Nah,
I
nah.
just started my Fluxo pitch, and you just interrupted me like that. Okay.
Unfortunately, guys, we do have to send it into a little bit of a break as the technical difficulties are still going on. As soon as we get any information at all, we will be relaying that to you guys. But until then, stay tuned, and we hopefully will back very soon.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back, guys. We are directly back into the action, it would seem, as Case are looking to stay alive on Mirage, and well, they're doing a very good job over here. Snow with a triple spray down towards Cat and Short, and DRG now has to go sprinting back to try and save the day for his team. Lucas is still in the server, but it's not for Ordian Zhao. He is going to be replacing Doc as Case do take that round. And we now see a 12-7 scoreline. An eco coming up for Sharks. And they're back on the pistols, Ted.
Yeah, they are. I mean, that was the first buy a full investment for the Sharks. So now they have no money left in the tank. And as you pointed out, Lucas is still here. We hope that everything is going to be fine with RD and Zhao, Follow, Tox, and DRG. Doc, unfortunately, couldn't reconnect. So Lucas will still get to make his debut. And he's already on 19 kills because he's taken over Doc's score. So yeah, already having a debut to remember, I guess. Fuego, run on the A bomb side. Kills should go in favor of the CTs. It's not as clean of a cut as you would expect it to be, but even though Riccioli actually took a lot of damage, he's still going to stay alive. So Case don't lose a single player, and this is the way that they have to go, right? They're 4 away from forcing overtime here on Mirage, and if they're able to do so, this might be suddenly, again, a competitive series. But for everyone that might have just joined in, you know, because we had a bit of a prolonged break because of the technical difficulties, before those technical issues, Sharks were straight up dominating the server. Oh no. Oh no. Yep, I believe so. I believe we've just had another disconnect, so yeah, we played 1 round of CS and now we're back.
We played two. We played two.
Oh yeah, we played 2. Yeah, we played 1 force buy and one eco. Yeah.
And we're back.
Yeah, we are. We're back in the waiting queue, and now we're waiting for some updates to see if things are gonna be resolved. Okay, he's back.
He's back.
He's back. And okay, we've got the reset. Everything's fine. I think we're back. Yeah. This one was a bit of a jump scare, but we're back in action.
We are. And that technical pause didn't actually last all that long, but we are back into things. Ordi and Zhao. They're going to be waiting behind that Molotov. It seems like it's going to be a straight up AXE, and there's nobody on the other side for Case. They've decided to fight middle this round and see nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be a straight up A play. Case have all the information in the world, but they're locked out of the bomb side, and Ardians now opens things up. Jungle Smoke still hasn't opened, by the way, and that's going to leave a gap, and it's actually a failed piece of util. There's a massive gap in that smoke. It's just missing. It's not there. Snow able to find a kill onto Lucas. And it's DRG and Follow. I think Tox is disconnected once again, so that has to be a 3 versus 2 retake. Attempted boost in towards window, not gonna work out. Sharks still could win the round, and Case are taking their sweet time with this retake. 2 CTs going in towards the CT spawn, and 1 is gonna play from jungle, Follow and DRG to win the map.
Smoke on the bomb. Follow needs to find this kill. Togs is going to go down. Does he realize that they disconnected? It doesn't matter. RCF is going to need to get on this defuse and try and stick it, and Sharks are going to take that map 13-8. It doesn't matter about the disconnect. They still win the round and the map with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a
That was
messy way to end
officially
things.
the longest map that we've ever casted that didn't even go to overtime, right? Didn't go to distance. It's a messy way to end it, but Sharks still end up picking up the map pick of their opponents, 13-8 on Mirage, ladies and gents. We're not necessarily sure what the situation is with Togs disconnecting in the final round and if we're going to be able to actually continue with the game, but we're going to keep you updated. And as far as we know right now, we're sending this to a short break around 10 minutes, and we're going to be right back with the second map of the series, which will be Vertigo in around 10 minutes. So see you there.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Orias Regional Series 1 Latin America. We're looking forward to map 2 between Case and Sharks. Riddled with technical difficulties, Ted, so, you know, all we can do is, I suppose, have a little bit of a laugh and a joke about it. 13-8, Sharks were able to take map 1. It was Case's map pick. Now we move over onto Sharks' pick of Vertigo. What do you expect to see from the Sharks, bearing in mind, you know, now, let's just, for a reason's sake, everybody is going to be fine and we're going to have no issues whatsoever in this game.
Well, I'm going to put it that way. If that was any normal other day and Sharks had their full 5-man lineup, which we, by the way, don't know if they do going into that second map still, but if they did, I would say that they have to have this one in the bag in the 2-0 fashion, right? Mirage is supposed to be the win condition for Case going into that series. Vertigo wasn't actually looking that bad for them prior to that game against Sharks yesterday, but they lost that 13-5, and some of the games before that they played on Vertigo and they were able to win. They beat decent teams, but I would argue that maybe not the teams that you would put next to Sharks in terms of capability when it comes down to that specific map, right? So going into it, I feel like the Sharks have a heavy advantage to take this one home. And again, it really depends on external factors as well, sadly, which is something that we usually don't want to really talk about, and we hope that it doesn't get involved in games like that. We hope that everything's going to be around what happens in the server. But sadly, Jack, there's been a lot of things happening outside of the server for the last couple hours for both those teams as well. So who knows going into it? We just hope that everything, as you said, is going to be all right and we're going to be able to actually enjoy a good game of CS.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a little bit annoying for everybody involved, but there's nothing that anybody can do about it. It's just, unfortunately, technical difficulties. Our admins have been working extremely hard to, you know, make sure that this game does go ahead. The players on both sides have been, you know, trying to figure out, you know, what is going to be the best way to solve these things. And sometimes they're just unavoidable. But hopefully, when we get into this game, when we get into the second map, we'll actually get to see, you know, the Counter Strike that we all want to watch. Case, of course, a map down. If the, you know, the issues do persist, or even if they don't, let's say there's not a full 5 playing, surely that's your route back into it, right? You know,
it should be.
Yeah, surely that's something that's going for you. I think Case are going to be probably the more comfortable of the two because, you know, although the delays are a little bit tedious on both sides, I think Sharks will be more kind of maybe annoyed by the delays that are going on.
Yeah, surely. I mean, maybe not annoyed at the delays, but I guess out of focus because your team is the one that is getting people disconnected all of the time. And, you know, you're bringing in that young guy from the academy team, from the Sharks youngsters, and he's not necessarily sure on who he's replacing. He's coming in to replace one player, then Ardian's out comes back, and then suddenly you're replacing Dog. To be fair, Lucas is, I believe, still supposed to play map number 2. But let's talk about the Case lineup a little bit. I feel like going into this game, if you're Case, one thing that we actually mentioned during Mirage when we still had some normal rounds going on was the fact that Snow was having a bit of a tough time, right? I mean, it's not like he had a bad game at the end of the day. He was actually, I believe, even still positive. He reached 15 kills, which statistically is not too bad. But the fact that you are the highest rated player in the tournament going into this one, you have been one of the best players on T side, on CT side. You've just been playing outstandingly well so far, and you go into the most important game so far, and you know every single other game in the playoffs is going to be your most important game up to this date. But so far, we haven't seen Snow struggle in a way. We saw a couple really big rounds from Urban, by the way. He was the one to kind of reignite the spark, if you could say it like that, if you could put it that way, for Case. But I really hope that going into Vertigo, we're going to be able to see a little bit of a better showing coming out of Snow, because I feel like he's become a bit of a win condition for that team with how good he's been and with the roles that he's been given. I really hope that we will get to see that showdown between him and Doc or Gafalo or whoever decides to show up on the other side of the server. But thankfully, we're actually back, and it is a full 5-man Sharks lineup we're going to be looking at for the next couple rounds and couple hours, maybe. It depends on how close this is and if we get to a third. So Sharks get to play with their full lineup, and this second map is ready to start.
Oh, and off with a bang. Urban Zero is going to collect a double. It's just going to be a straight up fight towards the B ramp here. And Gafolo now has got a 1 versus 2 on his hands. With the bomb in hand, he can back away here. Doesn't realize that both players are there, maybe. So he's just going to take a few liberties and push all the way. Running, not a care in the world. He can get a bomb down here. He can get a smoke down as well. And maybe get off the bomb side as this is being planted. Issue is he doesn't have armor, so this is going to be kind of difficult for him to get going. Here comes the jump through. Gafolo collects that first kill and now looks for a second. Riccioli doesn't have armor either, but it comes down to who sees who first, and Riccioli comes out on top. It's Case Esports that start better.
Yeah, that was risky, by the way, because Riccioli had a smoke. He's the one with the kit and the smoke, so he doesn't have any armor as well. It was who's gonna beat who to the punch, and Riccioli stands tall. That was gonna be a massive way to start things off here for Gafolo. A 1 versus 2 clutch, a triple kill in the round, but Case still able to get away with that pistol, and it's a pretty hefty investment in terms of the weaponry for Case. Going for 4 M4s, 1 FAMAS, not a lot of util. This is the one that if you lose, you're going to suffer. Obviously, the reason you go for this is because you realize the Sharks must force by going forward. They must have invested with the bomb plant. And it's going to be a 4-man mid-walk from Sharks. But for now, there's no one towards middle to actually welcome them.
Flashes rain high over. Snow to collect the first kill as Sharks are going to be looking to try and find these frags. DRG, I believe, has been spotted out just behind that smoke, and the kills keep coming for KC Esports. However, bombs should be planted here, and I don't believe there's much that Snow can do about it. In fact, there's not. He eventually takes Gafolo off the plant, but Togs and DRG now are going to try and hold on, and that's a quick and easy kill to find through the smoke. A little bit fortunate, but DRG gets it done. Togs, low HP, being spammed down. Snow still alive, and they just need to find the IGL of Sharks on the other side. Eventually he will fall, but they do a whole lot of damage. That force bite does work out. You do get a bomb plant out of it, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we see actually another investment coming into this next round from the Sharks. But a hat-trick of kills from DRG, and he's going to be able to field an AK for sure.
That's what I was gonna mention. That's fantastic work by DRG, and this is the thing that justifies another force buy here. You find 3 kills, you plant the bomb, you can get your hands on Galils, you can have DRG on an AK-47, and then you know that once again the economy for Case isn't gonna be stable whatsoever. So you just need to steal 1 round pretty much, and if you keep on planting the bomb right now, you won't even be up against the, I guess, threat of getting a reset right now. You can just keep on buying and buying and buying with the loss bonus, stacking up in the bomb plants, chunking in that extra amount of cash.
It's a good opener. That Case find. Urban Zero now is just going to be holding audience out, burning a little bit. He might get 2 for the price of 1, and he has, looking for that extra frag maybe as he sticks around, but he's going to let his teammate now take point. They're higher HP, and Riccioli is just going to shut that one down. That force fight just swatted away from Case Esports, and they have a 3-0 lead now. Building up a little bit of bank. It's going to help things, especially after taking so much damage in the round prior to this one. We are going to see Sharks actually invest a little bit here. They can, of course. They're on max loss bonus. So Doc is going to be on a Galil to see if he can get something done.
Oh, they're on 2900 still. But with the bomb plants.
That is true.
Yeah.
Not max loss bonus yet. But it could be.
But
soon.
Yeah, Doc still has the money to justify going for that Galil. So your point is valid. Yeah.
Yeah, my point is valid. It's been a long day. been a long day.
It's been a long series. That's been long, but yeah, Yeps and Snow still not really letting that get on their nerves and being as cool as cucumbers. That's interesting though. Talk's able to find that timing around the smoke and take Snow down, so this is another gun that's going to be recovered. Riccioli on the flank already, but they're still going down one after the other. Docs actually claimed the double through the smoke. This is so dangerous. Surely they're going to be holding their behinds, but Urban still manages to get one, and Riccioli will claim that double once again. Another really expensive round. And you know what? Case might have a 4-0 lead. What's scary right now is the fact that the only round that was clean for them was the only full buy versus buy round. When you think about it, right? When the Sharks had 5 rifles, they went over towards the A-bomb side. Case absolutely deleted them. But then in all of the other rounds, the Sharks were actually able to find too many kills for comfort. And now they're back on the guns as well. Gafolo, we're going to see him on the AVP for the first time here on Vertigo. Usually quite a capable Vertigo AWPer, which is a tough thing to say for a lot of AWPers in the world. It's not necessarily the best of maps to AWP on, especially on the T side of things.
Nade opened the smoke, a perfect flashbang, and Sharks are just being cut to pieces here on the ramp. 2 players down. Doc was spotted out as well. Case are so happy just to back away with the 2 kills that they've found with minimal amount of damage done. I mean, Riccioli and RCF are quite low, but it still shouldn't matter all that much, especially when we look at the Opera's HP. Yeps now feeling a little bit of pressure towards B. Drops the smoke. Has some support in terms of Snow by his side. The Sharks unsuccessful at A. They're going to give B a try.
Yeah, 45 seconds though. Doc has been boosted up, but he needs to find that first kill instantly, and there's so many players around. Snow just holding the angle. Yeps trying to jiggle to take the attention away, and Snow's going to get that kill. It's an awful off angle to actually deal with, so Doc is going to hit the ground running. Nardi and Zhao needs to hope for a refrag here. Smoke's actually going to open some vision for them, but the boost on top is going to set up Snow for another. And that leaves Talks in a 1 versus 5. That should be way out of his league. It should be way out of any player's league, to be fair. And Snow closes things out with a lovely sequence and a triple kill.
$5-0. Case on fire. And really on the case of Sharks to get a response here. This is not how you want to start a second map. We spoke about the time restraints that they're under as well. So
yeah, and that counts for both teams, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean,
both teams.
if you wanna look at it, and we don't want to look at it from that perspective, but if this goes to a third map, both teams are gonna have some scheduling issues with other games. So yeah, a lot of external factors, as we pointed out, but so far, Case have been playing really solid on the CT side. So if we have to, and if we want to focus on the now, for now, Urban is absolutely outstanding. That's another monstrous double kill, and he's gonna keep on pushing through the smoke. This is so risky.
He walked by him.
He's not gonna realize it. Yeah, he walked right by him, and Riccioli's collected Guardians out. There's no way they're gonna be ready for Urban. He wasn't ready for the energy either. But the IGL is going to be good just for 1. Case keep on racking rounds up. And it's 6 now on the CT side of Vertigo. Looking like a totally different team compared to Mirage.
yeah, I mean, 6-0. Sharks in trouble for sure. This is dominance on the CT side. Welcome dominance. We were wondering, you know, are we going to see the effects of, you know, the issues that were caused on map 1? Were we going to lose a little bit in terms of the counter-strike? Not on Case's side. Oh, little run boost. As Doc doesn't find anything, takes a little bit of damage. That's always fun when you get to see the other side of it, especially when you're able to net a kill from it. But that doesn't happen just yet. Case now really feeling the pressure over towards B. Riccioli might need to flash in just a moment. Molly actually misses towards White. And that is going to be a problem because Doc is stood right there. There's the flash in. Doc is dead and seen. And Snow is going to win that fight. It is just a fake as of right now. The bomb is sat under towards the A bomb site, but B is under lock and key. That's a great hold.
Yeah, that's fantastic work, and RCF is still posted here with the AVP. This is an angle that should grant him the first kill for sure, and he's gonna spot the RG. He's actually gonna stick for more. It's a second, and it felt so good the first 2 times. He might have to go for another peek and make it a triple. Tags down, doesn't frag him, but the second shot will do it. It's a lovely sequence by RCF on the AVP in case he had to drop a map, and yet to actually drop more than 2 players in a buy round on Vertigo.
Yeah, Sharks are struggling. They really are struggling.
Big time.
Need to try and get the mental back. They really do, because Case are right now running away with this map. And that's just not something that you want to happen, not lightly anyway. You need to make this competitive. A B-pop maybe might save things, might be able to salvage what has already happened, but they've looked so good at locking down this B bomb site. The flashes are going to go over. Is Yeps going to be cleared out? Snow good for just the 1. Now Yeps is going to get in on the action, waiting for the flashes. Timing perfect. Claims 2. Bomb's going to be dropped. Falls off the map, but respawns, and Tog's now left standing alone, and he will be dropped as well. Man, Case are absolutely dominating Sharks. This is
That's
right
been
now,
one of the most solid CT sides we've seen so far in the tournament, by the way.
They haven't had a chance. Sharks are going to go ahead and call a tactical timeout, and you need one. You need to discuss this. Like, what's going on? You just can't find a way into A or B. Case are just finding the entries, finding the openings, and it's not like, you know, we're seeing rounds that have been super competitive. I believe, like, the last time that we have seen a round that, you know, was somewhat competitive, I believe it's the second round that they got up onto the site and got a bomb plant. But since then, they haven't got a bomb.
No, absolutely not. Especially when they have the guns, right? This is something that we brought up. At the start, when they had the force buys, when they had the pistols, they were able to at least make them expensive. Even if it's not a quote-unquote winnable round by the looks of it, you're still able to find 2-3 kills, thin that economy of the CT side as much as you can. But the last couple buy rounds have just been extremely solid by Case, right? The AVP of RCF just claiming multi-kill after multi-kill, really good protocols, really good awareness by everyone, really good multi-kill potential as well. This is the round in which the Sharks need to actually get on the board, right? 8-4 is still a possibility on paper if you pull out a miraculous comeback on that T side and you just turn things around. But at this rate, Case might actually be looking at getting a clean CT side, and this is crazy. RCF is even gonna go for the repeat. First one was able to beat the Ope to the punch, and you can tell how much confidence he's had building up in the last couple rounds, and he's gonna go for more. This is crazy from him, and they're ready. They're waiting for him, and he just doesn't miss. It's the third, finally punished by Dog, but he just claimed the triple like that.
He made it look easy as well. Made it look so simple. Audience out didn't even realize he was being flanked. Doc trying to recover the bomb in the round, but that's never going to happen, not in this high load. He'll jiggle out, and he'll just get torn to absolute pieces. 9-0.
That's been quick. That's been
so
really
fast.
quick. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty certain if we keep on going like this, and you can tell, by the way, how crazy that is. RCF just peeking into the AVP. You're expecting him to go down straight away. He repeaks 3 more times, and he gets away with a triple. If that keeps on going like this, we might have legitimately had a longer technical timeout on map 1 than this entire map might be.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think... I don't know how long it actually was, but this has taken absolutely no time at all, really. I mean, we started the map 25, I believe it was delayed just a little bit. I think we started at around half. It's been 14 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's 9-0.
Yeah, it could be another 20-minute map here. This could legitimately be a shorter map than a League of Legends game. If it keeps on going like this, Sharks still not out of it just yet. They have another bye coming up. You still could be living in Wallaland, and, you know, winning 3 rounds on the T side might give you some hope for a CT side masterclass of a comeback, but it's going to be a long way from where you're right now. A lot of work required, a lot of mental strength. a lot of resilience, things that we know that the Sharks usually have in their arsenal, but they haven't really been able to showcase so far. Urban, elevated on the boost. Gonna go down, hasn't really spotted anything, and that might actually make him move forward, but it might actually make him move right into the jaws of the Sharks.
There's an off angle being played here by RCF, but good for just the one. Orban Zero now trying to just lock it in. He's dropped the bomb as well. Might have just gotten his hands on the round, but Gafolo still trying to fight, and he's not going down without one. Big flank coming in here from Togs, and he could have some massive impact. But Yeps is reading into this. Oh, and that's a quick headshot. Togs didn't stand a chance, as Gafolo didn't stand a chance either. Talk about quick headshots. Snow says, well, yep, you got one. I want to get in on the action as well. 11-3 Snow. It's 10-0 to Case Esports. And Sharks, where do you even go from here? You maybe call another attack, see what's going wrong. But right now, you're just being outslain all across the map. We are going to see a technical pause here being brought in. So hopefully whatever issue it isn't going to last very long. As you said, if you were watching that map one, if you weren't, Sharks had a lot of problems with players crashing and disconnecting and stuff like that. Delayed the game for a very, very long time. So we hope that it's not an issue like anything involved or related to that.
Yeah, hopefully it's just another regular, oh no, my glass is all over my mouse pad or whatever. I mean, even that would just be a lot easier to deal with compared to some of the stuff that we had to, or the players had to go through on Mirage. Thankfully, it's okay. It is because of some TeamSpeak lag, so we should be live any moment now. And yeah, we are back in action. Case Esports right now, twice on fire, double the flames, double the form. 10-0 up, just 3 away now from closing things out, and at this point a 12-0 first half looks completely realistic. Doesn't sound that far-fetched anymore. Sharks with 2 more chances to get rounds here on the T side of things on their own map pick, a map on which they 13-5'd Case just yesterday, just 1 day ago.
It's been an absolute masterclass so far from Case Esports, and a disaster class from Sharks, but they can still manage to turn it around. They still are after their first round on the T side. Could come here. Setting up for a little bit of a B play. They'll spring up. Flashes are going to be good. Snow is going to be just burning a little bit in the Molotov, but he's not going to be found out just yet. Audience out, opens and starts proceeding. Snow surely is going to be a dead man, somehow still alive, dancing around the smokes, and help is arriving. The longer he stays here, the more players are going to be swarming around the Sharks, and Orban Zero continues to find the frags. Snow looking for Togs, eventually gets him, and it's down to a 2 versus 1, but Doc might just have his chance. As I say that, Riccioli has caught the perfect timing, and Doc never seen it coming. Case Esports 11-0, 1 away from a perfect half of Counter-Strike.
This is absolute carnage. That was the closest round we've seen so far in terms of the buy rounds, but Case once again. The amount of time that Snow actually won there, staying around the smoke. He was the smoke criminal. They couldn't find him. He just turned into a ghost. And you could tell that Dog actually gave that flank a little bit of a bit of a winky. He did flick his mouse a bit to just quickly check in case there was a player coming in behind, but he couldn't spot him. 11-0. They don't get a bomb plan, which means that this buy again is going to suffer on Yuto, and some of the players are not even going to be put on the premium rifles. It's going to be another mid-walk, thankfully. This time, there's no AVP holding the line, so you might catch a bit of unfortunate timing this time.
Yeah, it's all about when they go back and try and look at middle, and well, now they're going to be looking at it for sure, because the util is raining over. Snow is going to try and drop a smoke and try and stay alive on the site. He does better than that. He sprays one down. There's a whole lot of damage to Togs as well. Perfect flash. Yeps finds a head. Still alive, still just lurking around the smoke. DRG though needed to take him out of the site, and does. There's definitely a chance here, but not when the bomb goes walking into CT spawn, and it's all falling apart here for Sharks on map 2. A T side definitely to forget about. DRG on 15 HP has an M4, so unless he is picture perfect with every duel that he takes now for the rest of this round. This should be a clean sweep for the CT side. But DRG is going to at least give it a go. He'll try and walk in. Urban up close. Step being heard. And they're going to just swing and fight them together. They won't even need to. Urban 0. One taps him. And it is 0 for Sharks.
Yeah, that's been a cold day in hell for the Sharks. They've been absolutely destroyed. And that's not something that we saw going into this map, especially when we saw that they're going to have their full 5-man lineup for that Vertigo. It's one of those maps that you just want to forget. It's one of those maps that just leave you speechless. And we are going to an Inferno for sure. Question is, if Sharks can actually win at least one round, if they can convert that pistol round, just get a couple rounds on the CT side, show us that they're not completely AFK on Vertigo, because so far they have been run over. You look at Urban, he's on 17 and 4, Snow on 14 and 5, Riccioli on 10 and 3. I mean, everyone's just putting on impressive stats right now. In case going over towards middle to try and achieve that 13-0 dream right now.
DRG, the first line of defense. Jiggle spots out RCF. He is going to be smoked out. Oh, collect Snow. A good frag to find. Now, can Sharks build off it? Can they manage to hold on to this B site as the T's try and spill over towards the heaven? But so confident in the duels right now, Case, and they are winning the majority of the fights until Gafolo steps up and gets it into a 1 versus 1, but instantly tapped down. Urban 0 seals it. A 13-0, a perfect game of Counter-Strike from Case Esports, and they will level things up in the series and force a decider.
Wow, what a showing that was from Case. I mean, I'm completely speechless with this game at this point, Jack. This is just one of those matchups that could be described with one word and one word only, and this word is complete carnage. After what happened on Mirage, it looked like the most comfortable Mirage we've ever seen from Sharks. All the technical difficulties, but they still close it out against Case without no real drama and contest, almost no contest. We move into map number 2, and it's a 13-0. Not a single round going in favor of the Sharks. And with that being said, the mental for Case is surely going to be on an all-time high. With that being said, though, folks, we are going to send it into another break, and we're going to be right back in around 10 minutes with the third and final map of the series. It will be Inferno to determine which one of those two teams will proceed and face off against Fluxo in the semifinals.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearly ready to jump into a third and final map. It's going to be Inferno between Case and Sharks. Winner will move forward to the semi-finals. They will face Fluxo there. A 13-8 that took a very, very long time to get done. Second map, well, I mean, it doesn't get much quicker than that. A 13-0 in favour of Case. And now we're here on a deciding map. What can we expect?
I mean, at this point, I feel like it would be crazy to actually give a prediction and believe it's going to be an accurate one. On paper, Sharks should be closing this one out even in 3 maps, right? But on paper, they should have closed it out on Vertigo. They didn't pick up a single round, which caught us off guard completely. Numbers for Case on this map, talking about Inferno, have not been great lately. They've won 1 out of their last 6 games here, and their only one that they won, which I guess is a testament that they still have a chance if they're caught on a good day, was up against Bestia, which was quite impressive, right? But you look at some of the others matchups, you're looking at a 13-2 loss to Galoris, a 13-6 loss to Flamengo, a lot of teams that you would not necessarily, again, put on the same level and classify as the same caliber of teams as the Sharks, right? But I feel like mentally, Jack, there is a thing that we need to talk about. And going into this third and final map, I would really see a world where the Sharks are just not on it, right? Because that Vertigo, what we saw on Vertigo, it was worrying for the Sharks camp. So I'm actually intrigued to see if they're going to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, and that was with the full 5 as well. I mean, like, we've had Lucas stand in for not 1 but 2 players throughout Mirage, and you know, Sharks, they had their full 5 and they just got ran over, simply as you know, you'd be surprised to see that it actually wasn't the 13-8 that they had technical issues on. You know, it would have been more explainable if it was the 13-0 that they were having all those problems. But yeah, I mean, they've got absolutely destroyed. They need to make sure that their mental hasn't been too affected by that. But it's a difficult thing to come back from. You know, it's been a very, very long day for these guys. And, you know, they've got more games to play after this, I believe, as well. So, you know, it's going to be a really, really tough day at the office if they can't come back for this. Look, I'm not going to give a prediction either, because I think I agree with you. This one could go any which way. What I do know is, though, we are going to get in for the knife round and we're going to see and figure it out together.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you that have missed out on the action so far in the series, this has actually been, I think, our longest series that's just now up to, well, about to start its third map. It's one of our longest ones for sure. But yeah, on map number 1, the Sharks were able to actually steal away Case's map pick on Mirage in a 13-8 fashion, which of course was overshadowed by a lot of technical difficulties that mainly Sharks were experiencing. Going into map number 2, Vertigo, Case absolutely stomped them in the 13-0 score, and by the looks of it, they will keep it up with the pistol round as well. So Case, they've technically won the last 13 rounds in a row in the series, and they're going to try and up that streak and take it even further here. Probably going to start things off on the CT side.
Yeah, they will get the choice, of course. And yeah, I'd be very shocked to see them pick T-side, to be honest, Ed. Looking forward, though, to this Inferno. And, you know, we've had a little bit of a chat about it. Case, it's a played map for them. You know, it's a very well played map for them. It's 12 maps in the last 3 months, but the win percentage hasn't really been there. So I think this is the perfect opportunity for them really to kind of get back on track on Inferno, especially if they start well on the CT side.
Yeah, especially individually, players are going to be on the right page. A lot of, I guess we could. Obviously, you can conclude for yourselves that after a 13-0 victory, you're going to be confident. But the way that they were getting into a lot of those fights on the previous map, was just speaking that they're mentally not faced whatsoever by the fact that they had to wait, by the technical pauses, by the fact that they got upset on their map pick. They were able to come back strong. So going into this one, surely you could be putting your money on KCP in a bit of a better mental state. And then for the Sharks, I guess you can make the counter argument that you can just forget that this map even existed and just focus on what's ahead of you. But the pistol round has already started. It's a double smoke, double flash molly investment, but Togs already has been shut down, and that's going to force the Sharks into the stacked B bomb side.
All these steps being heard. Urban wants an early fight, but it's a fight he loses. Flash is going to be perfect for Yeps to peek, but can't do anything with it. Riccioli extends a smoke out to try and play around it, but he's going to be mollied and forced back as his teammates do now arrive. They went into the stacked bomb site, but they still managed to take it. However, KC Sports, they want to retake it now together. 2 versus 2, as Doc and DRG play it pretty much back-to-back in Dark and Triple. And DRG, well, he's been spotted out here. Now, nice headshot, low HP as well, but Snow isolating these fights. Both players are low here. Here comes the swing, and it's DRG to stand tall in that pistol. He finds a hat-trick of kills, the IGL, and maybe we're going to see a better performance from Sharks this time, as we see the dreaded.
Yeah, now this is scary. Yeah, this is scary now. It's like being in The Shining, but you know that feeling of that you're getting when you're watching horror movies, and you're like, I would do that in that situation, or how would I react in that scenario? This is us right now. We just see the technical pause banner pop up, and it feels like we're in wrong turn 7 or whatever. It's like having the demon. Okay, so apparently we just got some information. Apparently DRG just put out such an amazing round, such a crazy clutch on low HP with the Glock, that his TeamSpeak actually lost connection, so he's out of there. We're gonna give him some time to see if he's gonna be able to bounce back. But going back to the round, by the way, that was mental from DRG, right? The in-game leader stepping it up big time. He was low on HP, getting the first headshot. Snow with a massive refrag onto the Dart player who was high on HP as well, but DRG still able to come on top in the end. And apparently he's back. All issues have been resolved, so it's not going to be a prolonged technical pause. It was just a short little jump scare. We're going to be right back for the eco for Case and the right.
Yeah, straight up eco, straight up B stack, it would seem. They're not going to rush down Banana. They are just going to boost players up and hope that Sharks walk into their crosshairs, which is entirely possible. And it's looking like it's going to happen at any moment. Now, they haven't thrown any util. They've kind of silently crept their way up Banana. Now the execute is going to come in. I believe there was a failed smoke in there, so that could be a little bit of an issue. He burns Yeps a little bit. He's going to be forced into a little bit of a fight early on. 0 very low, and even though the pistols are here, they're just going to get completely overwhelmed. The only kill they found was Togs, who is just going to snatch that AK away from Doc.
To be fair, before Doc went down to his teammate, he actually snapped really nicely onto the player that was towards New Box. But yeah, fairly clean anti-eco here. A bit of a mismatch there with the, or miscom with the TK. We're gonna see a replay. It's always been a pretty standard way to actually approach an anti-eco. Just go for a B execute. If you throw your nades right, there's not a lot of positions where the pistols can still be standing and feeling comfortable. But with that being said, Case now up for their first buy round of Inferno. No AVP yet for Mr. RCF, who had a phenomenal map impact-wise on Vertigo. But most players are going to be on the rifles. Urban, the only one on an MP9, and he is one of those B defenders. He's opted for that extra bit of util.
Doc gonna try and dodge this flash, and Urban swings right in to his AK. So Sharks go a kill to the good, and this leaves Yeps in a horrible position on the B bomb site. It's going to get a whole lot smaller as well with the mollies that are going to rain on over. There's only certain amount of places he can be. And DRG has already seen him, but Yeps claims a double. That's huge. Spam through the smoke as well. It's going to connect for RCF. Doesn't realise it, but he's dropped the bomb. And that's really thrown a spanner into the works. As Case right now, they're up a man. And RCF, he just needs to stay alive. Until his teammates rotate, they've got the numbers advantage. And DRG and Togs are split right now. Togs is going to try and play for the round towards Banana. He's going to be smoked off by Snow, surely. And he just needs to try and flash for his IGL to get something done. Two players completely blind, but Riccioli, he gains vision at the perfect moment to refrag. And now Togs goes for the spam. He gets that kill. Maybe he doesn't realise that Riccioli is the man on the bomb. And he is never going to realise.
Yeah, I mean, he had an idea towards the end, but Riccioli was just taking the 10-second defuse. They didn't even have a kid going into that retake. That just speaks volumes of how dangerous that was actually for Case. It was a great flash onto Coffins. Sadly for DRG, he was able to just get away with one. But then, that's what's so tricky about it, right? Because they weren't even shooting through the smoke prior to that, so there's no way for him to actually realize that he's killed the player that was supposed to protect. This double kill is mental. Doc and Artie and Sao are so sorry about this. And then RCF getting the kill through the smoke. I even believe that the short and pit player were getting ready to save there for Case, but then those kills happen, and hey, round is up, and you actually end up winning it. Massive exchange in towards Banana. DRG, the only one to actually get a kill, and now Sharks are starting to run out of gas here on Inferno. Gotta hope that this doesn't start looking like the CT side that we saw on Vertigo, because the previous round going in favor of Case, and now this happening in towards Banana. Sharks trying to force the issue with the early fights, but not really playing out in their way or in their favor. That's what you're afraid of the most. And now you spotted Tox as well. Bonking towards CD. He just trying to bait him into some fights right now, trying to force mistakes. None should be happening though. Yeps is still hiding, still waiting for the contact of his teammate, and he's gonna peek on that. Actually, Riccioli goes down, and now this is doable for Tox. Does he realize that there is a player dancing around? He's gonna look for him, but Yeps, this was so perfectly played. He became a shadow, a ghost, and secures the round.
Won that pretty much with just his keyboard, just staying out of vision, just listening to the footsteps wherever they went, going the opposite side, making sure he's not going to be spotted. And yeah, there's nothing really that could be done about that. Even on low HP, Yeps gets it done, and we're leveled up 2-2. I'm back on an eco for the most part. Togs is going to be fielding an AK in this round. We'll see where he is going to go to get aggressive, and that is in Mexi. Is he going to be spotted there? Lots of pistols peeking, and Togs now is going to be the nasty element of surprise.
Yeah, and that actually leaves the MP9 in an awful position right now, right? Riccioli needs to start pushing forward, and he needs to find a fight here. Question is, does Togs actually turn around? Did they clear him out? Did they realize he could be close middle? Because they took care of the early aggression. They should clear him out, surely. And DRG is going to do so. Riccioli with one. Talks with the refrag coming out of Mexi. Playing whack-a-mole, but so far has been the other way around. It's actually the head popping out to get the kill. And whack the player. RCF with a good kill. Actually with a nice double. And now this is looking a lot more alright. But Tox is still alive and still kicking. Doing a lot of damage in this round. He's up for 3 kills already. Might be up for the ace even later on. Might need it if they want to get the round. Even though Artie and Zao has been able to actually pick up an M4.
$30 and the steps are being heard. Urban is going to be calling for the rotation now of Yeps, and Urban is actually playing for a perfect timing to walk behind the 2 players. And Togs, he checked over his shoulder a minute ago, but now there just isn't enough time to really be watching your flank. And, well, if you drop the bomb, that's pretty much round done. Togs now going to try and cross. Yeps is going to be spotted out, just delaying for long enough. Togs is actually going to stick this plant. Togs now has a headshot angle to fight behind, and this is very, very dangerous. Yeps is running out of bullets, but eventually puts 2 in the brain, and Togs does fall. Bomb plant, definitely a successful endeavor in that round, but they had a chance to win it all, which was definitely surprising considering an AK was all they brought to the table there.
I mean, that AK found 4 kills, right? The pistols were doing such a good job of just taking the attention away, so Togs could be put in good positions to actually get those kills, and he nearly gets the better of Yeps in the 1v1 as well. Obviously, the veteran keeping his cool there. He was able to get the kill. Headshot angle doesn't really mean anything in that scenario either. I mean, it doesn't matter that Togs was tagged down. It doesn't matter if he has armor or no. All that makes the difference is whether he's going to be able to connect the shots. Back to the buys we go though for the Sharks, and once again quite quick in their banana approach.
Nice flashbang. RCF really needs to be careful. He oversteps the mark. Gafola will take him down, and Gafola's just waiting for the perfect timing. Could see him every step of the way. When he took that step forward, that was his demise. Now, with that kill, they're actually going to fall back. They're going to go for a little bit of an A play here, and Riccioli and Snow really need to get set up, but Case are actually reading into this very well indeed. Yeps is going to be here. He's got a smoke and a HE as well. And then they've got Urban Zero just waiting to spot the cross. This is just a full gamble play and it might work out.
It's such a sick setup as well. The bid player just watching for the cross, but oh, they double nade him. This is great. This is so good for the Sharks. They clear him out. Snow's gonna be good for 1, Snow good for a second, but they just played it out so well. The double nade in towards the pit was genius, and now it's just Urban. A 1 versus 3, they spotted him out, and Tox is gonna drop him through the smoke. Sharks level things up.
You go into the stack and somehow make it work. Double nading towards pit just changed everything in that round. Absolutely everything. That pit player is alive. He is a nuisance. He's a nightmare to deal with. But because, you know, you just drop him straight away, it's really just a crossfire on the site that you have to deal with. And that becomes pretty easy and apparent as soon as you see that first player on default there. You know that there's a possibility. All you need to do then is just trade out. Nice and simple. Just the way Sharks like it.
Yeah. And they already had a man advantage because of the Oper actually picking up Gafolo in towards the B, or RCF in towards the B bomb site, right? So the refrags could have, well, they couldn't have gone against him pretty much. That's a nice peek by Urban, but Doc still beats him to the punch. It was just 1 bullet away from confirming the kill there. But Doc wins the fight, and unfortunately that was the only premium rifle that Case had going into this one. And it's a force buy as well, it's a full investment. At this point, you're just making the call, right? You're just rotating back towards the A-bomb side. You do a 4-man stack. If they go A, you have a decent shot at it. And if they go B, you just save. You're going to be in an eco next round either way. So might as well put all your eggs into one basket. And unfortunately, it's not the perfect basket. It's not the right one. We had a quick look, a quick glimpse of the 1xBet odds as well, favoring the Sharks to pick this one up. Obviously, at this point, you could always say that this is already looking like a far better map than the previous one, and you wouldn't be wrong.
Nah, already we're seeing signs of life from the Sharks. Just weren't.
I mean, we were never going to see them get 13-0 back-to-back, right?
No,
you were always going to
never.
see better play from them, and they are that type of an awkward team every single time we get into a game like that. I think it was the same with the Galores deciding game in the group stage, right? Because right the day before that, they had lost to Galores in a pretty bad fashion on a couple of maps. They got completely stomped. So they are a team that occasionally just turns off and they get absolutely obliterated, right? But then they are not a bad team. They're not a team that's going to be way below your level in a lot of the games. And they usually are a team that can actually put up a fight against, on paper, higher ranked and teams with, you know, more skill or more experience and stuff like that. So yeah, the Sharks, they're an awkward team at times with some of the losses that they concede, but we know they can play good CS, and they're showing it right now on Inferno when it matters the most.
Yeah, when it matters most, they turn up, and deciding map, elimination on the line, spotting the semi-final on the line as well. That's exactly where you want them to turn up. Follow loves that aggressive peak, just running up second middle, going into the apartments now. He's not going to be rewarded by anything. We have seen some insane shots from him doing exactly just that. This is still a massive danger, even when we consider the buy on the other side. If 1 or 2 kills go the wrong way, Sharks really could fall to this, and KC Sports reading into this one perfectly once again. They've
Depends on
everybody
the
here.
Uto. Yeah, depends on the nades, depends on the smokes, the HEs, and when the CTs want to trigger that play. Snow jumping in towards Boiler with the MP9 is going to find a single kill, and the P250 is going to be good for one more. But all things considered, the Sharks, they make quick work of that half buy of Case. 5-3 up now, 3 in a row on the board. Looking powerful on that T side. And it's another buy coming up for Case. And once again, you have no money for a big green, which could prove to be a little bit of an issue. Oh no, pardon. They had just enough. It's a glass cannon, but they did have enough.
Just about. So RCF is going to be trying his best here, and he's actually going to be boosted up to peek down. Nobody's going to be holding for this audience out. Saved by RCF having to flick there. Follow was thinking about trying to beat that util. KC Sports still want to fight for top banana. Doc boosted over the top of the smoke, sees nothing. He can walk through for free if he really wants to. There come the second set of nades. And Case giving absolutely nothing away for free right now.
Yeah, issue right now for Case is the fact that they're running out of Uto, right? They still have a couple smokes, couple mollies left, but Sharks have been doing a good job of just making them expand that utility in towards B. That's another HE. The Sharks playing that slow and methodical approach here. The B-bomb players have already run out of Uto, but the Eps has been able to find a kill, and now this is a lot more justified right now. Running out of Uto when you have a man advantage is a lot better, and oh, the timing for Urban is so good. They just went down from the boost. Urban is going to be in such a dangerous position, but he's going to try to fall back. This is a game of timings, and he needs to be careful. Still able to find one. Flash spamming through the smoke. No one actually able to land a shot on him, and he's on USB, but he's been able to stop them. That might be the save for the Sharks.
Yeah, give it up. You can't go in. Really good hold there from Case. And man, the nades there, it might look a little bit silly. You know, it's like, okay, right, they're burning through a lot of their utility. Usually you like to see teams, you know, have it when the execute comes over, so you can drop the Molotov, you can drop a smoke, you can just keep delaying them over and over again. But what happened there for Sharks was just, they got a little bit impatient. They seen the first two raining over, and then one player, it was delayed enough that one player was kind of halfway forward, that when the retake nades for top banana came in, he just said, you know what, I'm just going to swing through this, and gave away his life for free. Just a quick and easy kill, and it was so simple from Case after that. They played it to perfection. They will get a fourth, and Sharks kept out of that B bomb site.
Switching up the approach a little bit, yeah. Snow just running down. Well, down middle, that is. Urban is the one pushing in towards Banana, and Snow on the other side of that smoke, which is a CT deep smoke that's usually used to actually aggress in towards second middle, so they might not be anticipating that exact play out of Snow. Problem here is that if they clear him out and he's not looking the right way, he's a dead man, and that's going to be the case. Doc, with the opening kill, yep, still waiting to deploy that smoke. Vital for Urban's survival right now. And I wasn't actually intending to make this rhyme, but it worked out really nicely.
A happy accident.
Ooh.
Just like that. That was completely by design. Urban definitely was looking for that kill. Just a predicted spam. And follow, yeah. It's a little bit annoying when that happens to you, but what are you meant to do about it? Yep's holding the line here as Audience Out is going to creep forward. That's a perfect flashbang. Perfect timing. Audience Out is blind. One of the mattered. Yeps seem to be winning that fight regardless. There's the bomb dropped as RCF now approaches to make sure they keep control of it, and the support utility is great right now as Case, they stay afloat for the moment, but a team nade, and all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 1. What has happened here? Urban needs to be the hero for KC Sports. Togs got a util belt full, but Urban has crept his way in, and this is going to be a horrible surprise at any moment. Togs never seen it coming, gets blindsided, and even with the team nade, even with it turning into a little bit of a mess, Urban's able to sweep that one under the rug.
Yeah, you know what? If I'm Sharks right now, I'm just saying NT to Talks, right? Because that was a 1 versus 4 from him. He's able to find a double. Then you get a little bit fortunate, and you actually get a bomb plan out of this situation, which means that the money should be good enough until the end of the half for you to have 2 more full buys, no matter what happens right now. Because the loss bonus is stacking up as well. You had a bomb plan. Buy is going to be great going forward. You can still, I guess, get 7 rounds out of that T side, but all things considered, before Talks finds that big double kill and the nade accident happens, that was a really solid defense from KC Sports. We are seeing a map deserving of a third and final one between those two. Spot in the semi-finals, and Urban's gone aggressive once again, but this time it's going to be second middle.
Togs waiting to see if anybody is going to peek him, but KC Sports are going to back away. Not content in what they've seen, but risky to overstay your welcome. Sharks still have plenty of util here as they are going to make their way slowly up banana. We're not going to see KC Sports fight for it, not in this round, but they do have the op posted on coffins. And this angle might be good enough.
Still thinking about that Arsenal game.
To break a few ankles. Yeah, I mean, don't even remind me. I forgot about that. I was in a good mood.
Could break a couple ankles here. He's got Urban posted on a flash and a smoke in towards triple as well. We're in towards CT actually, sorry, but he's ready to support him. He's ready to deploy that smoke or flash the moment that his Oper fires the shot. And the take from the Shark should come any moment now. 30 seconds. The smoke has been deployed. HE in return. That's actually going to miss. It's not going to do that much damage. And the take is coming in. There is a gap on the right-hand side of the smoke, so the T's can actually sneak their way closer. I'm not sure if they realize now they do. RCF collects the first one on the AVP. Needs to back off, though. Needs to back off, but they have no nades. They need to dry peek him. And Dog does exactly that and gets the kill. That means that Tox has enough time to activate on the flank. And suddenly, this one is up in the air. This fight is detrimental, but Tox once again able to beat the Fs to the punch. And it's Riccioli in a 1 versus 2 clutch. Doesn't have a kit, doesn't have any nades to work with. Knows where both players were. Tox has 2 flashes. He's moved in closer and easy going for the peak. This is so risky, and Tox is gonna claim another one. So much confidence going into this one. It's a 4K from Tox in the round. 14-4, and Sharks pick up number 6 on the board.
What a play from Togs there, man. That's incredible. Yeah, just delaying for long enough. He's not going to be caught rotating around or going for that big flank, and just makes it look so easy. But it was anything but. Even the confidence to go for that last kill, man, is ridiculous. That just shows you the place that Togs are in, or Togs is in, even with them being 13-0'd on that last map. Sharks know that this is still here for the taking. And they reset the money pretty much of KC Sports. It's a force buy. It's not pretty, but it's definitely doable. And if you're a KC Sports fan, you hope it's doable. 7-5 down is not a scoreline you want to really be looking at. I mean, it's still a close game, but we've got a Shark CT side to come directly after this. Smoke down. HE doesn't do all that much. Sharks don't look like they're going to change up the approach at all. Looks like it is just going to be an A hit, but if they continue to take their time, the Eps could be here as well to defend.
I think they've realized that Doc spotted the deep banana smoke, and now they know what's up. They know that the buy on the other side isn't great, and the fact that they're not seeing any aggressive plays from the CTs might actually be hinting towards the potential stack. So if you want to go for a B split here, that might not be the worst call ever. And I think that's exactly what they're calling right now. You're going to send 3 of the rifles in towards CT spawn, and the bomb is going back in towards Dog. So you're avoiding that stack for now. Yeps might have to go huge with just the pit 250. This is an awful position to be in, but if he lets them cross, that's going to put so much pressure on the shoulders of Urban, and that's happened just now. Urban's going to be in a 1v5 with an MP9 to work with and nothing more.
It's all about how many he gets, really. And they're just going to delay. They're going to wait for the players from CT surely to go for a peek. Urban collects one soul, but that is it. Taken out of the round. The pistols are rotating over. No smoke in towards CT, so DRG caught out in the open. He does go down. The damage continues to be done. Gafolo misses a shot, and the pistol now applying the pressure from the backline as well. He connects on that one, but it's not enough to take the kill, and it's down on Togs once again. He had a monstrous round last time. Now he's been spotted out. RCF with the perfect jiggles. Everybody on his screen. And even with the TK, KC Sports managed to pull it off. And you can't help but feel that Sharks have let that one go due to just a little bit of a lapse of concentration. 6-6 were level going into the second half.
Yeah, that was a round to forget pretty much for the Sharks, right? You get the bomb side. I mean, props to the player, props to Urban, who was able to still get one kill with the MP9 considering the situation. But then they had, I think they still had some util for CT, and you still get a pretty empty bomb site. It's also really well played round reactively by Case, considering that they didn't get the right call, they didn't stack the right bomb site. They were still able to push down middle quickly enough, still able to rotate quickly enough to that B bomb site. Still in the way around that. Probably shouldn't have. Factually, they should have lost this round. Now we're leveled up. 6-6, pistol round. Holds a lot of value to it. It's been the closest map so far of the series. A blowout on map number 1 in favor of the Sharks. A blowout, an absolute detrimental blowout on map number 2 in the 13-0 for Case. Now, we're on equal ground, equal terms, but look at how proactive the Sharks are being with that pistol round, Jack. If Case take their time, Sharks are not only going to be expecting that B play, but they're going to have a double flank in play as well.
I mean, they've got the perfect read. They just need to find the kills. They just need to find the kills. That's all. DRG, pixel angle, spot anybody jiggling out. There it is. Smoke deployed. And, well, do Case want to go through this? That's the question. If they stay put, well, Gafolo already on the flank and he's dropped the bomb. Now you're going to be forced into these fights. Try and push on past. But actually the bomb is going back. But this is a trap here. There's still 2 players. You see that first person. You're not expecting the second. And Gafolo is going to continue still to strike. Audience out. Taps away the lives of absolutely everybody peeking him. And Sharks, they will take yet another pistol in this series. One step closer. One step in the lead.
Yeah, like a little bird trapped in the cage. This was pretty much the round summed up for Case right now, right? The Sharks, they were just so proactive on the CT side, just constantly looking for peaks, looking for information. They get the right push, they get the right read, had the 3-man stack. Smoke was in place on the perfect timing thanks to the pixel spot. Everything just worked out so nicely for the Sharks. They were able to shut down all Case players that tried to jump through that smoke and attack the B bomb site, force them back, and the bait was great by Artie and Zhao and Gafolo. A tactical timeout now for the Sharks. I wonder why that is. I mean, you probably should know that Case are going to be on an eco here. Second round, force buys on T side without a bomb plan and without getting more than 3-4 kills is not usually standard. So maybe it's just to make sure that everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing on that CT side, right? Just to have a nice little DRG speech. Could be the case. Maybe coach, you wanted to speak to the players as well. They are taking their time with this one.
Yeah, I like this. So they were setting him for actually a flash up banana, but Snow is just going to jiggle and see if anybody's there. So they're just going to try and conserve their flash right now. Let Snow go on the approach, see if he can find anything at all. CT Smoke is going to give the Top of that apartment's a nice little hat. While Doc is going to try and take a few hats off. And they're absolutely torn apart on entry. No surprises there. Case we're hoping maybe to get a bomb plant out of that, but it was always going to be difficult with only the Glocks. We've got the AKs out, a few Galils in the mix as well. Case Esports would love to get this first buy round of the second half under their belts and really stop Sharks from building up any momentum on this CT side.
Yeah, that was a juicy, nice cleanup. You build up on that economy. And now you're hoping to just get the first buy round and get rolling on the CT side if you're Sharks. Time to feel what your opponent's approach is going to be. A 3-man start from the CTs and towards that B bomb side, to be fair, which I guess is a really good combination by the fact that they've been putting a lot of pressure utility-wise in towards middle. Kind of forcing the T's to try and get that control in towards Banana, but they're in a pretty tough spot right now. That's going to be a big nade. Doesn't actually do that much damage, but Snow surely gets cleared out.
Doc is going to see him first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Snow's ready.
Oh,
lovely awareness. And the nade takes down DRG. That's a free B bomb site if I've ever seen one. In case, I don't believe they will be stopped. The bomb not going to be caught as it makes its way on over. Cafolo nades open the smoke, see if he can maybe collect a kill to entice his team to go for this, but this should just be the save. The A players are not moving. In case, with their first gun round, they are going to be successful. Nicely done. And I have to give a little bit of props to Snow there. I mean, if he doesn't find that kill, it's a completely different story. Just to have the awareness that somebody could be pushed down. But you thought it was a little bit of a mistake from Sharks.
I wouldn't say a mistake. I think it was unfortunate because he didn't spot him out. Because, yeah, he did look away. I think the smoke was starting to fade, and then as the smoke was faded on, let's say, 99%, Snow was behind at 1%, and for whatever reason, Doc didn't see him, and he just moved his mouse to the left-hand side. If we get to see a replay, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about, but it felt like Doc just looked towards the left because he was exploring the option of Snow being pushed through the smoke and towards the back of half wall. Made the fight a lot easier. Obviously, Snow was still holding towards it, so maybe even if Dog doesn't look away, he still wins the fight with the AK against the MP9, but who knows. Still, though, the round goes in favor of KC Sports. A triple save will justify and grant another and guarantee another investment from the Sharks. 1xBet still favoring Sharks to take this one home. 1.56 for them, 2.36 for a K's victory here. It has been an interesting game, all things considered. It has been an exchange of rounds, especially here, and the double nade. This time, he's not surviving this, yeah. They just saw him play that position last time around. They just double naded here.
Great adjustment. Just such a great way to net a free kill when it works out. Looks brilliant. Looks well thought up.
It looks satisfying.
Yeah, very.
Clean. And now you can just play from the back of the side. You have the util to slow them down. Execute is going to come in any moment now. They're just baiting out nades for now. They have enough, but might actually go through the smoke eventually.
Yeah, now they're going to come through. Doc's going to try and stop the ball. DRG helps out, and it's just a quick flick from left to right. Shut down 2 players for Doc, but he is no more after that HE. Takes a lot of shrapnel. But it won't matter. His job is done. The hold was superb. And RCF collecting a smoke now on his retreat. But he's retreating right into the waiting arms of Ordi and Zhao. Here's the jiggle. Shadow, I believe, spotted. And RCF now is just going to be forced back into a fight that he is just not ready for. 9-7 Sharks. They will stretch their lead to 2 once again. Case should have enough to field the buy here if they want to. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see Tech9's and them not risk it, but we will
They are
see.
sending it. Yeah,
they're
they don't want to let Sharks get comfortable on the CT side, and you kind of understand, but look at that. Just running through the smoke, through the blender, and I feel like here it was more of a case of them just being afraid that they left a lot of time for Sharks to actually go exploring on towards the other side of the map. Because they had the time, they had the util to slow it down and have a second wave of nades, but probably just felt a bit too claustrophobic, and this utility damage is absolutely outstanding. A second round in a row. Snow doesn't go down, but he's down to 35. Riccioli's down to 65. RCF is down to 50. This is all nades, all util damage from the Sharks.
Yeah, they haven't really even seen anyone at all. They've just hazarded a guess of where to really lump the util, and most of it is connected.
I mean, Banana right now is a bit tight. It's a massive choke point, right? So if you check in the mollies and the nades properly, most of the time you're gonna do a lot of damage, especially if you feel like you're playing against a team that's pretty aggro on the T side towards taking that control early on. It's
That's
a good
exactly
way
what
to
happened.
condition them to actually stay back.
It's exactly what happened as well, because Snow now 3 rounds in a row has tried to take a little bit of space. Now, that time he tried to get extremely aggressive, but shut down.
Yeah, he tried to get ahead of the util, so he was trying to actually adapt himself and condition himself to what they were doing, but they were one step ahead. Expected it.
30 seconds to get into a bomb site here. Here comes the fake over towards B, and it pulls a rotation away from that A bomb site, but this crossfire should be nice enough. Urban Zero, the longer he stays here, the more the fake is going to be sold. Actually, we are going to see Gafolo now rotate backwards. Audience out, strikes 2 from the site. Gafolo drops the bomb as well. That's the round done. The fake was nice. It pulled the rotation away for the moment, but Sharks did not rest. They wanted the information. A great call for Gafolo to go back.
Counter-terrorists win.
And it's another round in the column for Sharks. Snow doesn't even get to save a rifle, which is definitely going to sting, considering you are not going to have a singular rifle in this round. And Sharks look posed and ready to continue to take this one to the line and over it.
Yeah, fantastic flow of communication in that previous round, by the way, just to mention that for the Sharks. The fact that even though they lose a player to a fully flashed, by the way, I think it was Urban, right, who was lurking. Even though they lose a player to a fully flashed Urban, they still realize that he was alone, right? So one AK, a lonely AK on the B bomb side doesn't change anything. They hold on to the double setup on the A bomb side. The moment that they spot him out, Gafolo just starts sprinting back. It doesn't really make a difference if DRG wins that fight or not. Even if he loses it, the bomb is still making its way towards A, and time was so low, it couldn't have rotated back. So Gafolo just leaves his captain on the B bomb side and diligently enough just rotates instantly to support his teammates on A. Another swift defense in case, once again, it's just getting so awkward with those investments, but it's just the pistols now, and that means that Tox can have a field day. In towards second middle, it's a great flash by Gafolo to set him up for an opening kill. And we could be looking at 11, unless we witness some magic from the pistols on the side of Case. But to be fair, Sharks haven't really been giving them too many chances so far. I mean, you'd want to ideally get up close in person, though, but the util work by the Sharks has been impeccable, especially towards that B side. So pistols are going to try their luck in towards A, but this might be something that the Sharks are aware of as a possibility, and Tox is actually playing the aggressive angle in towards the apartments.
Yeah, problem is that you can't really get away quickly. So there could be a trade frag in here unless he is perfect on the kills. First one, good. Second and third, he sprays them all down, and it's as simple as that. Round done and dusted. And Gafolo picks up the last one with ease as well. Sharks 11-7, keep everybody alive there. No surprise from the pistols. And you make a fair point there, Ted. You know, the util has been so strong towards Banana, it just kind of rules out that option of, you know, if you want to go fast up B, because you know you're just going to get absolutely torn to shreds by nades, mollies, you name it, you're getting hit by it.
Yeah,
Case.
yeah. The confidence is on an all-time high right now for the Sharks towards B.
Yeah, 100%. They haven't really been tested. They haven't really fell over towards that side of the map. Case needs something, and they need something quickly.
Yeah.
Again, that
you can
D-smoke
see the
down middle.
readjustment.
nobody in Banana. Gonna play for it later, it would seem, but still Snow is taking grenade damage.
It's been a long day for him. Every single round on the T side has just started with a nade in his either left or right pocket, or the back pocket. I mean, he can choose for himself. There's the late retake of that part of the map. Doc's still positioned closely. He's waiting for a flash from the teammate. Flash doesn't really catch RCF. He was too deep, but Doc still manages to nail that shot. It's a fantastic opener, and he's out of there.
Yeah, the problem is, though, Sharks are reading into an A play, which usually is what happens when Case is the opening man. DRG has actually gone back to collect the flashbang, and he's going to stick around. Doc looking for a second smoke, because actually the smokes and the flashes are going to rain on in. DRG only holds one, and Case Esports actually get up onto this B bomb site this time. Sharks cannot stop it. Bomb down. Rotations in. Follow needs to find this kill and does. Now you're definitely going for it if you're a Sharks. There was definitely a little bit of doubt in your minds if you were going to continue on your endeavours to try and get to 12 here and now, but they're going to go for it. Yeps and Riccioli, they're going to need to try and hold on. Gafolo, the first man into the site, looking for Yeps. Is the perfect bait set up. Togs up on that high angle, but it doesn't matter. You will not take down Togs. 12 and 7 Sharks on a mapping series point. And mostly because Togs has not put a foot wrong all game. 23 and 5. A dominant showing from him.
This is a Starlight performance. So unfortunate as well on the initial take. The flash actually hits Dog, gives away his position in towards CT. And Togs, look at that once again. What a turnaround. From the top of the coffin. Pulls this one out of nowhere. Didn't even have a kid, by the way. That was a 10-second stick from him and still had plenty of time. What a performance. That might be one of the best individual performances on a single map we've had so far in this tournament, especially in the playoffs. 12 and 7, that's 5 consecutive map and match points here, and semi-final points for the Sharks to keep up fighting and play up against Fluxo in the next round of competition.
Oh! But just like that, Doc, or DRG, combine.
I thought that first kill was Dog, by the way, and I was losing my mind.
Gafolo needs to be ready for this peak. Oh, the flick! Lightning fast from Gafolo. And Case, they've put up a good fight to get towards here, but it looks like it's the end of days. They might just be heading out of the Oriez Regionals unless RCF can produce some magic in a 1 versus 5, but he's backed up in a corner. And Sharks dominance on Banana once again, leading to them being in a spectacular position. 50 seconds, RCF smoked off, and he's without a chance here, surely. Sharks don't need to play deep. They don't need to go for their pushes. They don't need to play for that information. They just need to make sure they trade on out. But Hogs goes down for free, sprinting down Banana, and that's okay still. 30 seconds, and RCF is going to go silently up towards B. But this setup, surely too much to topple. Doc, waiting for the moment to strike. Here comes the smoke, and Doc on the angle. He is going to shut Case Esports down. Sharks on fire. It took us a while. It was a long, grueling best of 3, Ted. But Sharks, they managed to come out on top. They eliminate Case Esports, and they will move on to the semi-finals where they will face Fluxo.
Yeah, absolutely. What a showing from the Sharks. I mean, the fact that you're able to bounce back after such an abomination of a second map, right? That was one to forget. It was excused upon a massive blunder. It was a blunder and a half on Vertigo. They didn't pick up a single round, and this is their, I think, single most disappointing map so far this season. I don't think they've lost the 13-0 so far this year. They do lose the 13-0 in this series, but they still end up winning the series in total. Jack, that was crazy. The final map was as well quite close in the first half, but then it felt like as soon as they went out on the CT side, it was just set sail. Talks with a phenomenal showing once again, one of his best games so far of the tournament, and deservingly so. Sharks are going to be moving forward into facing off against Fluxo in the semifinals.
Yeah, look, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't perfect. There was some problems along the way, but I don't want to dwell on the negatives for too long. I think Sharks looked very good. You know, they were dominating map one. For the most part, it kind of got a little bit iffy towards the end. Map 2 was just one to completely forget about. They were probably in their own heads and in their own minds about all the issues that came up. But Case, I mean, they were spectacular on the CT side, so take nothing away from them. It's a little bit disappointing for Case, though, right? I mean, because they look so good, beating Dusty Roots, beating Bestia. You know, that 13-0, you were thinking, all right, maybe they do have a chance. But it was just Sharks really showing that they are such a dominant force in this region, and they managed to take it down 2-1. Fluxo up next, and that's a tougher opponent for sure. But these semi-finals, Ted, I am so excited to get to have a look at these.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have clear favorites once again going into the semi-finals. A lot of people might be expecting to see an Imperial Fluxo final and then the brawl of maybe the two best Brazilian tier 2 teams right now, but who knows, man? Sharks have been looking great. Then you have Bestia on the other side, the flag of Argentina on their shoulders, and who knows what's going to happen. With that being said, though, unfortunately, this is all that we had time for today. It was a really long and pretty exhausting, but also pretty entertaining day full of CS. I wanted to thank you, Jack, for joining me today. I wanted to thank everyone over at production, and obviously thank you. And once again, apologies for to all our audience for all the technical difficulties, but we love you guys for staying up with us through tough times. And we hope to see you on Saturday when the two semifinals are going to take place. We obviously can't tell you which one is going to be first and which is going to be the second, but both semifinals played out on Saturday and then the grand finals on Sunday. So we have a 2-day break. We're going to see you in the weekend. Have a good night.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.